drumming it into people for about the umpteenth time. I'm sick to death of hearing the numpties on the radio and on YouTube and things like that going, oh, Carl, it's not real and it's this and it's that and we don't need to wear a mask. And now it turns out that an awful lot of ethnic people don't want to have the injection. And I'm thinking, but you're top of the list. You're top of the list of not having the injection, but of picking up this. And also a lot of black people don't want, for some reason, to have the injection. And I'm thinking, why not? What can you do to persuade somebody to have the injection? I keep telling people exactly the same thing. Listen, you might want to walk around without your mask on. That's your problem, idiot. I couldn't care less about illnesses or anything else. If you're that bad, don't go outside, stay inside, self-isolate. But if you go outside without a mask, you stand a very, very good chance of picking up coronavirus. Robbie Williams is in the papers today. He's picked it up. He's self-isolating for 2 weeks, admittedly in a villa in Barbados or something, £106,000 a week. A fool and his money are really quickly part. He could have stayed at a top-class hotel in Barbados for much less money, but it doesn't matter. But he's picked up the coronavirus. And every time I've ever seen him, he's been wearing a mask. So there must have been at some point where he took the mask off and he picked it up. Or he was just unlucky. But, you know, if you're stupid enough to not want to wear a mask, and I'm really not interested in the moaning Marys out there. There's too many of you. Well, there's not really. There's about 3. And they go, I don't want to. It's my right not to have to wear a mask. Good. Well, perhaps it's our right to not treat you in hospital when you come down with coronavirus, because there's people dropping dead every minute. Every minute in hospitals. Every single minute of the day. There's people dropping dead through coronavirus because they were those stupid people. Record numbers, even after we've started, you know, vaccinating as many people as we possibly can. Record numbers of people are dying. You could be the next one. Don't go out without your mask on. Go on, risk it. Put a loaded gun to your head. That's how bad it is. That's how... You wouldn't do that. Why would you go out without a mask on unless you're particularly simple? You know, if you're really that ill and you're going, you know, I get anxiety attacks, well, don't go outside. Stay in. Stay in. It's the only way you're going to be safe, because you go outside, you breathe it in, and it is breathable. Then that's you. That's your days numbered, I'm afraid. How much help celebrities have to stay looking young? Yeah, but they don't look young, do they? They look really peculiar. Have you ever seen somebody who's had loads of Botox and then they stop having the Botox, thinking their face will remain ever young? Sadly not. It droops like Jordan's boobs. It's as bad as that. Look at the state of her. You know, she's addicted to it, but unfortunately she looks like the Bride of Wildenstein. She looks really bad. Hello? You all right? Good? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good too. You good too? Yeah? I wouldn't say better than you. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever better than you, Corey. But, you know, we always have a little meeting, group hug. Not. We have to do a virtual group hug, which is an air hug, like that, which we love. Well, he instigated it. I just sort of fell into line, you know. I'm not one to argue with him about anything. It's not worth it in this day and age, is it, really? It isn't. But at least you're wearing some warmer clothes today, seeing as Storm Christoph's going to roar in round the corner and take you away. You're going to be like Mary Poppins on your umbrella. They'll be going, where did you last see Corey? Flying over the top of the Garrick Theatre, Your Honour. And that was I don't know, I've not been outside, I've been in here. I had spare ribs this morning. I had spare ribs. I bought them in Marks and Spencer. I was going to have them for tea yesterday. Two portions. I could have eaten 3. And then I thought, no, have a salad. So I had a salad, and then I brought them in this morning. Popped them in the microwave, 2.5 minutes. Delish. Messy like you can't imagine. But the meat falls off the bone. It just, I mean, literally, you put a little bit in your mouth and it just falls off. You know, you can't beat it. It was so delicious. I might do it again tomorrow. I might have chicken chow mein or something. Could be the start of sort of a new trend on the programme. Steve's having his meal. You know, I mean, luckily, I don't think you could smell spare ribs, but the mess. The sauce I wish they wouldn't put them in so much sauce, but I mean, it was all over the place. I mean, it was on my hand and my face. Wash everything. So Robbie Williams is tested positive. Also, there's pages on little Romeo Beckham. They've had to dye the little lovey's hair bleach blonde to try and turn him into a model or something. But they're so talented, that family. They either play football or instruments or try to take photographs or try to make a cup of coffee. And apparently they've said he looks just like his mother. Never a good look, I always thought. Never a good look. Shane says, spare ribs sounds good. All I'm having for tea is fish fingers. Listen, fish fingers is okay. I wouldn't complain about fish fingers. Absolutely. Listen, I could eat a whole pack of the the ones from Iceland, which are Young's chip shop batter fish fingers. They're delicious. I mean, you could eat 14 of those without any worry whatsoever. In fact, I might go and get some today. Because fish fingers are good for you. I mean, the batter's not particularly good, but I mean, I can cope with that. And they're going to be haddock, because it's the better fish. We know that because Phil Vickery told us. That's Phil Vickery with the shirt off on his cooking holiday. He took his shirt off. It's the first time I've ever seen him with his shirt off. You don't, I mean, to be honest with you, it was a bit of a culture shock for me. I'm not used to seeing that. It'd be like if you two walked in and took your shirts off. I mean, it wouldn't be happening. It would not be happening, because none of us, I think we can say this without fear of contraception, I don't think any of us, have got the sort of bodies that you want to show people. Yet. Yes, of course, yet. I mean, yet, it's a big yet. A big yet or a big yurt. We don't know, actually. I do like a yurt. I've never been one, but I've seen one on Four in a Bed. And because my brother had a yurt. When he got invited by Chris Evans to his car fair thing, he put my brother up in a yurt. And they had a little golf buggy to take them to the stage and see it. I mean, seriously treated them like real superstars. He's not well at the moment, my brother, but he's all right. He's not. It's not COVID. He just doesn't feel particularly well at the moment. He said he thinks it was something he ate. It's always something you eat, isn't it? Always something you eat. They had a man on the television. I've started watching. I don't like watching it because it makes you feel slightly queasy. 24 Hours in A&E. And there was one man in there, and he used to be a boxer. But he obviously had something where his stomach was filling up with gases and they didn't know what to do about it, so they had to put him into emergency surgery. They said, listen, and he was quite old. His wife had dementia, so she wasn't going to visit him. And they had to say to him, listen, you need to have this surgery. I can't persuade you to have it, but I'm telling you, if you don't have it, you will die. And that's about the most direct I've ever heard doctors say to anybody, because I think that's that war. And he went, I'll do it. It's like if somebody says to you, I mean, it doesn't work for everybody. If you continue smoking, you're going to be dead by Christmas. It's as simple as that. It's killing you. And then they'll go, oh, yeah, but, John Wayne lived to 100 years old and he smoked 100 cigarettes a day or whatever it was. And you go, yeah, one person out of how many billions, you ain't going to be as lucky. When I was in hospital, the amount of people who were in there sort of coughing and wheezing, they couldn't wait to get outside to have a cigarette after heart surgery. Seriously, I mean, I was absolutely amazed. They were prepared to stand outside holding their drip with a fag on. Really bad news, really bad news. Steve, your predecessor prepared ground, says Monica, and made me hungry from the word go. Spare ribs rarely come kosher, but when they do, they're delicious. But where do I get some at 4 a.m? I don't know. Do you know, I wish that there was a shop that opened at about sort of 2 a.m. or midnight or something like that, and went all the way through till 7, and all they served was sausages and spare ribs and bagels, smoked salmon, bacon and stuff like that. Just something you can pick up. I mean, admittedly, Monica, you cannot, and I defy anybody, you can't eat spare ribs without it going all over the place. I mean, I look like some kid who'd been playing in a sand pit, which was full of mud. I looked that bad, and I thought, thank God nobody's watching me. Thank God nobody's watching me eating spare ribs at this time, but they were delicious. And I might try something else tomorrow. I might see what else I can get, because we've got a super duper things are gonna find me money like the sun out there in the microwave. It's a very powerful one. It's not one of these piddly things you get at home. It's like industrial strength. Seriously, it's nuclear. Seriously, it glows. Like that. You see the colours changing, and then you can hear the sort of bits of your spare ribs explode into a taste to set your taste buds on fire. It was delicious. I need to find other spare ribs. I want to go and see what Waitrose's spare ribs are like. They might be a bit drier. I don't like it when they're covered in sauce, but unless I can see the actual spare ribs, I don't buy them. Or I tell you what I could do. I could go to Costco today and I could buy 2 racks of ribs cooked, bring them home, bring them into work tomorrow morning, and we could all have spare ribs in the morning. Oh, that's just too much, Stephen. Honestly, your generosity exceeds expectation. Can you imagine? We could have a buffet. We used to do it when I used to do it with my producer Mandy. I would buy spare ribs on the way in, which were dry spare ribs, and then at 5 a.m, when we got a break for 10 minutes, we'd stick them in the microwave, and we'd have hot spare ribs. Watching her eat spare ribs was something to behold. So Can we have? I don't know. I mean, today I've got some pink ladies, and they're waiting outside. Hello. There you go. And we've got some nardicots. Again, another load of nardicots. And dates. Do you like dates? Oh, God, here we go. I need to be something. You don't like dates either? Oh. You can... It's not like a big raisin at all. It's a date. I was tempted to say it's a plum, but it's not. They're very nice. These are the best one, Medjool. Best dates you can get. Factory sealed. Class 1 quality. Very good for you, I think. Little bit sticky, Corey, but that's okay. You can handle that. You'll be good with things like that. Perhaps your girlfriend eats dates. Yeah, do you not know? No. Yeah, I think she probably does as well. She's a grown-up. There you go. Phil Vickery says, your friend, not mine. Steve, morning. Try Aldi cooked spare ribs. A whole rack under £4. Cheapest place to go to get your food, Aldi. Seriously, something that would cost you, say, I think they did a test a short while ago, and the food that you would spend £50 of in M&S, Aldi came in under 20 for practically looky-likey products. It's the cheapest supermarket you can get, and the quality is stunning. Listen, if Phil Vickery knows about it, he's not going to go to a place just because it's, under £4. I don't think Phil Vickery's going to be worried about £4. Oh, guess who's gone broke? Cheryl Baker from Bucks Fizz, making your mind up. Yeah. And, because the tour of Bucks Fizz was cancelled due to coronavirus, and so she's struggling. She hasn't got the money to pay her tax. And they're asking questions in the paper today. Will the tax man be lenient with people because of coronavirus? I do hope so. Not for my benefit, but for other people's benefit. Apparently, Peter says the Chinese takeaway in Harpenden does spare ribs in honey sauce. I'm seriously not going to be driving to Harpenden. I don't care what anybody says. Not at this time of the morning, thank you. I'm just going to be having... I should be getting the ones from M&S. They're only little. They're almost bite-size. Almost bite-size. Perhaps they'll make them. McDonald's used to do a spare rib. They called it a McRib. And I think it was pre-formed meat. It was very nice, though. Had it in Vienna years ago. Because it's 19 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is the programme that everybody listens to. Even people in the business listen to this programme. People who write for newspapers. People who write newspaper columns, Dawn. They listen to this programme to get ideas of what they can write about. I'm constantly being sort of taken apart by people who go, I like that bit on the programme, I like that bit. A friend of mine, Ian, used to say, can you let me know where these papers are? Can you put down the page number of the newspapers? Because he actually quite liked them. Steve, Sarah Ferguson's let herself go. Oh, I don't think she bothers anymore, does she, really? At her book launch, she looked like Wurzel Gummidge. Very useful in a field on the Sandringham estate. Yes, not while Philip's there. He hates her. Mind you, he's in keeping with the rest of the country. Nobody likes that side of the family. Can't bear the two daughters. Everybody hates Andrew, and they're not keen on her. She seems to be just relying on him. What does she know about him? That was always the thing that people said to me. And I said, well, I don't know. She married him. She was always a bit jolly hockey sticks, but a bit sort of naff at the same time. She's been an ambassador for Weight Watchers. She's sold the royal family down the river, and she can't even afford to buy her own house. So that's why she shacks up with him. It's all very embarrassing, isn't it? And we're supposed to listen to what she says. Steve, a Costco spare ribs nice? I'm going later. What do you mean? You're going to Costco and you've never tried their spare ribs? You're not a proper Costco person. You're a fair weather Costco customer. All Costco customers would know about the roast chicken and the spare ribs and the wings and everything. If you don't know about them, you're a fraud. You're not even a proper Costco customer. Also, I love the Costco sushi. Oh, boring. But fancy not knowing about the spare ribs. Dear me, honestly. And I can't get any spare ribs at 4:30am, says Catherine. You could if you bought them yesterday. Couldn't you? If you bought them yesterday, you could have put them in the fridge and then just brought them out and reheated them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Steve, a friend of mine has tested positive for COVID after the New Year. Now she's got tonsillitis. Not doing very well, really. Not doing very well. Kevin says, Costco do a pack of ribs you microwave in the freezer section. Well, it's chilled. It's not the freezer section. It's chilled. Honestly, do I know more about Costco than anybody else? Why? Because I go there quite a lot. Because I've been a member for some time. Corey wants to go, but I've already had a word with them. No chance. Won't get anywhere near the front door. Yeah, they're going to stop you. So, what's your name? Corey? No. Is this the one? Have a look at the picture. Yeah, Alice Band. That's the one. He's out straight away. Do you remember the Chicago Rib Shack? Says Sid Cup Julie. I certainly do. And somebody says, I definitely date you. Yeah, okay. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. Oh, what now? Which one? This one? Oh, the one. Yeah, I know. I think that's a worry. Somebody says, I like a fish finger sandwich with mayo. Right. I nearly bought some triple cooked chips the other day, but it did say these are raw potato. So I couldn't quite work out why they'd be triple cooked if they're raw potato. So I put them back on the shelf again. I decided not to have them. I've had spaghetti and homemade meatballs. Not really suitable for breakfast. Why is it not suitable for breakfast? You can have anything you like for breakfast. A friend of mine once ate a box of After Eight mints. We were in Burnage, up in Manchester, and for he was eating a box of After. I said, well, you're not seriously eating a box of After Eight mints? He went, yeah. It's like if you put food down in front of Jake, it's literally, he has an automatic hand. It goes to mouth, to packet, to mouth, to pack, and that is never ending. It's like a dog with a bone that's gradually being gnawed away, and then when it gets in, it's all gone. He's like, you're just eating it all. Just eating it all. I mean, I was going to offer him this morning some little... I've given him some pink ladies, because he likes pink ladies. And, hello. So, soon, in a minute, you can come on the programme. That's Bert, Bob and Cyril at the back, I think. Anyway, so they're very good. They were the rejects from RuPaul's Drag Race. They decided they didn't want to actually do it. So we got sweeties this morning. And do you know the least popular sweet out there on the news desk? Wait for this one. Bounty. Do you not like the Bounty either? How bizarre. It's the only one I like. Well, I mean, I like them all, but the Bounty is the most popular. They all left it. Do you not like the Bounty ice cream? Oh, my God. You don't do Bounty either? Oh. It's the texture. It's Of course it is. It's coconut. Coconut! I love coconut. Don't you like coconut? Do you like coconut on cakes or something? Or really? God, you are peculiar. In curries? Don't be so silly. Don't put coconut in curries. Honestly, have you ever heard of such thing? You tell me next bananas and tomato. I don't know what to go and buy today. I feel like having a splurge. I want to order something from America. And the company I use in America for ordering things is, I can't remember the passwords. I think at the time I was going through a phase of trying out lots and lots of different passwords. And then I came to the conclusion that it was so much easier, because here we have to change our passwords every, 6 months? Less than that. And they go, your password needs changing. And so I just add an extra number onto the password. And it makes it, because they then say, what number are we up to now? I've got no idea. Because I can never remember for the first time, and I think I've won the lottery. Don't want to make a big deal about it, but you should brace yourself for this, because I got 3 notifications from last night. Now the prize was 59 million, and I thought that'd be nice. Imagine how many spare ribs you could have them. You could make them open up the Chinese restaurant to do you spare ribs, and then they could bring them all over. You go, we'll have spare ribs for 30 people. Just bring them over here, because it's only around the corner. Ian says, my friend in America, I saw a show about Aldi's Christmas offerings. Everybody thought their Christmas pudding was way better than Fortnum & Mason's, and Aldi was about a quarter of the price. Yes, they're really good value. Very, very good value. Because I think it's German, isn't it, Aldi? And you know what the German quality is? It's very high. Very, very high. A lot higher than us. Lot higher than us. I used to love going into the little German supermarkets in Austria. Very nice. Top television mishaps. What do you think top of the list is? The moment I mention it, you'll get, oh, that. Not forgetting lines. No, it was at an award ceremony, and these 2 people came up on the stage, and she was showing quite a lot of her. She was. In fact, she was showing all of it. She had her bra on underneath, and people were laughing. They thought it's because people thought they were funny. No, because she was showing her bosom, and so somebody had to come up on stage and go, pull your top together. Judy Finnegan, last person you want to see her bosom, isn't it? I mean, let's face it. You don't. I mean, she stood there doing this sort of chat, and we're all going, does she know that we can see her? Well, and she didn't know. You'd have thought the draft. It's like going somewhere and your zip's undone or your buttons are undone. You would know, wouldn't you? You would know. Somebody would say, I've had to say it to people, perfect strangers. I've said to them, your zip's undone. That's the way it goes, I'm afraid. You can't have everything. Steve cracking up about the after eights for breakfast. I had a stir fry the other day. Do you know, I used to like doing a stir fry, but I don't, I can't be bothered now. I'll just stick it all in a saucepan. Steve, I'm partial to a sandwich. Every time I go to Costco, I see their freshly made sandwich platters, but you can't eat them all by your own. Oh, you can. You can. The only one they don't do in that is the Coronation chicken. They do prawn and they do egg mayonnaise and everything else, but they don't do a Coronation chicken. And that's another one. You put a bite of it and it's dribbling down your chin and everything. It's like when you go out to a restaurant, the one food you won't have is spaghetti. Because no matter which way you do it, turning it on your spoon, which is the posh way of doing it, that's how you're supposed to do it. Some people just put their fork in, but it doesn't work the same way. I've been to IKEA once in my life. Never, ever, ever again. The most awful experience. I'm not interested in standing in a line with a load of people who just want to eat meatballs. I'm really not interested. And also, you can't buy the item in the same place. You buy the legs for the table there, the things over here, over there. I think it's in an effort to keep you moving. Well, I can live without it, but some people are addicted to it. I ain't one of them. Sidcup Judy says, I fancy an Irish coffee. Oh, that was the poshest, wasn't it? You imagine you'd go out to a Burnley Inn and you'd have a starter, prawn cocktail, or pate with toast, which I used to like. And then you'd have a steak, smallest steak you'd ever seen, with mushrooms and chips, and that was quite nice. And then you would have your strawberries, and strawberries were considered a luxury in a Burnley Inn. You know, to have fresh strawberries. Nowadays, you take it for granted, don't you? You go to the greengrocer, because of aeroplanes and stuff like that, we do still have them, you can get strawberries all year round. There's never a year or a month where you can't get strawberries. You can get everything now. It comes in from other places where the climate is different, and they grow strawberries. And so I could eat strawberries all the time. In those days, when I was younger, and when probably many of you were younger, it's a case of, you know, strawberries were a bit of a luxury. Spotted Dick on odd occasions, very odd occasions they were, because I only wanted it with custard. But there was something about a sultana pudding, which was sort of like a sponge with sultanas in and raisins and stuff like that, which was delicious. But always after me, they come up and go, Irish coffees? And we'd always go, yes, please. There was something about cream, and I used to make my own Irish coffees. I couldn't work out, actually, how the cream stayed on the top. And you take a spoon, turn it over, pour the cream over the top, and it settles on the top, and then you drink. It's got to be cold as well. You drink the coffee through the cold cream, and it's got whiskey in it or something. It's delicious. They put a little bit of sugar in there, and it's just fab. It really is nice. I miss those days. Ian the Skip, good morning. Oh, you're out, are you? Well, that's good. Steve, maybe Robbie caught the virus via his eyes. Research paper exists. Oh, God, does it? I don't go out without wearing a mask and my glasses. Supermarket, I spread gel all over my hands on returning home. I wash my hands and glasses. So simple. I know. It always amazes me that people think they're not going to get something. You know, because they think, oh, I don't have to wear a mask. You want to see the people over in America. They're hilarious. Screaming and shouting in supermarkets, in drug stores, places like that. It's my right. You have to serve me. No, we don't. They want to be rude, but they know they're being filmed. They want to say, basically, why don't you pick your baggage up and get the hell out of the front door, you nasty little bit. And then there was another woman, and she'd been stopped shoplifting. And she was trying to say, I offered to pay for it. They went, yeah, only after you were caught. Then there was another woman in a coffee shop. Really nasty piece of work. Quite elderly as well. And she was one of those in America. They have a new line. Whenever the police go near them, don't touch me. Don't touch me. And you think, you're being arrested, darling. You're being arrested. They have to touch you. It's kind of... And then when they went to move her bag, they're stealing my bag. They're stealing... And she screamed and shouted. To be honest with you, I'd have maced her hours before. She was standing there causing a scene, a rather stupid person, who then claimed as well she was a scientist. I can only assume she must have had like one of the little junior set where you could sort of have a test tube and some blue magnesium powder or something like that. Steve says, Alison, the breakfast police drive me mad. Why is it fine to have bacon, tomatoes, toast, but if I have a slice of pizza, it blows their mind? Oh no, the worst thing I see is when we've had events here overnight, they send out for pizzas, and some people come in the morning and eat cold pizza. Seriously. I don't want to take it any further. I feel quite bilious even mentioning the fact cold pizza. That's like opening a tin of baked beans and spooning it out without heating them. Disgusting. These people that eat cold pizza and cold beans from a can are borderline feral. I just don't understand how anybody could ever eat cold pizza. But you won't believe what they're going for this morning if I told you. So I won't tell you. Steve. And will we see Donald Trump down the job centre later? They don't want him. Nobody wants him. He's a disaster. He's a failure. They don't want him at all. Let's get him out as quick as possible. Steve, will you be starting a medical segment on your programme? Dr. Steve, who was telling us yesterday about stripping varicose veins. I nearly choked on my maple and pecan clusters. Shane says Bounty Bar ice cream is nice. They hate it round here. They absolutely hate it. I thought they'd have gone for it. The combination of coconut and chocolate, I thought they'd really go for it. No, they've turned their nose. Seriously, they've snubbed their nose at me. Seriously, it's like, oh, no, we wouldn't eat that, Steve. You know, dates. Cost an arm and a leg, these blooming dates, these medjool dates. And they go, no, what are they? You know, seriously. Sorry. Well, Pink Lady's an apple. I mean, God, if you haven't heard of an apple, we are in trouble. Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, you would expect Corey to know everything, being the producer. I mean, it's a bit much, when the producer knows less than the presenter. But it's probably because of the age difference. He's a bit older than I am. And, but fancy not having have you never had a date? Ha, 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 ha. It's not really like figs, no. They're not. I'd be lying if I said they were like figs. I mean, if you mean, are they sort of, from the Middle East, well then yes. You've never had a date? Yeah, no surprise there. And you might like them. They've got a stone in the middle of them. But they are they might look all small and wrinkly, but there again, you look all small and wrinkly, don't you? So, I'm surprised. I thought you'd go for those. I thought you'd be going, dates? Wow, Steve, that is the best thing ever. That's what I would have thought. Obviously not. Oh well. No point bringing in exotic food, is there? No point in bringing in anything that's exotic or anything they've never really heard of before. I'm sorry, is that he's the sort of person he goes to Spain, and when the waiter comes round, he goes, can we have the English menu? They go all the way to Spain to eat English food. You see it all the way down the Costa Blanca, the Costa Brava, and all these other places, Majorca, Calella, and all these other places, and they go English breakfast, full English, always served by big fat people who've emigrated from here to go over there and set up the English Breakfast Company. And they go, do you like the full English? Judging by the size of you, I should imagine you probably do. They're always enormous. People with two bottoms sitting there shoveling down, and it will be 3 eggs, 3 sausages, 3 bacon, fried bread, beans, tomatoes, side order of toast. And then they go, oh, I could eat that again. You couldn't, you fat so-and-so. You can't eat that twice. You're supposed to be... Are you doing anything today? Well, we'd start drinking. And people drink with their breakfast. They drink alcohol. What sort of people do that? Probably the same people who eat cold pizza, I should imagine. But that's an old Victoria Wood line. She said, we went to, where did they go to? Went to Greece, she said, but we asked for the other menu. This is so you don't want to try any of our local delicacies, like, octopus or squid or something? No, I don't think so. We don't do foreign. And that's how it was. People would only eat the English menu. So consequently, wherever you go on holiday, the big selling point is, do you do an English breakfast? And everybody does an English breakfast. I mean, because I remember when Dale and I went to Amsterdam, we went to Rotterdam, but we stayed in Amsterdam for an evening just to see if it was really true, and it was. And their breakfast over there, continental, which involved croissant, some butter, some cheese, and some ham. You can't have that for breakfast. That was just rubbish. You like a continental breakfast? Well, I thought it was boring. I wanted something hot inside me. And all I got was, not quite the full English, but I expect it. But nobody can do sausages like us. They really can't. The Americans are all short and ridiculous, horrible. And so I just generally have a couple of bread rolls or something. But I'm not keen on anything. You know, so when they said, oh, would you like the continental breakfast? No, I bloody well wouldn't. Give me Madeira cake. Do they? I don't think I've ever had... Oh, Madeira cake. That's quite nice, isn't it? I tell you what I do like. Lemon drizzle. Lemon drizzle cake's very nice. We've got a shop in Richmond. I don't think he's open at the moment, but he's a master chocolatier. And he makes lemon drizzle cake. You could die. You could die and go to heaven. It's really... Oh, that looks quite nice. I mean, I do like it. I mean, look, who eats that sausage which has got the white bits in it? That looks disgusting, doesn't it? I don't like any of that. And I can't eat, and I would love to eat grapefruit, but I can't eat grapefruit. So, basically, it's a pain au chocolat. I mean, could you drink milkshakes for breakfast? Would that be okay? I don't know. Sorry? I can't hear what you said. Smoothies. Well, yeah, but smoothies are really bad for you. If you're diabetic, they're really bad for you. You know, you think it's healthy because it's part of your 5 a day. Unfortunately, oh, that looks nice. 2 beef burgers, scrambled egg by the look of it, and some hash browns. They do those ones in Burger King, the hash browns. A little you can get. I used to get 2 or 3 bagfuls just for the journey home. You know, keep myself company. I always felt I was riding the Orient Express. But, Steve, if they don't want your dates, I may pop up later to get them, says Monica. You see? I can't... they're the first people I've ever met, Monica, who... My favourite Jewish cab driver, who don't like dates. But there again, they were a bit sniffy about lychees. Little bit funny about that. Yeah, you try... Yeah, well, yeah, but I have to open the packet. It's a sealed packet. I don't want to open it just for you. That would be a waste of a date, wouldn't it? I mean, should I should show... Wait a minute. Oh... God, honestly, up and down like a yo-yo I am in this studio. Talk about exercise. Oh, my Christmas present arrived from Jake. We were waiting for it since God created heaven and earth. And the made-up Christmas present, it finally arrived, because he ordered it yesterday. And it's part 3 of The Crown. So Luke got me part 1 and 2. And now I've got part 3. And I got another book sent to me today. So obviously they're doing the catch-up with Amazon, which is very good. Hold on a sec. Honestly. I seriously don't know why I bother half the time. Honestly, I'm just a slave to a carrier bag. Right. So, there you go. Dates. They are... What do you mean they do look posh? They are posh. Look, that's what they look like inside. I mean, do you think you might manage one? I don't want to push you too much. They're bigger. Well, yeah, there's quite a few in this. I don't know. Well, I don't know in this particular one. I'm just trying to have a look. These are from the Jordan Valley. Valley Jordan. And dates of Jordan. First class. I mean, they are the best dates. Let's have a look. They come from Oman. And this is £1 worth. But I don't know. Oh, you're all right. You've got until February 2022 before you have to sort of eat them. No added sugar or preservatives. There's nothing. They just pick them off the trees and then they pack one. But the best ones are Medjool, natural dates. I mean, I think you might like it. I mean, they're nothing peculiar. I promise you. I'd tell you if it was. And then we've got these, the fun size. You like those, don't you? Yeah. But don't worry, because they're having a Subway this morning. I mean, honestly, I ask you. When he said, we're having a Subway, I said, we call it the Underground, OK? Don't need any more of these silly Americanisms creeping in on the programme. Bad enough having to mention the word Trump without anything else going on. But, so we've got some pink... You can have a pink lady for pudding, or a date for pudding, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it? I mean, I think it's good if we can educate you to have sort of different food, as opposed to the same old stodge you're eating every day. I'm like trying to be good, so he's having the meatballs one. And what are you having, Jake? What are you having? He's having beef, which apparently is toasted. Have you heard of such a thing? Toasted. What, do they toast the baguette then? Oh, right. And how much are these things? Are they very expensive? Quite expensive. Ooh, quite expensive. Well, how many hours a day is this open, this shop? It's 24 hours a day? Is it really? Good Lord. And have you ordered yet? Oh, you've ordered it? And so have you paid for it? Oh, right. So have you told security downstairs that you've got 2 very expensive sandwiches arriving? Because they'll disappear. You don't think the boys are going to be sitting behind the desk downstairs. Somebody delivers, they go, I'm sorry, we've never heard of him. Anyway, who wants half of this this beef one? It's toasted. Yeah. Oh, you've done it before? Really? Don't get Corey into bad habits. I won't have that, honestly. It's bad enough him being led astray, you know, the rest of the programme. I don't want him sort of now falling into the chasm of, oh, let's go and get something to eat from Subway. I mean, very shortly he won't be eating at home at all. His girlfriend will be saying, you want to eat? He'll be going, no. She'll be going, well, where are you getting your food from? Somewhere. You're having an affair. You know, that'll be it. You know, somebody else is cooking for you. Yeah, meatballs in a baguette. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it? But I've seen it on the television. Dates are really good for you. Many health benefits. So listen, looking at my two, the one thing they do need are health benefits. But I don't think having a date is going to make any difference. You know, at least we tried. I've tried to educate them, but then I suddenly realised I'm a fool to myself. The moment I try and educate them with sort of stuff from classy greengrocers and proper supermarkets, is the more they think about turning to a life of crime to afford it. It's as simple as that. It's a case of, Steve brought us in some apples the other day. We can't actually afford to buy them, so we're going to have to go and get some, like our own Fagin gang, and they can go out and half-inch these things. And I'm thinking, goodness, I'm a fool to myself. I buy them DVDs and things like that, you know, not all the time. And as I say, what I'm doing is I'm spoiling them. They'll go, well, Steve has this. You know, at the moment, Corey started flicking through Bentley catalogues. Oh, perhaps I could buy a wing mirror, or something like that, you know, and attach it to my Peugeot, or his Mini, which is literally clinging on with sellotape. It really is. Steve, I've just finished listening to the LBC podcast on Ghislaine Maxwell. I didn't know there was one, actually. There's so many podcasts we've got. I mean, even I can't keep up with them. I have 2 every day. And for details and to download, free, go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, download the app, and then you can download all the podcasts. I mean, people slave over my podcasts, and thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of you, I think in the course of the month, hundreds of thousands of people download the podcasts. And why? Because A, they're good, and B, they're free. Okay, Steve, sounds like a fair swap. Bentley wing mirror for a ropey old Mini. Ropey would be the understatement of that. I mean, spend most of its time up on blocks. He'll say to me, I went round a roundabout, Steve. Well, I did. The car didn't. You know, that's how it works, really. Proper sticky toffee pudding is made with dates. Oh, lovely. Dates are very good for you. Thank you. And David Aberdeen, not too sure about those, I don't think. And dates contain 75 grams per 100 grams of carbohydrate. You might as well have spoon-fed pure sugar. Not that healthy. Why don't you mind your own business? Little prophet of doom, aren't you? Oh, I think you'll find that's really bad for you. They're having it, I'm not having it. Matthew says there's no excuse for being fat ever. Well, come and sit where I'm sitting. You feel offended? Yeah, one of them feels offended. The other one didn't understand the question. And so we're still waiting. I said, da-da-da, you look like you were doing a scene from Jesus Christ Superstar. Da-da-da. Did you ever see that stage show? Blooming good. Very good. Very, very good. The film was good as well. I liked the film and the stage show. And I saw it at the... Which theatre did I go to? It's the one where a Harry Potter thing's on at the top of... I can't remember what it's called now. Like Cambridge Circus sort of way-ish. Jesus Christ Superstar was brilliant. And the crucifix bit at the end was amazing. He rose out of the ground on it. You could have heard a pin drop. That's it, the Palace Theatre. That's where Prince Edward worked for a little while for Andrew Lloyd Webber. He's got offices in there. I think Andrew Lloyd Webber owns the Palace Theatre. And we went to see it there, and it was just knockout. Even if you weren't religious, you couldn't fail to be impressed by it. It was, you know, the song, Hosanna, hey, Zanna, 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 ho, Zanna. I can't remember which was my favourite song out of it. Tell me, Jesus. Oh, they were so good, honestly. There were so many good parts for Corey. And none of which was exciting as Mary Magdalene. Most of his time with his hair in an Alice band, you know, she had the same thing. I can't remember what she sang. She had one song. I don't know how to love him, what to do, how he moves me. He's a man. He's just a man. Yeah, right. Put that to a vote. But I thought it was great. Yeah, everything's all right. Everything. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. What was the other one? The Last Supper, Gethsemane. That was such a good song. Gethsemane. If you get the opportunity of downloading it, download it. And the overture to Jesus Christ Superstar was just spectacular. It really was. It would be lovely to have written stuff like that. Unfortunately, I can't do anything at all. Alana says, you've got a heart of gold. You're very kind and generous. It is true. I am very kind and generous. Wipe the smile off your face. Wipe the smile off your face. I am very kind and generous. Don't find any other presenters doing what I do. Yeah? Looking after your well-being and stuff like that. She says you buy them little treats. No, little treats. Steve, how do you know if a girl likes you? Says Mike. Well, you'll never experience that, but it's sometimes they go goo-goo eyes at you, and then they go, do you want to take me out for something to eat or drink? And if you say no, they don't like you. It's as simple as that. And also, if they're wearing more makeup than you, that's an indicator that they might like you, but only to swap makeup hints. That's the only thing they're going to be doing. Steve, I'd love a friend like you, not for treats, but for being you, says Alana. Oh, no, you wouldn't. You don't want a friend like me. Oh, no, mate, definitely not. No. I'm far too temperamental. Answer the phone? I don't think so. It's after 4 o'clock. I'm going to bed in a minute. I'll have a pot noodle and see. You just imagine, drive people mad. Drive people mad. You are mistaking the person in real life for the person on the radio. The person on the radio is great fun. I'd go out with them. But, real life, no. I'm quite quiet and almost shy and retiring. I'm like a little wallflower. You'll always find me in the kitchen at parties. Actually, that's a lie, because you won't find me going to parties. I'm not a party person. I hate parties. I'd rather go out for a meal with friends when this pandemic's over. That's what I'm looking forward to. HSBC to close another 82 branches. That's not very good, is it? If you're with HSBC. They've done it round our way. We often wondered why there was a queue outside Barclays Bank. It's because they've closed the one at Hampton or the one in Teddington. So, more and more. And Lloyds Bank is closed in Twickenham. And whether it's permanent, because all their lights are blazing 24 hours a day. Their Christmas decorations are still up inside. Nobody's been bothering to go back, because apparently one staff member went down, they think, with COVID. So that was an excuse for the entire staff to decamp. Also, after many years gone by, I tried eating a bar of Fry's dark chocolate cream, says Tony. Very sugar sweet. Well, it is. It's fondant covered with dark chocolate. What do you mean sugar sweet? It's all sugar. I used to like it. Did you ever like the Fry's 5 different flavours? You have different, you break it, and that was quite nice. I don't know what they called it, actually. Fry's 5 things. I don't really know. Steve, dates are very nice. Yeah, they are nice. And I've only ever once had sticky toffee pudding. I had it when I'd had a few sherbets, and we were in Joe Allen's, and they had sticky toffee pudding, and they went, should we have sticky toffee pudding, Steve? And I go, yeah, and they go, are you sure? Can you cope with it? Because they're always looking after me. All my friends, they sort of go, are you sure, Steve? They basically don't want me to slip graciously under the table. I did it once. We used to go every Monday night after the Magic Circle to an Indian restaurant off the Euston Road. And on one evening, I had a bit of a seizure. I completely sort of lost my sense of reality, because now a lot of Indian food is cooked differently, but it was cooked in ghee and everything else. And all of a sudden, I felt woozy. I thought, oh, my God. And this was before I had insulin. So you can imagine I was having a really rough time, and they were all going, are you all right? You need to go outside, can we get some water? Cold water. So I had cold water, went and stood outside and felt a little bit better. But, oh, God, it was a nightmare. Ever since then, I've been kind of put off Indian food, and I love Indian food. But it's all the sauces. It's the sauces that drive me mad. The best thing for dates, Steve, this is from my Polish fan club, put them in sticky toffee pudding. How lovely. That's from Mark. He says, keep the mask campaign going. We've had to wear them here for months in Poland, hence our infections are low. Yeah, hence ours are going through the roof again. You know why? Because there's these stupid people. There was a woman at the station yesterday, Waterloo Station. Now, I don't want to say anything, but to be honest, she's standing, talking, close to the men who worked at... She's trying to get herself through the barrier, and round her neck she's got the lanyard. I'm exempt from wearing a thing. And she's only a young girl, and she's standing there breathing over these people. Thank God they were all wearing masks. I think people should be, you know, and if you catch it, I think you have to go back to the sourcing. It was you. You're carrying it. There's a woman arguing on YouTube in America. She says, I'm not carrying the virus. You go, how do you know? How do you know? Look at the dimwits turning up at the airport. Now, and they go, sorry, do you have the exemption certificate? What exemptions? They're that stupid. They don't know. That's why it's worrying. Roger says, I bet Nick Ferrari and Nick Abbott don't bring in treats for the production team. No, Nick Abbott eats mine. I'm basically feeding him. That's what it is. He does. He pinches it from the studio. Yeah, if we've left something in the studio, he's half-inched it. Oh, he goes out of here with carrier bags and everything. Oh, he moans about it on air, but the truth of the matter is he takes it home, doesn't he? Well, you know what he does. Yeah, seriously. He's done it on air. He says, where all this stuff come from? Steve Allen must be leaving these sweets in these... I've never been in that studio, only on the odd occasion. But yeah, he loves it, and then he eats them, and he moans when they aren't there again. Oh, dear, I tell you. Nick Ferrari, I should imagine Nick would probably bring in some, you know, some cough sweets or something, I don't know, some Bollinger. Oh, you don't think I'd bring in Bollinger, do you? What does that mean? What, you're saying I can't afford Bolly? Steve, I had a heated argument with a woman in a supermarket because she was coughing and not wearing a mask. Connie says, can you blame me when I'm angry when the supermarket is bending the rules on the lockdown? You know, should I report this particular supermarket to the police? The trouble is, the supermarkets have covered themselves by saying, you know, we do say if you're exempt, you don't need to wear a mask. But they can't check on whether somebody's exempt. Well, why don't you stop them shopping? Let them go somewhere else. Why do you want them in there infecting everybody? Because we don't know if they've got anything, do we? Coming up to the news at 5 o'clock, Barry Gibb of the Bee Gees admits to having sex in the TARDIS. I don't know how that works out. A famous snapper flashed at Daisy. A very old story. I mean, it's when she was 18 and she's about 50 now or something. Also, little Romeo has a showbiz lifestyle. Got a girlfriend who's model. And so that's marvellous, isn't it? And he's had his second modelling job in about 5 years. And his girlfriend modelled once for Victoria Beckham. Can't see that ever happening again. At least 3 rough sleepers are found kipping in bins every day. And I've got the Only Fools and Horses Ultimate Tribute, which can be yours for the small price of £30,000. And scientists have discovered how dinosaurs mated. I mean, when you look at the size of T-Rexes, you ain't going to be complaining, are you? It's going to be a case of, not now, not... All right, now. Apparently there was a Steve Allen soundbite. Are they still doing the sound bites? Oh, they are. Oh, right, I didn't know there was... I thought we stopped doing... But they're back again, are they? Oh, how lovely. That's a bit nice. Mind you, in this present climate, I mean, everything goes... You know, we're... I think we must be the most cheerful programme. I would think definitely we have, you know... We laugh every day. I've always said, you know... If you can laugh on a programme, the world laughs with you. If you're miserable on a programme, everybody else is miserable on the programme. But no, we have a bit of fun. We come in here, we have a bit of a laugh. You know, we go out, we socialise, you know, go to fun fairs, go on holiday together. Nudist camp this year. Very excited. Very excited. Corey's not wild, but about the idea. But I said it'll be okay after we've got over the embarrassment for you in the first sort of hour or so. You know, we'll just sort of carry on as normal. So the soundbite last Friday was an odd sound. What was it, Steve? Well, we found it through the miracle of modern technology. This appears on Eddie Mayer's programme. And so here is last Friday's soundbite. I haven't heard it yet, so I've got no idea until I hear it. What in God's name was that? What was that? Should we hear it again? I've got no idea what that was. In the back of my mind somewhere, it's a case of war. It was like that thing, wasn't it? But I don't know what the other house. You think I was impressing a car? The sound of a car? No, I think that's a case of... Wasn't it to do with, you know, people who didn't fancy Gemma Collins? You know, the one thing you're never likely to hear is... I thought that's what it was. But the end bit, I've got no idea. That sounds most peculiar. Most peculiar, but bless Eddie for publicising the programme. Thank you very much indeed. Honestly, we have the most fun on this programme. Even my boss will phone me up and say, very cheerful mood this morning. I said, I'm cheerful mood every morning. I don't have a non-thing. So are you doing a soundbite of a soundbite now? I don't know. Which is funny. Steve, half a year late thanks to a pandemic-related blunders at Student Finance, due to start in February, says Monica. Hopefully they won't mess it up again. Anyway, I've just received unconditional offer and almost filled up the registration for ancient history and classical archaeology. Busy time. I love history. There's something about history that, I love. If there's a history programme on the television, or there's a DVD, I think there was one that came out at the 7 Ages of Britain, and it's got all these things you think, I need to go around the country and start seeing all this stuff. Because there's so much out there, wherever you are. I mean, just down the road from Egham is Runnymede, where they signed the Magna Carta. It's all on the other side. You've got the river, then there's a road, then there's a field, and then there's this... I think the Americans put it up. I don't know why the Americans put it up. I've got this, I might be wrong. And it looks like a little sort of pagoda type thing, and that's where they allegedly signed the Magna Carta. They all assembled, all the kings and people. I think that's quite exciting, don't you? I mean, I like the idea that it happened there. Yeah. You did agree? Nothing worse, is there? Hate a show-off. It's ridiculous. Of course, I left school at 15 with no qualifications whatsoever. And I think you find I'm earning the most in this little team here, so you work it out. What were the advantages to staying on at school? None, as far as I was concerned. None at all. In fact, actually, I left school at 15. I was about one of the last people, not the last piece, but the last sort of group of people who could leave at 15. So I was working at 15. I was able to go out there and get a job at 15. Because I think at 15 we thought we were quite grown up. I didn't see the point of staying at school. My first job was working in a shop. I worked in a department store, in the carpet department, for £5, 19 and 6 a week. Just under £6 a week. I thought I'd arrived. Seriously, I went home, my mother, little brown pay packet, whoa! And I'd been to buy a jumper in the department store. And my mother said, so, how much money have you got left? I went, £1. And she went, you're going to have to live for another week on that, and you haven't paid me any housekeeping either. I went, housekeeping? What's housekeeping? You don't think you're going to be earning money and living for free? So we changed the thing. But I bought a jumper, which cost me the best part of, I think, £3.50 for a jumper. Honestly, I was quite trendy. But, that was my first job. Then I went into soft furnishings, and then I moved up to John Lewis, to Healess in Reading, worked in their carpet department, which was so much easier. You didn't have to do anything. Before, the fitter would go out, measure up the house. People would have an estimate done. We'd have to put the estimate together. Well, I hated that. No computers, remember. It was all hand done. In John Lewis, somebody would come in, like Jake, and he'd go, I'm thinking of having, can I get an estimate for hall, stairs and landing? And I'd go, yeah, pick out the carpet you want. I would then take the details, go into a room, give it to one of the secretaries in there. She would then deal. I didn't have to do anything else. That was my job done. They would go out, measure, do the estimate. And I just carried on selling. And you got a bonus at Christmas. Not anymore. I think this couple of last Christmases, there's been no bonus at John Lewis at all. Very embarrassing. But no, I loved shop work. I thought it was great. Didn't pay any money, but it was great fun. Oh, dear. That and a cup of tea in the morning. What more do you need? LBC. Steve says, Roger, apart from your programme, the only good bit of good regular news over the last 10 months was the discovery of the vaccine. Yep. Absolutely, I agree with you. That still makes me slightly angry at the ignorance of some people who go, how do we know it's been tested properly? They can't just make something up and then go, oh, that's the vaccine. They've got to be... This one's been tested for years. They didn't just invent it the other week. It's been in the making for a long, long time. Also, Steve, was your soundbite the impersonation of Scooby-Doo? I don't know, actually. Roger says, nudist camp, watch the barbecue. Yes. How do you know how popular your show is? Because I've told you. Well, I'm sorry, you doubt an honest presenter? I am the most popular programme in this time slot. Nobody comes anywhere close to it. We have the 4 a.m. spike. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the figure goes, whoosh, it's like a rocket. Ask anybody. If you've got half a brain, you might better manage it. But, I mean, it's very easy to find. You can find it. It's not difficult. Also... I enjoyed your rendition of a full English breakfast, and Fat Bloke says, I am one, says Nick. Everybody raves on brown sauce, but my taste buds prefer barbecue. What do you think? I think you need to lose weight. That's all I can tell you, because the other day, what did they say? And you heard it. It was a news story. Another way people think that radio presenters make it up. It's all from the newspapers. It's all corroborated evidence. They said the quickest way to a grave is a full English. Because everything is fried. Fried bacon, fried sausages, fried bread, fried chips, fried eggs. All bad for you. All bad for you. Because they're fried. I don't know what to have to eat today, actually. I don't know what to have for for tea. I might go and... I might definitely get some more spare ribs. They're very nice. Tomorrow's Thursday, isn't it? We've got all this jubilation going on over in America, which will be very... You'll hear it live on LBC. I don't know who's actually covering it. Is it Eddie Mayer, I think? Eddie and Simon Marks. Fantastic. What a combination. What a combination. And then Nick will be talking about it tomorrow. He'll be talking about it this morning, actually, I should imagine. I'm just having a quick look. Oh, no. This is... This is yesterday's Ferrari read. Unless you're having Cressida Dick in again today, which I think is highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. You know. Did you not look? Yeah, okay, thanks. In the meantime, we got a poem. We had one yesterday, which was not very long. This one's average, by Ken Nesbitt. And it's called I'd Like to Be a Movie Star. I'd like to be a movie star. I'd do it if I could. I'd pack up my belongings and move to Hollywood. As soon as I arrived there, I'd make my screen debut. I'd star in flashy action films, adventure movies too. I'd be in countless comedies to make the viewers laugh. Then, when they saw me on the street, they'd want my autograph. I'd soon become so famous that the world would know my name. I'd hang out with celebrities and join the Hall of Fame. I'd buy a fancy mansion on an island paradise. I'd love to be a movie star. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? There's just one little problem, just one complicating fact. My parents tell me every day, I don't know how to act. Cute. So, I'd like to be a movie star by Ken Nesbitt. Can I act? Every day between 4 and 7. I act the part of a happy presenter for whom life is wonderful. I mean, there's a couple of things I would change about myself. Just a couple of things. You know, I think. I mean, apart from that, though, yeah, be fine. Oh, wait, I could tell the food's arrived. The phone rang. Look at him. Look, he's off like an exocet. Blow the programme, the food's arrived. Terrible. It's not even a by your leave, may I, or whatever. Just gone. So, the Only Fools and Horses fans can pay tribute to the show. What's up for sale? Del Boy, the number plate, but it's not boy. It is DEL, and the boy is 3OY, so it looks like boy, sort of. I suppose, but if you position the pegs on it, you could probably make it look like boy. It comes with a price tag of £30,000. Seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it, for a number plate, just to have Del Boy on there? I don't think so. Shan't be buying that one. And how much help celebrities have had to stay looking young. But, of course, the moment it starts all going pear-shaped, like poor Katie Price's face, which is definitely heading down to her feet, you start realising that, my God, you've let yourself go. Completely. Steve, the largest use for desiccated coconut is chicken korma. Is it really? Well, actually, no, a desiccated coconut. My mother used to make coconut pyramids. She'd had little moulds, make these little sponge cakes, then she'd cover them with apricot jam and roll them in desiccated coconut. Delicious. Very good. From your carpet days, you know about shag pile. Oh, listen, I could go into a carpet department now and sell you carpeting within seconds. I'm just very good at selling. Very good. It doesn't matter what it is, actually. I've learnt that's my forte. I can convince people to buy something because I believe in it. And if I like it... I won a prize, actually. A bloke came into the carpet department and he wanted to look at linoleum, vinyl flooring. And I showed him this particular one, which we had. And he said, would you recommend it? I said, absolutely. I said, look at it. This is... The pattern match is easy. And then after I'd done this sort of selling spiel for about 10 minutes, he went, congratulations. I went, what? He said, I'm a secret shopper. You've just won yourself... What did I get? £5. Well, I earned £5 in a week. So to win £5, and he was from the company, and they were testing and seeing what people were doing. So secret shopping. which is great. I was so excited. I can't remember what I did with it. Steve, the English breakfast claim is not right. You can grill, but they don't, though. I wish they did, Peter. They don't grill it, darling. They fry it. You know why? It's quicker. Nobody's going to grill something. Definitely not. Definitely not. He says you can grill bacon, sausages and hash brown and griddle eggs. Yes, you can. But they don't. Because where you're buying this, I was going to say, you left this studio, like, 1 minute you're up, you look at the phone, I thought, oh, it's either a date or the breakfast has arrived. What does it look like? Oh. What have you ordered? Would you get something free? Do you get free Viennetta or something? Something. You can't eat it with your mask on, Corey. Don't be silly. Okay. Oh, yes, we do the travel. Let's do you don't have to put your mask on for the travel. It's a heavy company. Somebody else telling me check out an air fryer. Listen, I'm not talking about us cooking it. I'm talking about when you go out and you have a full English. They don't use an air fryer. Sorry to break it to you, but they actually do fry. Chips, sausages, bacon, everything. It's all fried in a frying pan. Merci bien. And that's why it sends you to an early grave. I'm quite sure there are other ways of doing it, like not eating it in the first place. Means you could save all that excess fat going into your arteries. In what can only be described as an opposite of the meeting of the minds, Colleen and Rebecca are getting together for more crisis talks. Aren't you just bored with these two dullards, two boring people? Just go away. Would you like to interview Sarah Harding? Good God, no. Thank you very much indeed. No, definitely not. She's also not well at the moment. I don't think she's doing any interviews. I think she's living at home with her mother. I think the money went out ages ago. Because the trouble is, unless you're working for these groups that are continually having hit singles, there's no income. They don't write anything. Little Mix, I don't think they write any of their songs. It's written by somebody else. So little Jessie Nelson, whatever she ends up doing, I hope she's saved her money. I do hope so. Because otherwise, if you get the likes of Cheryl Baker, and she's been in the business for years, it's very difficult. Very difficult to survive because there's nowhere for them to go. You can't do any tours at the moment. There aren't any other things going on. So Little Mix and all these other groups. You imagine if you're a sort of a new group and you've given up your day job, working and pick and mix in Woolworths, and then you decide that you're going to be a popsicle star. Well, there are thousands who fall by the wayside. Thousands. Because they just seem to think somebody gives you some pretty costumes to wear. You do a few posy dance numbers. And then you go to the top of the charts and they give you millions of pounds. I wish it was so simple. I wish it was as simple as that, but I promise you it really isn't. Knowing you're up to date on the Steph Show, no, I don't watch it. I absolutely don't watch it at all, Nick. Not remotely interested in watching that. Pile of rubbish. Absolute pile of rubbish. It's of no interest to me. Far too many guests, far too horrible mess. She doesn't hold it together particularly well. In fact, she doesn't hold it together full time. She really doesn't. Steve, Rudely Awaken and foxes. I thought it was something dreadful, but it was foxes outside the house. They do make a lot of noise, foxes, especially, not normally, but if they're having sex, they make noise. You know why? Because how can I do this? It's no good if the vixen wants to get away from the male fox because his willy is so designed, it's like a corkscrew. And so they can't separate. They can't separate. So they have to sort of stay there. So I think that's why she makes the noises. That's what I think, actually. That's what I think. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. All of your texts and emails, everything gets mentioned on the programme this morning. But, I don't ever hear noises from foxes. Probably out in the countryside you do, and some people in the inner city gardens, but, we don't have an inner city garden, so it doesn't make any difference. Matthew says, this talk of breakfast and food is making me very hungry. In fact, I'm getting up cooking a toasted bacon sandwich. Well, that's what the boys are having their breakfast. They look so happy, honestly. It's like, could you make them any happier? Only if you said to them, we're doubling your salary and you've now got a 6-month holiday fully paid. They would then look very, very happy as well, actually. Another one here, which is talking about the jab. I must be getting very close to the jab. I must be, really, really very close to getting the jab. I hope so, anyway. Dates are energy and fibre excellent, but check this out. I'm type 1 diabetic, says Dave. And, quote, if we eat dates after a meal, it keeps the sugar levels under control. You see, I might have dates once a year. No more than once a year. I'm not wild about them. Not wild about them at all. I mean, I can eat them because I think they're actually quite nice, but they're very messy. Very sticky. But, listen, different things work for different people, especially if you're diabetic. There was a bloke in hospital the other day, this one who, if he didn't have this operation, which he turned out not to need, they were looking at some part of your gut that if it stops working, it sort of dies and you need to get rid of it. Otherwise, you die. It was all, and so he did go ahead with it, but it didn't make any difference. And he was diabetic as well, so that was good. I felt a bit sorry for him, actually. Because he was in hospital. He didn't know what was the matter with him. He used to be a boxer. He said, is it anything to do with me being a boxer? And we're reporting this news now. This is 23 minutes past 5 this morning. It's being reported that US President Donald Trump has pardoned his former senior advisor, Steve Bannon, amongst scores of other people in the final hours of his presidency. Bannon faces trial following his arrest in August on a luxury yacht off the Connecticut coast, accused of siphoning money from We Build the Wall, which was an online fundraiser for Trump's contentious border wall with Mexico. But now he could be let off in a last-minute decision by the outgoing president. Can you imagine how this is going down in America, can't you? Can't you? Oh, goodness sake. Goodness sake. Front page of the paper today, it's heartbroken Thomas Markle says his daughter Meghan spurned him. Do you know, the more I read about this family, the more I'm so glad I don't know any of them. I really don't care either. I really don't care. Do whatever you want to do. Do whatever you want to do. We're not interested. But there's pages of it in the newspapers, pages of it. A judge trying the privacy case revealed he'd read every page of Finding Freedom in his spare time, but he won't comment on it, which is interesting. Also, a love rat police officer has admitted marrying for a fourth time despite not being divorced from his third wife. He faces up to 4 months in jail and the sack. Lord. Also, pictures of Vladimir Putin's alleged billion-pound palace have been leaked online, showing an array of staggeringly opulent rooms and even a lap dancing den. Ugh! Tacky. But, and so they've got, a pole dancing stage, a 4-poster bed dominating the room. There's a casino room. Amazing, isn't it? Where does he get his money from? I mean, I can't imagine how much that job must pay. Robbie Williams quarantining. He flew to St Bart's with his wife Ada Field and their 4 children. And on December the 28th for a New Year getaway, but a COVID diagnosis forced him to self-isolate. They're staying in a villa which costs £106,000 a week. Wow. I mean, that is like 106,000. If he could afford something like that, imagine how rich Gary Barlow must be. And it's his birthday today. It's his birthday, so many happy returns of the day to Gary Barlow. Corrie star Jimmy Hakashin urged Britain's ethnic minorities to ignore COVID vaccine lies and get jabbed. He spoke out as NHS and government chiefs fear conspiracy theorists are spewing messages online which are dangerous. Of course they are. You get the balmy ones. I read this on a site in Guatemala and it says we shouldn't be having it because it's dangerous to it. Yeah, well, when you're lying in bed breathing your last, reflect on just how dangerous you've made it for everybody else. Thieves stole a sports club shed, leaving the contents behind. They cut through the bolted doors, lifted the structure off its base and carried it away. Who in their right mind nicks a shed? A 6-foot shed. The club chairman described the theft as unbelievable nonsense and a senseless act of vandalism. I mean, you'd have to have a lorry or a flatbed truck to take this away. You can't just walk it down the road, can you? He said, next time I might paint it in the club colours, black and amber. It'd be pretty obvious in somebody's garden. Yeah. Can you imagine the sort of person who nicks these sort of things, can't you? Not the brightest penny. Here we go. Vogue cover star Romeo. Only the once. They've had to dye his hair, cake him in makeup, and he's another hugely successful member of the Beckham family. Blend it like Beckham. He's long been hailed for his style. Who writes this garbage, honestly? Who's written it? Dear me. Kate Jackson looks at the way Romeo's mimicking mum and dad. You hoping for an invite to the party or something, love? Football. All 3 boys signed for the Arsenal Training Academy. Doesn't mean to say they can play football. It's like if your father's a leading heart surgeon, doesn't follow that you can be a leading heart surgeon. He's done modelling. He was given his first at just 10 years old. He's hardly done any at all. It's just that every time he does something, you know, like break wind or something, or pick his nose, it makes the newspapers. Unlike his older brother Brooklyn, who frequents red carpet events. Does he? When was that? Who'd want Brooklyn Beckham on any red carpet? I mean, that shows a sign that you've really plumbed some depths. But apparently Romeo prefers to stay out of the limelight. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's why he's on the front of, I think it's L'Uomo Vogue, which I think is... which one's that? Is that the Italian version of it? It's not even the British or the American one, which is a bit embarrassing, really. And he just looks a little bit androgynous, which is maybe not the best look for him, but because I keep saying he looks like his mother. That's the last thing you'd want, isn't it, really? You know, is he a marvellous model? He looks like his mother. What? And a house has gone on the market. Unfortunately, there's something odd about this one. In the back garden is buried Michael Jackson. This is Michael Jackson, the odd job man who died, aged 61 in September last year. His dying wish was to be laid to rest in his own garden, which is perfectly legal. You can all do it, but the council have to check you're not on a water course or anything like that, you know, if they're going to dig down. But you can be buried there, and so his grieving family made sure the wish was granted. The vicar consecrated the ground where the fish pond once was and had an intimate service. The family now put the house on the market. Who wants somebody's father buried in your back garden? What a stupid family. Can't believe it. Estate agent photos show the disturbed soil where Michael's coffin was buried, and the listing comes with a warning note. His mum says Michael loved the house and always said he wanted to be buried there. Well, I can't see anybody wanting to buy it, unless they dig him up and have him moved. That's the only way. He said Dad was born, and this is his son Michael, born and lived all his life in the house. It seems right he remains there. No, it doesn't. Because you've now put it on the market. I mean, the house has got an asking price of $125,000. They say Michael's a cheeky chappy. Well, that doesn't solve the problem. In fact, he's buried in your back garden. What do you do? Open it up to the pub? No, you can have him removed. You'll have to do that. You'll have to get him removed to somewhere else. You'll have to have somebody coming round. His wishes carried out and the property will be sold as is. It was his wishes to be buried in the garden. I'm going out as a firework, I've decided. Or to be put into a big firework and then blasted up into the sky. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? It's amazing, actually, because I think people get bored during lockdown. So if you're a celebrity, you go and have Botox or cosmetic surgery. People like Sharon Osbourne, who, to be honest with you, I think looks fantastic. I think she looks really good. And then there's Katie Price, who just looks like a walking disaster. I mean, seriously, how to ruin yourself. Old woman attempts to have cheap cosmetic surgery, and boy, does it look it. Dolly Parton, and she says, my look is really based on a country girl's idea of glam. I wasn't naturally pretty, so I make the most of what I've got. So she's 75. She's had everything. She's had a boob job, forehead lift, nose job, eyelid surgery, and a chin-op. What would you have, boys? What would you have done if you could have anything, you know, anything done to enhance yourself? A tummy tuck. Okay. Well, you could have liposuction now. Have you seen how they do it? It looks horrible. It's like a long needle which they put in and they hoover out fat. So the fat doesn't go back to the places they've hoovered. It just goes either side of it. It looks even worse. Ghastly. What would you have done, Corey? Yeah, well, apart from everything, I suppose, really. I mean, I don't know. We're starting with the facelift, the eyes, the bags, the Botox, change the nose, the liposuction, bottom lift, and perhaps your feet change for hooves. All of this can be done. All of this can be done. Simon Cowell's had loads of it, and he was rumoured to have given his co-stars Botox vouchers as Christmas gifts. But unfortunately, he can't move his face. Surprisingly, Barry Manilow has faced rumours of facelifts and Botox, but he denied them. He said, this is just the way I'm ageing. I think not, dear. Why do people deny it? Why do people deny it? I mean, it was like, Barry Manilow came out as gay, and we went, ooh. Anybody in the business went, yeah, and? Ryland Clark Neal. He spent £25,000 on his teeth veneers and thinks you should feel free to change your looks without judgment. Well, what are you talking about it for, then? You're a hypocrite. He says, I've had bits and bobs done. Yeah, I mean, he used to look so much better before. Now he just looks freaky. Ming the Merciless. That's what he looks like. Ming the Merciless. You know, there's no wrinkles, but of course, the moment he stops the Botox and all the other thing, and his hair dies, starts going grey, oh dear, it's going to be the rapid ageing of Ryland Clark Neal. Kate Winslet, they say, Renée Zellweger, Emma Thompson, Olivia Colman, and Mickey Rourke. I mean, I just don't think it's necessary to have cosmetic surgery. You know, if you look after yourself, you should be fine. But when you look at what poor old Jordan looks like, I mean, it's obviously some illness she's got, I should imagine. I can't think of any other reason. What have we got here? Oh, Nielsen. Do you know Dennis Nielsen, the serial killer, dead now, thank God, moaned he was insulted to be compared to Mora's murderer, Myra Hindley. He died after serving 35 years in high-security prisons. He murdered and dismembered at least 12 men. He's got this book out, which is the result of his diaries, where he talks in graphic detail. Somebody's actually published it. I mean, I can't believe why anybody would ever publish this kind of filth. Seriously, I can't go there at all. It just annoys me so much. So he did these murders at 2 North London homes between 78 and 83. Sentenced to life, later extended to a whole life tariff. And he said the reason, when he was likened to Moore's murderer Myra Hindley, he said he helped the police. You know, because most of these sort of people, they're sick in the head, and God knows he was sick in the head. It's a shame, actually, that we didn't, still have, something a little bit more, befitting for somebody who murdered so many people. So he typed 6,000 pages detailing his life growing up as a young boy in Scotland. Basically, my path to being a mass murderer. That was his sort of get-off. That was his get-off. He met loads of extreme offenders, because in certain places, because you know that Jonathan Levi did a documentary on Rampton, and there is a certain category of serious offenders, murderers and things like that, and they all hang around together because they're sick. They're sick people. You really want to make them suffer, but they don't. We seem to look after them until they just drop dead of natural causes. But thank goodness, Nielsen, who looked like such an ordinary person, you'd never have known. But then, that was exactly the same way for that other husband and wife, the Sutcliffes, who went out there and murdered. And somebody said, how were they able to get away with it? And somebody said, because they looked ordinary. They looked ordinary. All these people, they don't have the word murderer stamped across here. They just look like your next-door neighbour. In fact, in some cases, they were your next-door neighbour. Steve says, Nick, which part of Dolly Parton is actually 75 years old? Well, I don't think there's anything that's visible. I don't think so. Definitely not. Ali Ross on The Masked Singer says he's Lenny Henry. Oh, thank you, we can't do that, as you can well imagine. The trouble is, Lenny Henry has now turned into a cracking actor. It's just that nobody's working at the moment. Steve, you made us so hungry, I'm about to put the bacon on. Well, listen, why not? Goodness sake. Ryland looks like a horse, says Paul. Yes, I mean, I have to be honest, he does look peculiar. But there again, I'm sure he's really happy with it. But, he's 32 now. This is the downward slide years. Unless you keep up with Botox, you're going to look really odd. Really, really odd. It's expensive, but you have it done every so often. And he dyes his hair, which is now looking like a really bad dye job. Not very good at all. What next for Donald Trump's women at war? Melania and Ivanka. I mean, surely somebody saw the joke there, didn't they? This is my daughter, Ivanka. And Melania as well, a peculiar-looking person, if ever there was. I've all sorts of rumours about her. Apparently she arrived in America on a tourist visa and lived a modest life. Of course she did. As what, we're not too sure, but she's not showing Biden's missus around the White House, which is standard thing. You really are a vile specimen, aren't you? But there again, they go well together. Very well. Also, Terry Pratchett's home is for sale. £800,000 in Somerset. £800,000. I'm not sure if I'd want a home that was owned by somebody somebody like Terry Pratchett. I don't mind owning something that was maybe owned by, Henry VIII or something like that, or Anne Boleyn. I'd like to live in a castle, big thick walls. Must be quite warm, mustn't it, really? I don't know. It's too recent. It's too recent. It's like, would you sleep in a bed in somebody's house if you knew somebody had died in it? See? There you go. Same sort of thing. Same sort of thing. Would you get in the same bath that Terry Pratchett had been in after he died? Well, not after he died, but, while he was alive. Would you want to still use the bathroom? Or would you have it all replaced? See? Come round to my way of thinking now, haven't you? A minute ago, it was all... So it's... You'd move house, yeah. You'd move house. Or Somebody used to live in your flat. Yeah, but did you know them? Are they dead? Well, there you go. What's the matter with that? It's only if somebody's died that you sort of say, oh, you know, so the person who lived there before died. They died in that chair. There. You think, oh, right. Everybody's got funny little hang-ups and phobias. What else we got today? We got Kate Garraway. She's going to write a book, actually, which is very good. And the annual television awards are not going to be happening. They say it's unworkable. And yet, strange enough, Ant and Dec are going ahead with Saturday Night Takeaway with sort of a socially distanced audience. And no, that one's going to work. I don't think it's going to work at all well, actually. They need the audience to fit. It just doesn't work without having an audience in there whooping and cheering and doing all the rest of it. The reunited States of America step up. President Biden. Trump, off you go, girlie. Not you. Not for you anymore. Not for you. But he's already do we know how many people he's pardoned already, or is it just we've only heard about one? He's pardoned. There's supposed to be about 100, isn't there, that he's pardoning? You can imagine he's going to be doing this to sort of upset the apple cart. He's not going to be doing it for any other reason. I can't think of it. Chip off the old Beck, Vogue star Romeo. Once. The rubbish these people write in the newspapers. And former Spice Girl Vic told proud of you, Romeo Beckham. She always refers to him as Romeo Beckham. Unfortunately, I wish he could say the same about his mother. Proud of you, Mum, if only the shop was working. I mean, that can't go for much longer, can it? But I'm more impressed with a woman called Evelyn Lipman. Evelyn Lipman. You don't know who she is. I don't know her. She's 96. She's 96. She's just received a life-saving COVID jab. Why is she important? Because she's a Holocaust survivor. She was in a number of camps. Her father was killed by the Nazis. She witnessed unimaginable suffering in 4 concentration camps and a death march. But after having the Pfizer vaccine in her adopted country, she described being overwhelmingly overjoyed. Her son Anthony said his mother was completely okay despite a bout of tiredness. Isn't that amazing? She survived Leopoldstadt, Theresienstadt, Auschwitz, Belsen, and Salzwedel. She received sanctuary in 1947, and she lives in Walton-on-Thames. Walton-on-Thames. Her daughter, Kate, who took Evelyn to her vaccination, said she was eager, but it was a bit stressful at the same time. Good for her. Listen, to survive things like that, we've got no idea. No idea. Peter Sutcliffe was a Yorkshire Ripper. The other ones were the Wests. Rose and Fred. Rose, who then turned gay in prison, big surprise there, and Fred, who did the decent thing and hanged himself in his cell. And so we never got the opportunity of of seeing him suffer for what he put people through. But LBC got the first interview with their son, who didn't quite know exactly what was going on in the house until the police arrived, and then they suddenly realised they were digging up the garden, they were digging up the cellar, they were finding, bodies all over the place. And, please God, Rose West is never released from prison. Apparently, Pablo says Ryland's hair colour is naturally ginger. I know. Why would you want to, if you're ginger, want to dye it black? He looks ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's such a bad dye job as well. And the worst thing is, when you dye your hair, you're going to end up, once the grey bits start showing through, not good. Not good. He's going to age overnight, but still be exactly the same presenter he was before. The Duchess of Sussex's letter to her estranged father was written to defend her against charges of being an uncaring or unloving daughter. Do you know why these people... I must be really odd. Why would you want to play out your family's misgivings in a courtroom in front of, the world? Why would you want to do that? What embarrassment, what hatred there must be. What hatred there must be between father and daughter. I can't believe it. You'd never do anything. I was always taught to respect my parents. Quite clearly, she does what she wants to do. I just think that seems to have run through. Perhaps it's difficult. If somebody says to you, you're a big star, you're this, you're that, I suppose you start believing it, don't you, after a while? I don't know, I've never taken any notice, but I know other people who've been deeply affected by, when somebody goes, oh, you're a huge star, and then, of course, it all collapses. It's like all these poor creatures from Love Island, and that's just the boys. And then you watch them in Essex the other day. The only way is Essex, or as I prefer to call it, the only way is down, because you're not going anywhere else. And they were all there. Poor old Chloe Sims, sitting next to that bloke she had an affair with for 2 years, but kept it quiet from the rest of the cast. Obviously indicated she's got no friends whatsoever. And it's just a pile of tosh, an absolute pile of tosh. It's not like Essex, not the Essex I know anyway. Did you know since lockdown we're drinking more? I beg to differ. I only had 2 this morning. They always say that, wine's a corking idea for lockdown. It's not really. They always have a picture of somebody drinking red wine because it looks like wine, whereas if you put a glass of white wine on, it just looks like water. But apparently we are a nation of wine lovers. No, we're not. We don't know anything about wine. I remember we did a wine programme years ago on LBC, and somebody phoned up and said, I've just bought a bottle of wine in so-and-so supermarket. It was $1.95. Could it be worth more in years to come? The wine expert at the other end went, no, that's a drink it now, preferably before the weekend, otherwise it'll go off. Steve, here's a blue plaque going to be placed on each of the mucky mansions that Katie Price ever lived in. If I owned a house and she turned up to rent it, the answer would be no chance. No chance. She's wrecked 2 houses at the moment. You know why? She's filthy. She has no idea about cleaning or anything else. Really bad. Really, really bad. Now, what was I looking for? Yes, very shortly, they say, you may be charged to bank your money. The rates are terrible. Absolutely terrible. One of them, an average easy access ISA rate is 0.25%. Very bad. Priti Patel, who's coming in this morning to talk to Nick Ferrari, is mentioned by Anne Widdecombe in her column today, and she says, we all remember the notorious memo of Labour spin doctor Joe Moore stating that 9/11 was a good day to bury bad news. Anne Widdecombe says, I've been wondering for months now what COVID might be driving out of the news, but it looks as if good news might be a victim too. After decades of dither, such a good word, dither, the police are finally getting the powers to curb illegal travellers' camps. If Priti Patel can deliver that one, she'll have finally cracked the problem that her predecessors have shirked, despite the means to do so always having been there. Presumably, she's not afraid of being branded a racist or anti-gypsy. Whether the police will be as robust remains to be seen. Now, it's interesting that Priti's coming in today, and I bet you anything Nick will be asking about this. This will be sort of top of the agenda, plus all the other things. Because I've discovered with Priti Patel, much as I love her, we get loads of, I'm going to be doing this, going to be doing that, going to be doing... And we don't seem to see anything. I want to see some, if I say to the producer, decorate this studio by tomorrow morning, I expect him to get in here with his rolls of wallpaper and start putting up flocked wallpaper. Oh, we've still got that one ball, haven't we? Is that it? Have you taken your tree down for Christmas yet? I'd only asked. You've still got the tree up? It's locked out. Yeah, you're right, actually, yeah. Yeah. Yours is still up. Is it really? What, with all the decorations on it? Is it really? Good Lord. So I find that somewhat peculiar, me being about as normal as it gets. I took my tree down, but I don't put balls on it. I just do other things. Chris is really Christoph, and he's my only tobacco dependence treatment practitioner listener. He's been downloading the podcast for 3 years. He said, I'm sharing you good news. Tomorrow, Wednesday, today, I'll have my first vaccination at the Maudsley Hospital. I can't wait. I'm only 46 and without underlying medical conditions, but I work daily on 6 medium secure forensic hospital wards in the Bethlehem Royal Hospital, and it's not easy. Trying to save on average 10 to 20 years of life of someone who's been in addiction since childhood, and now the COVID that wipes away regardless of what or who we are. Very cruel. He says, I can't wait to hear that you can have your invitation soon. He says, when you get it, we will all celebrate. There will be much jubilee. Oh, don't worry, I will be telling you. I'll be shouting it from the blooming rooftops. I'm getting my vaccine. Halinka says, my flavour of the month, and they're in at the moment, blood orange sorbet. Blood orange sorbet. And she said, I can't get enough of it. Well, in fact, you will find blood orange in all the supermarkets. Yeah. Have you ever had blood oranges? Oh, right. They're like oranges that have got that red colour in it. So when you cut it in half, it's sort of, as opposed to it being orange colour, it's red. And the actual fruit on the outside, it's orange, but with sort of shades of red going over it. Blood. I'm surprised you've not had blood. You haven't eaten anything, has he, really? I'm tempted to ask about other fruit and vegetables, but there's no point in upsetting. No, I was just saying to Jake, you're all right. Nothing's happening. No, nothing. Glenn Miller's plane's not arrived. And there you go, blood orange, there you go, top there. Everything you need to know. But you can make, I mean, that sounds lovely. And you can also get blood orange juice, can you? Ooh, I say. That sounds lovely. But blood orange sorbet. I love a sorbet. We don't eat enough sorbet in this country. It's very good. If you go to posh restaurants, they give you a little sorbet in between courses to cleanse your palate. There you go. There's something that you could make. Tastes like raspberry. Well, I don't know. I've never had it. I'm not rich like you. What? No, I took the mickey out of you because I can. Nothing to... It's not a case of do what I do. It's a case of do what I say. Go on. Steve says, Tracy, my partner has been listening to LBC for years. He has this channel on practically all the time, especially when he's driving, working, and especially all through the night. And I just wanted to say, I now love listening to you because you put a smile on my face. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Not every presenter does that. Different presenters have different strengths. What are you doing now? What is going on? Why are we all standing up all of a sudden? Oh, right, have you opened the door? You see, you could have the door open to get some air through the place. That's very popular. I can't do that. And then somebody says, stop it. This is Ali. Seaweed in ice cream. Yeah, absolutely. It's a thickening agent. I thought everybody knew that. I didn't realise that, that people sort of still go, don't be silly, seaweed. Yeah, it's a thickening agent in ice cream. Check it out on the internet. Check it out. I'm never wrong. Never, ever wrong. Also, that's a good story I can't do, because it's still in court. But here's a very strange one. This is a curry food factory worker, okay, who told he didn't understand recipes because he was white, has won a claim of racial discrimination. So, when Colin Sorby complained about the comments, including he should work for an English firm, his shifts dried up and he was effectively sacked. So he decides to go to the Employment Tribunal, and they ruled that the comments at the Mumtaz Foods in Bradford, one of the UK's leading food manufacturers, violated his dignity. Have you ever heard of such a thing? The hearing was told his supervisor, Azim Akhtar, thought only British Asians should be allowed to work at the company. Well, you can't do that. That's discrimination. Mr. Akhtar claimed he later apologised for his remarks, but the Leeds Tribunal didn't believe him. The employment judge said the tribunal is satisfied. Mr. Akhtar told the claimant this was an Asian company and he should go and work for an English company. Well, what did they take him on in the first place for, then? Compensation will be awarded at a later date. I'm going to be looking for this one. How much compensation would that be? I don't know, 10,000, 15,000? I don't know what it would be worth. I have no idea. But isn't that... Fancy saying that to somebody? You wouldn't say that. So somebody's been taken on, and then he goes, oh, you shouldn't be here. You're white. You should go and work for an English company. This is for British Asians. You think, well, somebody gave him the job in the first place. Torrential rain set to follow strong winds, ice and snow. Oh, God. I'm looking at the pictures. Cambridgeshire, underwater. Also, the River Ouse burst its banks. Leicester, water. Somerset, Dorset. All these places. We know all these places, but all suffering. A Ferrari on the M62 flipped over. Why is it that people, you get really bad weather conditions, they go, I think I'll go for a drive down the motorway. And you go, I wouldn't. There is a very good chance that your car could flip over. And consequently, his car did flip over. Being a Ferrari, I should imagine it costs a little bit more than most people's to sort out. Also, I'll tell you the other side of the news, because it's a good one, actually. It's the top television mishaps. And... some of them you'll remember, some of them you won't remember. But there's a lot of flashing. There's a lot of flashing. So I'll tell you about that, the other side of the news. Plus, we'll celebrate a couple of nice birthdays. We've got some good birthdays for you today. And the unluckiest pub, bar none. They were talking with Darren. They were talking about the oldest pub in the country. I thought it was the Prospect of Whitby down the Thames. You go down there and it's on the left-hand side, I think. But they were coming up with all these other pubs I'd never heard of. I thought it was the oldest pub. Might be the oldest pub in London. Because there's certain to have been other pubs which are probably a little bit... I nearly said welcome to Friday. I'm wishing away the days. I can't believe it. It's Wednesday. And you know why it's Wednesday. It's because over in America, it's all going on. Now they've got all these people who are being pardoned by Trump. He's obviously going to do it to annoy a lot of people. The sort of people who are going to be sort of pardoned, and the American public are going to be going, are you serious? Are you serious? Carrageenans, or carrageenans, are a family of linear sulfated polysaccharides that are extracted from the red edible seaweeds. They're widely used in the food industry for their gelling, thickening and stabilising properties. So essentially, they're seaweed in your ice cream. But I've been telling people that for years, because I knew that. It's like, I was very disappointed when I went to the first Chinese restaurant, the Hounslow Chinese restaurant, which got into the Good Food Guide, because the food was sensational. The place looked like a bomb had hit it, but the food was absolutely but we used to go there all the time. And I had seaweed. And it was only years later somebody said to me, it's cabbage. And you went, no, it's seaweed. And they went, no, it's fried cabbage. They shred it, but it's really nice. And then I discovered you can buy it in Waitrose, but it's so fat, because it's obviously fried, and it drips in oils and everything else. But I thought it was delicious. Actually, I thought I'd push the boat out. In fact, I probably have pushed the boat out on more than you get. But I mean, this was a restaurant that the moment it got into the Good Food Guide, because the food was so good, they started tarting it all up. The prices went up and everything else. It was a little bit of a disappointment, actually. But I still enjoyed it. Right, boobs on television. Things that get you going, oh my goodness me, that's bad, isn't it? And so these are the television mishaps. Number 10, Ollie Murs revealed the X Factor results too early in 2015. I don't remember that one. Number 9, John Barrowman falls off his chair on Loose Women. Not for the first time. Kanye West storms the stage when Taylor Swift wins the Do you remember that? Kanye West, buffoon of the highest order, storms the stage. Taylor Swift's just doing her acceptance thing, and he takes away, this should have been won by whoever it was. Number 7, Professor Robert Kelly's children interrupted the BBC News interview in 2017. I don't remember that one. You remember that one? Oh, well, I assume that's what it was. I don't remember it at all, actually. Number 6, Janet Jackson flashed a boob at the Super Bowl while America went into meltdown. America, the country that brings you as much pornography as you need, went into meltdown because there they were doing the Super Bowl, and Janet Jackson, it fell away, and my goodness me, she's a woman, and she's got a boob, and people saw it, and but Christian groups everywhere were going absolutely apoplectic. At the Brits, number 5, Madonna fell off the stage. You remember, she was going up the stage, and then she fell off. And everybody had a bit of a laugh at that one. Carol Kirkwood calls joggers doggers in 2020. I mean, that sounds to me like a sort of a deliberate slip. Thomas Schaffenacre, number 3, gives a middle finger salute in 2010. Number 2, Joe Wicks accidentally breaks wind in 2021. Hello, everybody. Sounds like Mickey Mouse. What do you think the top television mishap was? You'll remember it vividly. In fact, you can find it on YouTube right now. Judy Finnegan at the National Television Awards in the year 2000 gets up, her coat falls apart, and she's there pictured in her bra. And she goes all the way up to the stage with Richard, and she doesn't know that the coat is open. I mean, how you would not know, I don't know. Somebody had to... The audience were laughing. Richard obviously thought, it's because I'm really being hilarious, and all the rest. And of course, it wasn't. And somebody had to go and pull your coat together. She went, I mean, how you would not know? It's like standing there with no trousers on. For goodness sake. So the full list of presidential pardons offered by Donald Trump what did they say originally? How many were they going for? They said 100. It's actually 143. It includes his former campaign advisor, Steve Bannon. Also the rapper, Lil Wayne. So they all get, 143 people. He's going to do it to upset America. The papers are going to have a field day with him. They'll be glad to get rid of him. It is tradition for the outgoing president to pardon people. Yeah, but he said 100. Can't trust a word he says, can you? I mean, he just basically lie after lie after lie. I think I've heard of Lil Wayne. Probably real name's Eric or something like that. And we told you about Steve Bannon a short while ago. They'll be talking about this morning with Nick Ferrari. So that'll be interesting. Wonder who else high profile is going to feature on that list. I still think Melania's a nasty little piece of work. Mind you, do you remember that other time where Trump gets off the plane? The guard standing at the bottom salutes him. Trump walks right past him. And obviously somebody goes, you should go back. You didn't salute him. So he has to walk all the way back. The walk of shame for Donald Trump, But I think he gets his last ride in Air Force One, doesn't he? Mint balls. And why not? Apparently, a sweet factory worker who mistakenly added a wrong ingredient has created a hit new variety. Staff were making a batch of sugar-free mint balls at the Uncle Joe's Toffee Works when one added licorice extract instead of caramel. It was about to be thrown away when colleagues at the factory in Wigan tasted the product and suggested it be put into production. Now it's been launched under the name Mint with a Hint. The managing director of the firm that makes... they sent me some Uncle Joe's mint balls. Do you remember? I was disappointed to discover they're not round. They're almost oval. No, they're not like that at all. They're just... No, they're not. You don't know anything about them. They weren't sent to you. You don't know anything about them. You don't know anybody, do you? You don't know Phil Vickery. That's a fact. Trying to sort of... He started doing this. Oh, Steve, should I write to Phil? Thank you. I don't know. Don't upset him, honestly. He's a friend at the moment. Anyway, the batch would normally be thrown away, but they expanded the taste testing, so they want to experiment with other flavours too. Have you eaten your tins of sweets that I brought in? Oh, you've eaten them already? Blimey, I thought they're supposed to last for ages. When we used to have them in our car, we'd have one a journey. We only did about 3 journeys a year, so a tin lasted us about a year. They're very nice. I found another tin the other day. You're not having them, they're mine. Have you eaten yours as well? Yeah, of course, that was a stupid question. You remember the tins of sweets? The car sweets? You ate them on day one? What, the whole tin? Honestly, I'm trying to be good and be a paragon of virtue and telling the guys on the team, listen, if we want to be healthy and compete with Roman Kemp, I want to make sure that they look as good looking as they possibly can. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're kind of fighting a losing battle. But, I'm doing my best. And so I'm trying to give them healthy food. So we've got... I didn't give you any pink ladies, did I? Didn't give you... All the dates. Oh, you can come in and get the dates. You have to put your mask on, though. You have to put your little mask on. I'll tell you, I'll wait 5 minutes and I'll do it then, which is much easier. Ewan Blair is richer than his parents. They reckon he's worth 70 million because he's a lawyer. Oh, sorry, Sherry's a lawyer with a property portfolio, but Ewan set to leave them both in his wake after his share in an education start-up company was valued at almost 70 million. That was his share. They reckon the company's worth 147 million. So Ewan Blair has got all this money. That's clever, isn't it? Chief Executive Mr. Blair had a 47% stake, according to filings on Companies House last year, worth 68 million. Well, there's no chance I'm ever going to be in that sort of league. Imagine just checking how much you're worth today. I remember I did come into some money years and years ago. And I became obsessed with going into the bank or phoning them up to go, sorry, can you give me the balance on the account, so-and-so, so-and-so? Because I inherited, not a huge amount of money, but it was enough to sort of warrant picking up the phone and calling the bank on a regular basis. Just so I could hear what was in there, I think, right. So if it's sort of so-and-so, 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 and £63, I can take out £63. So I only wanted round numbers. That's like the person who looks after my bank accounts. If ever we transfer money for tax purposes or whatever else, she'll always round it up so that she said she doesn't like odd pennies lying around. I said, well, I'm the same. Have a look down the side of your settee. You're bound to find money. It's always... I don't know why it's always down the back of your settee. How many people sit there and the money falls out of their pockets? What's that all about? Doesn't make any sense at all. And here it is, before the deluge, water torture, preparing for the worst. The home's in the path of Storm Christoph. And it's amazing, once these rivers swell their banks, ain't nobody safe. And the same could happen here, but we do have the Thames Barrier. And we do have... I think we're going to be okay down here, but don't rest on your laurels. Like, we thought once people started getting the COVID vaccine, we wouldn't see any more COVID deaths. No, we've seen an increase in COVID deaths. Wayne's real name is Dwayne, not Eric, says Barry. Honestly, when was the last time you laughed, Barry? Must have been when somebody called you Barry. Real name's Dwayne. No, it's not, it's Eric. And Charlotte says, was it you on the bus yesterday eating a pie? Yeah, it was. I was eating a meat pie. Oh, it was delicious. I dribbled it all down my chin. It went all over the floor and everything. I was so happy. I did it for Mary. In fact, at the time that I took it out of the packet, I shouted at the top of my voice, "This is for you, Mary." So excited. 2 men stood up and left the bus. How exciting was that? Martin says the scenes on Capitol Hill were shocking. I mean, just shocking. I shall be listening to the inauguration on LBC Radio later. You should do. You should do. It's going to be with Eddie Mayer and Simon Marks on LBC later on. Have you tried the new ready meal from Iceland? Chips, jumbo sausage and curry sauce. No. Do you know, I wouldn't buy that. Isn't that odd? Mainly because I would have thought that the sausage wouldn't be at the standard that I would expect of my sausages. I mean, I'm not bothered about... What? Not bothered about the chips and the curry sauce. It's the standard of the sausages. You know, and also, I like a meaty sausage. You know, I want it to... I can't just... You can't sort of mask a cheap sausage with a bit of curry sauce, I'm afraid. Not my sort of thing. Apparently, young people are deserting the BBC. Apparently so. Declining audience shares pose a risk to the BBC licence fee. Oh, what does that mean? They'll just put it up, won't they? And waste yet more of our money on drivel. Dreadful, honestly. The BBC have said it's a spokesman, so it could be anybody. We've made significant savings and increased efficiencies whilst maintaining our spending on content. Have you really? How marvellous. That's it. You hadn't ever word, excuse me, with your newsroom. They seem to be getting things wrong all the time, don't they? But there again, no telling where it goes from here. Also, the killer, delays at the care homes. There are still people in care homes who haven't had this vaccine. I don't understand why. Do not understand why. Cheryl Baker says the pandemic has left her broke and struggling to pay her taxes. She says the only source of income was the group's one-off streamed live show in October. She said, we had one virtual gig and that was our only income. It's been ridiculously hard. I owe lots of tax. That's bad news, isn't it? If you owe lots of tax. I mean, is the taxman going to be lenient? Excuse me, I've got a bit of coconut stuck in my throat now. Are they going to be lenient with people who are on sort of some sort of difficulty? If you haven't had an income, and if you're in show business, there's a very good chance that you probably haven't because you can't tour. There's nowhere for comedians to work. It's not just comedians, it's ventriloquists, magicians, everything. They've all been very hard hit. If you're an elderly magician, you rely on, 2 or 3 gigs a week or... I'll have some water, actually. Yeah, thank you. And so if that's taken away from you, what do you do? The answer is you just have to kind of weather the storm. But we've had so many of these lockdowns and so many of these things. There's loads of people suffering. I know the Magic Circle have got lots of members who are sort of, falling a bit by the wayside because it's tough for them to survive. Really is. And so she says, I physically haven't got the money to pay anybody because I'm broke. Now, I don't know whether or not, if you owe money to the taxman, you can put yourself into bankruptcy and then it wipes off the debt. I don't know how it works. I'm not familiar enough with the bankruptcy laws. But there must be loads of people like that. Loads of people. You hear about it all the time, unless people have been very good and saved. I mean, I've always said to you that I have been good. I've not been in the past. 30, 40 years ago, I was not very good with money. In fact, I was totally useless. But now I save for my tax. So we always put money aside for the tax. So when the taxman comes a calling, I can pay the tax. Because you don't want to be beholden to the last person you want to be beholden to is the taxman. Taxman and the VAT people. Here's the money. Thank you very much indeed. What they're going to do this year, I've got no idea. I really don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Will we not? Also, asked by departed Woman's Hour presenter Jane Garvey if she'd like her job, Fern Cotton says, I don't think I'd be deemed clever enough. I would think that would be very accurate, dear. Very accurate. We've seen some of the examples of poor Fern Cotton, and it's not particularly brilliant, I'm afraid. Not particularly. And here's Brooklyn Beckham again, another picture of the androgynous boy, and looking a bit like Victoria years ago when she bleached her hair. He's done the same. Thank you. He's actually done the same, and they sort of try and hail him as some sort of superstar model, which he's not, I'm afraid. He's not. In fact, actually, I can't imagine how many people listening to my programme this morning will be buying the latest edition of Le Humo Vogue. I mean, who buys things like that? You see, it's a very expensive glossy magazine, and it's got a picture of Romeo Beckham on the front. They say the double of his mum Posh. Not a good example at all, is it, really? Poor soul. But I don't think people are going to be rushing out for that one. Happy birthday to Gary Barlow. He's 50 today. Voted Britain's greatest songwriter in a 2009 poll. He said, by the time I hit 17 stone 2 pounds, I was unrecognisable and in heaven because no one recognised me. It was rumoured that Madame Tussauds had melted down his waxworks to make Britney Spears. He says, why only Britney? They could have made all three of Destiny's Child. Nothing like taking the mickey out of yourself. Also, Sophie, Countess of Wessex, used to work for LBC. 56. Described as the royal family's secret weapon. It's a nice thing to be described, isn't it? The royal family's secret weapon. Now, who is this? This is, George Burns was born on this day in 1896. I think one of my favourite jokes, he said, I moved into a... He used to stand there with a big cigar. Well, you look as though you're waiting with anticipation for this joke. Oh, no, it's very quite straightforward. He said, I was booked. He said, I did the Hollywood Bowl the other day. He said, and I got in the dressing room, he said, and there was a hole in the wall. He said, and all the young chorus girls were in next door. He said, and I thought, what do? I thought, no, if they want to look, let them look. I thought it was quite good, actually. But he died. I think he had a 93-year career in show business. 93-year career. Amazing, isn't it? He started puffing on cigars at 16 to look like an actor, and at 98, whilst recovering from surgery, he was asked what his doctor thought of his smoking and drinking. Burns said he's dead. He was one of those just little one-liner things. Very dry, very good, very good. 1968, the actress Sharon Tate married the film director Roman Polanski. She was murdered the following year. And in 1986, Margaret Thatcher and the French president, François Mitterrand, agreed to link their two countries by a tunnel. There you go, and the rest, as they say, is history. Also, Rudyard Kipling, in 1936, it was announced, is to be buried in Poets' Corner. They say the estate left by Mr. Kipling will exceed £750,000, by far the greatest fortune ever amassed by an author. This was 1936. You can imagine what that'd be worth today, millions. 1971, the Beatles began to break up. 1965, when they stopped their highly successful tours and started to make more records. Wow. A High Court judge was told yesterday the judge was hearing a case in which Paul McCartney seeks to dissolve the Beatles and Co. partnership. Oh, I still think they're one of the greatest bands in the entire universe. Definitely. 84850. And somebody says, has Joe the Exotic, the Tiger King, been pardoned yet? I fear not. I fear not. Oh, somebody here don't have a name. I always love it when sort of people don't put names on things. You know that they're basically a snowflake and a bit of a wallflower, and also a bit sort of missing in the bankrupt department. Cheryl can't go bankrupt if she owns a house. Yeah, well, she's married. Might be in her husband's name. Might be in her husband's name. That's happened before. You know. And somebody says the tax man must love you. Sure does. Sure does. Loves all of us. Loves all of us. Also, don't let your tax return come back to bite you. Millions are expected to miss the deadline or put off bills this year. But will the taxman show mercy? We don't know. Has Victoria Beckham filed? Has her shop been open? What do we do about Victoria Beckham's shop? I mean, I'm not sure, really, how people who are selling clothes manage to survive. Perhaps she does mail order. Do you think Victoria Beckham does Victoria Beckham offer a mail order service on her hugely successful shop, which hasn't turned a profit in God knows how many years? There must be something that's going on. She's got a makeup range, and you can buy overpriced makeup. I think she was hoping to appeal to the really super-duper market. But as I've said before, what would you rather have, Christian Dior or Victoria Beckham? You know, most of her sort of clothes only seem to fit. I mean, there's one here. I don't know how these things cost this much money. This is a dolman sleeve midi dress in orchid. It's the best part of £1,000. Best part. It goes up to size 41. And that's a lot of money, isn't it? You can also have the shoes in fluorescent orange. Yuck. 450 quid for a pair of shoes. Obviously never been to Primark. What else has she got for sale for us? What else have we got? I don't like that outfit. It's very plain and a bit mumsy. When she dressed up poor Harper Beckham in one of her outfits, we thought Harper Beckham had aged about 500 years. They're all a bit have you noticed? Who wears this stuff? The answer is obviously not many people. There's one here. How much is that red one? Just above the black one there. There you go. This is... What are these little strings at the top? It's ghastly. This is ruffle collar shirt dress in bright red. 1,500 quid. I mean, where would you... The front of it is sort of practically dragging on the floor. This is called fashion. I think I must be out on a limb. I don't understand what fashion is anymore. I thought it was supposed to look attractive. Apart from the fact the model looks as miserable as sin. Have we got anything else decent? You know, seems to be £1,000 is about average, isn't it? Oh, oh, there we go. They've used the same model, Miss Misery. I mean, look at this. Here we go. A seamless V-neck jumper, which doesn't really fit her. £330 for a jumper. That's a sale jumper, is it? Normally 550. They obviously couldn't sell it at 550 quid. I wish they'd find a model who knew how to smile. Make me feel a lot better about it. These are ghastly outfits, aren't they? I'm not surprised it's not doing as well as it should be. They're not even fashionable. Oh, that's a nice shirt, isn't it? Ruffle shirt in brown. 400 quid. You're having a laugh, aren't you, dear? An absolute giraffe. What else have we got? I mean, she got anything that sort of is like really naff? Has she got any makeup for sale? Makeup. Oh, she does knitwear, everyday thing. Yeah. Denim, permanent collection, tailoring, skirts. Let's try denim. I wonder how much she can ruin out of denim. And, oh my God, where'd you get these things? It's like a throwback to the 60s and the 70s. Trousers that are on the floor so you can't see somebody's feet. How much? High-waisted patch pocket jeans in 70s wash, 450 quid. I'd rather go and buy a pair of Levi's for less than 100. Thank you very much indeed. But it's not. That's the trouble. You think that's high? You don't seriously think that's high fashion? Probably for you it might be. Not for us people in the real world. I'm not even sure if the shop's open at the moment. It can't be. It's a clothing shop. But she's not made a profit in how many years? 12 years, I think. Propped up a few times and still not working out. So we'll wait and find out once we see the tax return. Steve, George Burns booked the London Palladium for his 100th birthday, but it wasn't well enough and he died a couple of months later. And Matt says, Fern Cotton lives in Richmond, best mates with Holly Willoughby. She doesn't live in Richmond. Also, Simon Cowell says, George Michael was the greatest singer-songwriter of our generation. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I thought it was Gary Barlow. He's had hit after hit after hit. George Michael had some hits as well. I don't think he had as many. Cheryl will not pay tax for 2021 if she hasn't earned anything. Suggest she gets the tax return in as soon as possible. But hopefully the outstanding debt will be reduced. I doubt very much. I don't think the tax man is going to be like that at all. Oh, late for how much are these boots? Oh, sorry, we're still wandering through the fashion Easter. And these are sort of thigh-length boots. They call them knee-stretch boot in ruby. The sort of thing you'd see being worn by people working the Reaper barn, I suggest. I've never seen bright red boots. And also, you wouldn't see half of them, would they? They'd be under your frock. How much are they? £1,690. I think I need to earn some more money, I think. Steve, Posh's account's still to be filed. Because the accounts are BC. That's before coronavirus. But you must always do it. I mean, she's had plenty of time to do it. There's no excuses. No excuses. Did you see the film George Burns was in with John Denver called Oh God, Catherine? No, I did not, actually. Surely Paul McCartney is Britain's greatest songwriter, says David. I mean, yes, well, I mean, you're probably right, actually. And John... What's the matter now? And John Lennon. I think so, but yes, I mean, Gary Barlow, I mean, he comes nowhere near the Beatles, of course. But he's still very good, and George Michael was good, so Gary Barlow... And there's probably loads of other people. Somebody might like Liam Gallagher. We don't know anybody, but I'm sure there must be. Jackie says GPs are not getting enough vaccine. Well, you know what they're doing? Is a lot of people book to go and get the vaccine. They don't turn up, and they throw it away. That's even more scandalous. Who are these idiots? Honestly, I see it. There's a notice in my doctor's surgery which says, listen, you know, if you can't make an appointment, pick up the phone. Somebody else can have that appointment, but of course people don't. You know, and they'll go, last week, 40 people never showed up for their appointments. You think, well, they should be taken off the books immediately. Idiots. There's people out there begging to see a doctor, and there's people who've got an appointment and then don't show. I always show. Always. Carol says, I once ran alongside Cheryl on a treadmill in my gym. Well, if she hasn't got any money, she won't be joining that one again, I shouldn't think. Bit of a nightmare, something else to worry about. Steve, I watched a video yesterday on Facebook. It was 1986, and Kenny Williams was interviewing Barbara Windsor. Poor Barbara may as well have interviewed herself. Well, you couldn't get a word in with Kenneth Williams. He was on everything. He was very good at being the chat show friend and enemy at the same time. You'd ask him one question, 20 minutes later, he might let you sort of get... He couldn't sit there and listen. He couldn't sit there. He had to interrupt all the time and did it. Every time watch him with sort of Parky, he held court. That's what he did, because he was one of those sort of people. He was a raconteur. And once his book Acid Drops came out, he was in demand for every chat show. They wanted him because you asked one question and he just went off on a bit like me. You know, ask one question. Before you know where you are, we've been around the world twice. You know, that's the way it goes. It's good. No mention of Bowie. I mean, you could literally actually run through everything, couldn't you? And sort of say, what about this person? What about that person? Surely they were the best songwriters. So I'm sure if you actually put it into Google, greatest songwriter, it would have to be Paul McCartney, because he had the most hits. Say River Ouse in Yorkshire. There is one going into the sea at Newhaven. Every time you say River Ouse, I see this green water flooding our hangar, says Monica. Our boat is not ready for that just yet. She said, still the favourite Jewish cabbie and boat builder. No, it's not the Noah's Ark. Did you ever see that film? It was on a bloke who turned into Noah, and he had to build... He'd heard a message or something. He had to build an ark and get all these animals onto it. Do you remember that one? I sometimes think I'm facing the wrong way. Have you seen the film about Noah? It was a modern kind of film. He sort of grew a beard and he ended up looking like Noah. Evan Almighty. Was that what it was? Very good. Wasn't really, actually. It was okay, but it was a bit far-fetched. And then all the animals came on board. There you go. Stevie Wonder, number 10. Is this world's greatest songwriters? God is the Rolling Stone magazine. Okay, so Stevie Wonder's number 10. Number 9, Joni Mitchell. Pick up a parking lot. Very good indeed. Number 8, Paul Simon. Love Paul Simon. I love Simon and Garfunkel, but I'm of that era. Number 7, Carole King and Jerry Goffin. Very formidable. Very formidable. Number 6, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards, in the days when they didn't look like complete geriatrics. Number 5, Smokey Robinson. I interviewed Smokey Robinson. I was so thrilled. And I've told the story before. I was talking about Tears of a Clown, which is the same riff running through. It goes dum 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 dum, and that was Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder did it. But Smokey Robinson, God, what a thrill. What a thrill. Going down a bit, number 4, Chuck Berry. You see, all we know him from is some of his rock and roll stuff. I mean, I suppose his first single, Maybelline, which was a top 5 hit. And then he ended up doing This Little Song, It Ain't So Bad. The little song you ever heard. Those of you who will not sing, you must be playing with your own ding-a-ling. John Lennon, number 3. Which means, I tell you, even before I look at it, it's got, if he's number 3, number 2 has got to be Paul McCartney. Come on. There you are. Am I good or what? Number 2 is Paul McCartney. Yeah. No, who is number 1 then? Go on, let's have a guess. Pop your coat on, you're leaving. Okay, just checking, you know. Oh, blimey, honestly. Surprised you haven't got the bus to pull up outside the front door. So who is the number 1 singer-songwriter? If it's McCartney and John Lennon at number 2 and 3, who is the number 1? Have you seen it? Do you know? Who do you think it is? You think Leonard Cohen, do you? Well, there you go. Honestly, you live and learn on this programme. Leonard Cohen. Suzanne takes you down. The most boring man under the sun. Every record depressing. More depressing than the last one. OK, we have no idea. No idea. It's not the Teletubbies, is it? Definitely not Teletubbies. Bob Dylan is the number one. How many roads must... He was the one who couldn't sing on We Are the World. Do you remember? Oh, he was singing like that. He came over to the Royal Albert Hall. There's loads of pictures taken under the stage when I'm sure all these people were ably assisted by all sorts of, alcoholic beverages and stuff like that. And he just came on stage and I saw him as a protest singer. So unfortunately for all those people who love all the other... There's no mention, but this is Rolling Stone's top 10 songwriters, probably based on record sales and the fact that they go around the world. It's no good just selling records in one country. You've got to sell around the world. And the Beatles sold around the world. When they arrived in America, I mean, the fan base was phenomenal. When they played Shea Stadium, I was working for a music station at the time. Well, I say a music station, it was United Biscuits Network, which, you might laugh, but I promise you lots of people started there. And the guy from EMI came in and he said, I've got the latest Beatles album. And I went, really? And it was the Beatles at Shea Stadium, remastered. And the amazing thing about it was, there is a stadium the size of Wembley, if not bigger, and they were playing on a stage with little 30-watt amplifiers. There were none of these huge sound systems that appear nowadays for all the supergroups where they're pumping out 50,000 watts. 30-watt amplifiers they're working on. From the moment they ran onto the pitch to get up onto the stage, the screaming started. You could hear nothing at all. But when the album came out, you could hear, because they obviously either had a separate feed or they'd learnt how to mask the audience. And it was the Beatles live. And as I say, it was unbelievable. Because they could deliver. They could sound exactly the same as they did on the records, because it was very simple. Oh, yeah, I... tell you something, I think you'll understand. It was so good. Steve, what's happened to Holly Johnson? I don't know, actually. I thought you had a furniture shop, but it's only because I keep seeing adverts in certain magazines like Country Life where it goes, Holly Johnson. I keep thinking, I wonder if that's the same one. Somebody says, Ivor Novello, the best British songwriter. And Steve says, Alan, have you tried ringing the doctor's surgery? Yeah. All the time. Always get them. Always get them. I always get answered, and I've never had any trouble. Unless, in fact, the only time was 2 weeks ago when they had a problem. Their lines had actually gone down, and it was just a recorded message saying, I'm terribly sorry, but our lines have gone down. But no, always got through to the doctor's surgery. Never had any problem at all. In fact, I'm quite well known at my doctor's surgery. Mainly for the man who gives samples all the time. Very interesting. The Sun newspaper are reporting this morning that rogue councils have offered jabs to staff before the vulnerable over 70s, sparking fears of a vaccine free-for-all. Do you know that you can go to, Dubai? There is a private company will fly you out to Dubai for a holiday for about 40,000 quid, and you will get the corona vaccine. Like, you can actually sort of buy it over there. Anyway, this one, Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council offered jabs this week to their staff and to thousands of nursery workers, the Telegraph have reported. I mean, the offers go against the government's list of who gets the vaccine first, the most vulnerable given top priority. There's no point giving it to nursery workers. The nurseries aren't open, are they? The two councils reportedly secured jab for children's services staff, many of whom are working from home. They also told about 28,000, good Lord, nursery workers that the councils had secured an agreement for vaccines with the local NHS in a letter reportedly seen by the Telegraph. Well, they can't do things like that. It's not for those people. Nurseries aren't open at the moment. Everybody's in lockdown. It goes to the over 70s, the most vulnerable people. That's the trouble with some of these councils, isn't it? Very sad. Steve, why was Elton John not on the list? Well, the Bee Gees weren't on the list either. And it's a case of, if they're not on there, I think what they have to look at worldwide sales, so that's why the Beatles were up there. Steve, papers talking about yesterday, do you remember Ulrika Johnson was complaining about being called 4x4? And we went through and told you all the other people who had, I think the most we found was 9x5, which seemed absolutely amazing. We couldn't quite work that one out at all. So, police and teachers should be rushed to the front of the coronavirus vaccine queue. Frontline officers need protection as they face thugs who cough or spit on them, said Cressida Dick. I think she said this yesterday on LBC. And also a food row company locked in a tax bill battle. I mean, this is a firm slammed for its poultry food parcels. You remember this the other day. Compass, the catering giant, whose offshoot Chartwells was attacked over the meal scandal last week, have got a stock market value of 25 billion, but they're fighting for a £113 million tax bill. Everybody's doing well apart from the other people. How are we faring in the global challenge? Interestingly enough, we're sort of 1, 2, 3. We're the fourth down. We're above America, Denmark, Italy, Spain, Ireland, and all the rest of it. So we've pulled ahead of other major economies in the race to vaccinate against coronavirus. Top of the list is Israel, followed by UAE and then Bahrain. Germany criticised for not ordering enough vaccine. Angela Merkel's government has promised to offer jabs to all by summer. America, so far they say 12 million Americans have been given doses of the Pfizer and Moderna jabs. But experts have criticised the pace of the rollout. Joe Biden's promised to give 100 million jabs in his first 100 days. I'd just like to know where we all are, actually, in the list. Apparently nursery workers are working. Nurseries are open for business. Are they really? Wow. I didn't think they were, actually. Are they supposed to be going out with masks on and everything else? We've still got the mask thing, and we've still got an increase in the number of deaths and the amount of people going down with coronavirus. So we don't seem to be helping it at all. Also, the care home deaths linked to COVID-19 have now topped 25,000. And SAGE experts fear millions will begin breaking lockdown rules once they're vaccinated. I think people think you get the vaccine and then you just carry on with your life. Not like that at all. They say don't ignore the rules after the inoculations. Dame Cressida, speaking to Nick Ferrari yesterday on LBC, says the last thing I'm going to say on national radio is everyone should be shopping everybody. I don't think that. What I do think is if you have concerns that somebody is persistently not complying with the restrictions, with the regulations, then yeah, you should talk to us. I heard a case the other day of a shop. They sell mobile phones and vaping equipment. And they're not supposed to be open, but you pre-order, and then you turn up at the door and they exchange it. Apparently, one of these vaping shops can't afford to pay their rents. They've asked the landlord to reduce them, who said no. So he's had to take out, this particular person, £5,000 loan just to pay the rent and hope that the business increases. Sounds like the thin sort of edge, I think. Another one says, nurseries are open and have received no help. My team all wear masks, says Joanna in Barnes. On Nick Ferrari, he's going to be talking about the schools may reopen region by region. And children's social workers are visiting children in their homes through both lockdowns and no mention of us getting the vaccine. Geordie Liz says, I'm visiting children every day in their homes and no mention of it yet. I mean, they're falling by the wayside a bit, aren't they? Having been sort of positive about it, and I thought, oh, good, we're sort of heading in the right direction. Now we seem to be falling back a little bit. Another one here, which says apparently nurseries and preschools are the only education settings open for children. Secondary and primary open for key workers. Yes, I've seen a few key workers, but obviously no kids going to school. Steve, my brother and sister-in-law, who are 60 with no health conditions, have already been vaccinated. Why? Because there were doses left over, and their son is a pharmacist. Well, I don't think that's right. I don't think people should be allowed to jump the queue because they know somebody. It should be for the most vulnerable people. You know, at the moment we've all forgotten about the flu, haven't we? And all the other things, because it's kind of been pushed to one side. But we aren't doing very well, I'm afraid, in the stakes of whether or not we're actually going to get coronavirus. Yes. Are the deaths increasing? Yes. Why? Because people think once you've had the vaccine, you just carry on going out there. Admittedly, the people who've had it so far, they're not going to be achieving too much. But the idea of sort of putting police and teachers, I mean, it's where you stop. You know, do you then do every shop worker? Do we then do every radio presenter? Do we do TV presenters? Do we do Lorraine Kelly? You know, because she's acting Lorraine Kelly. She's not really Lorraine Kelly. She said, well, that's what she said to the taxman anyway. And so I thought about doing the same thing. In fact, I was trying to work out at the beginning of the programme if I could pretend to be Steve Allen. I'm not actually Steve Allen. I'm pretending to be Steve Allen. 12 miners trapped underground for 10 days after a gold mine explosion sent a note to the surface asking for sausages. As you do. You know, underground. I wouldn't want to go underground. Some of these conditions are terrible. This is in Shandong, in China, and they sent parcels down to the medicine and paper and things like that. And they said, "Well, don't stop trying to reach us, but could we get some pork sausages?" Who'd have thought it? In Shandong, the currency is pork sausages. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. I have a free little bit extra podcast for you today. Anton Deck revealed the behind the scenes of Saturday Night Takeaway. I can't see that working without an audience. I really can't. Love Island's Lucy Donlan wants her boyfriend to propose to her. They've been together for a whole, wait for it, 6 months, so long term for sort of people like that. Holly Willoughby shares a snap of herself homeschooling her children. I don't know how she fits it all in. Still manages to smile, still manages to look $1 million. It's amazing. All that rain. There's a picture of a house, a beautiful, beautiful house, in one of the papers today, and it's what we call a half-timbered house, sort of thing you'd find in Stratford-upon-Avon, where little Shakespeare grew up. This is a half-timbered, beautiful house on bricks and all the rest of it, and they've got one picture of it taken the day before the floods, and the second picture taken after the floods sees the water up to the roof. The whole house has vanished under the waters. And for some people, this will be yet a repeat of something they had the other year. Really, really terrible. And so and I think there's more than 100 storm warnings. They keep saying, move your stuff upstairs. Well, what happens if you're a pensioner? I know they're bringing the army in, and I know that the army can help people out. But, you know, you have to move stuff upstairs. But then you've got to turn the electric off. So how many people keep candles in? Nobody. I mean, I've got candles in and torches and stuff like that. But what are you supposed to do? The only thing you've got, if you don't have any electricity, is the radio. That is your only... Yeah, the old wind-up radios. Kind of everything that's electric. You can have battery. I mean, I've got a battery one in the bathroom, which is, you know, just... I had it years and years ago. If it gets wet, it's not going to work, is it? But if I'm upstairs, I'm working on the assumption that I should be okay. But then, you know, how do you get your food? How do you get all these sort of things? We don't think about it, do we? Whereas I'm always thinking about other people. Little bit sanctimonious. I see Gemma Collins discovered angels and God. Not at the same time. But, as I say, she'll do anything to try and get an audience. Not working. She thinks she's like Elizabeth Taylor. No, dear. Elizabeth Taylor had talent. That was the difference. Also, Elizabeth Taylor married 8 times. Elizabeth Taylor, of whom Conrad Hilton once said, Elizabeth Taylor is so sexy and all the rest of it. Every man should have the opportunity of sleeping with her. And at the rate she's going, they will. Because she was, to be married 8 times, you know, that was an old Hollywood thing. Because you work with somebody. If you work with somebody on a film and you get close, then naturally that leads to other things, doesn't it? You gradually start seeing people in a different light. Yeah, if you're being romantic with somebody, or you work with somebody and you work with them for a long time, gradually you start seeing all their good features, and you start thinking, actually, they're really nice. Actually, they're really nice. You know, and then that's the way it works. It's always worked like that. And that way you get a better kind of working relationship. You know, you try and visualise them with no clothes on, and they go to HR. And, you know, that's the way it works nowadays. Doesn't matter, does it? 4 million people are going to face an £80 energy bill shocker. The best hybrid, no longer the Toyota Prius, whatever they call it. Prius. And Ricky Gervais told his fans... by the David Brent album. He's managed to get it on the Amazon Echo. Which I think is quite good, actually. Plus another picture of Anthony's fiancée going out with their dogs again. How many more bloody pictures? We know what they look like. We know what their dogs look like. Does their photographer hang around outside the house to get a picture of the most boring couple in the world? Well, actually, they're not the most boring couple. There's quite a lot of other couples who are very boring. A personal trainer doesn't have to wear a tag, because he's a bit violent, because his clients could see it. And Andrea McLean, yawn. Her first interview since leaving Loose Women with OK Magazine. Who gives a stuff, dear? We don't care. Why do people think that we care? We really don't. I really don't care. And also people with similar length index and ring fingers. So which is my ring finger? Don't know. That's my ring finger. Third finger left hand, isn't it? Third finger left hand is your ring finger. I know that because Martha Reeves and the Vandellas sung about it. So it's third finger left hand. And your index finger, if you've got similar length, and mine are exactly the same. Look, exactly the same. It's only the one in the middle that's a bit longer. Yours are the same. That means that you're more likely to order a burger than a salad. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that totally unsurprising? Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? Yeah, so you've got sort of that finger and that finger are the same size, and then there's that odd one in the middle. Aren't they strange fingers when you look at them? Very odd. I don't know, do you look at your fingers a lot? Yeah, I look at my yeah, I do a lot looking at my fingers thinking, aren't they clever? All the things you can do with your fingers nowadays. I think that's quite a clever thing. You know, I do exercise them on a regular basis. Always on a regular basis. You have to. And that way, because I don't want people to start saying, oh, you don't want arthritis or to become arthritic. So I'm constantly squeezing. Do you know what I got the other day? Because you know I've got bad circulation in my feet. My toe on my left-hand side went completely cold. I could not warm it up for love nor money. I might have to buy a little hat for it to just put on there, or sort of get some bed socks. Perhaps I'll get some of those ones that the Queen's selling at 70... You can buy little hats, can you? No. What, for your toes? Oh, right. But it really got quite cold, actually, and I remember thinking, why is it not warming up? Normally my legs are quite warm, so I can put my toe on my leg, but this time it was a bit uncomfortable. Not sure about a little hat for it, though, actually. Perhaps I'll tell you what I need. I just need a water bottle. And then if your foot's on the water bottle, then you should be okay. I think that's quite... Oh, look. Oh, they're cute, aren't they? They're very cute. So what do they do? A 10-piece Christmas knitted small hat Santa Claus. Mini hats for That's cute. That is cute. Is that Amazon.co.uk? Wow. Oh, I'm liking that one. Oh, I think oh, look, they come in different colours. They're funny. Some of them... Oh, look at that. Oh, I could go for those in a big way. I definitely... What are they under? Christmas knitted small hat Santa Claus cap. Cute Christmas party mini hats bottle. How lovely. I'm definitely getting those today. I've got about 6 Amazon parcels arriving today. I've gone berserk. I just ordered loads of things the other day, and once I'd ordered one thing, I ordered some more things, and then everything else, and I was thinking, this is so exciting. I'm going to have so many parcels arriving. I've got some cloths and some things for cleaning my glasses, and... Oh, some DVD. A Time Team brought out a DVD of some of their best Time Teams, and I love Time Team. So I bought that, and then I bought a few other bits and pieces. I was feeling quite pleased with myself, actually. I was thinking, it's Thursday, although this week's dragging like heck, isn't it? Oh, dear, honestly. Just when you keep... Tuesday, I thought it was Friday. I was willing it to be Friday, and then I've suddenly realised it was only because yesterday I was talking to a lady friend of mine, and I said, oh, God, we must pay the tax. We're up to the 20th. We need to pay tax. We've got to get the money out of the special secret Swiss bank account, and get that off to the tax man, because she's got to pay her tax as well. So we're all being fairly good about it. It's not the best time of year. Hello, Poppet. You all right? Good. What? No, mustn't. No, I know. Well, we can, but moderation. I was going to tell you something. Oh yes, so we have replied to Maddie. You'd already done that, had you? Oh, right. Oh, good. So we have these different emails that flip backwards and forwards in the company. And they sort of send it to me, they send it to Jake, and they send it to Corey as well. So I'm never sure whether anybody's actually done anything about it, because I don't do anything about it. I leave it up to them. That's why I'm the presenter and they're the producers. That's the best way to do it, isn't it? So much easier. And then he wrote back almost sort of a little bit angry. I think, a little bit angry that I'd even challenged him on the fact, as if I'd forget something like this. And then I had something in my pocket for him yesterday, and we walked down to get the bus together. Mainly because he won't walk by himself, so I have to go with him, a bit like security. And it's very scary out there, isn't it? When it's dark, can you imagine? Soon it's going to be summer, and we'll walk out this door in brilliant sunshine, and we'll have to wear sunglasses. At the moment, it doesn't seem possible, does it, that you're going to be wearing sunglasses? But, we walked down there, and I had something in my pocket for him. And it was only when I was sitting on the bus that I suddenly thought, oh, God, why did I forget that? You always forget something, don't you? So I mentioned it to him this morning, because we do converse outside of work, not often, obviously. And, he wants to be friends, and I'm not particularly bothered. I keep saying, look, I've got enough friends, thank you very much indeed. I don't mind a casual acquaintance, but I'm not going for the full-blown friends. Not at the moment. So, are you up to here with Trump? Did he tell you that piece that was played at the end of Swarbrick's programme last night? I thought that was the best thing I'd heard. I thought it was really, really good, and I gather it came from Eddie Mayer's programme. And I thought if there was one thing that I wanted to play on the programme for you this morning, it's this one. But you might have missed it, because Darren didn't play it, did he? It was so good. When it started off, I thought, this is interesting. And then it just got really, really good. And I was so impressed by it, and I thought, I'm going to play it for you this morning, because he plays stuff from my programme, so I thought I could play stuff from his programme. It's only a little bit, but it's so cleverly done, and it kind of sums up everything. The other thing you have to watch is James Corden doing his bit from Les Miserables with all these people socially distancing on screens, singing, "Do you hear the people sing?" But it's all to the tune of, do you hear the people sing? And it's basically, thank God Trump's gone and he's not coming back ever again. And that's why I used my line at the beginning of the programme. Do you hear the people singing a song of happy men? Donald Trump has left the White House and won't be let in again. And I made that up. I did that before the programme. So I'm a songwriter. I'm the sort of person who could probably write a West End musical and not even know about it. I could probably do it in my sleep. So we will play it for you in a few minutes. Because I thought it was just so good. Dancing on Ice only started the other day. Already Mylene Klass, because she can't stand under a shower and get her boobs out, has sort of complained about, I wish I'd worn different knickers. And I'm thinking, well, why would you be saying that, dear? It's a 2-page spread in the paper. And yet when she went into the I'm a Celeb, Get Me Out of Here camp some years ago, she couldn't wait to get under the showers. I think she took about 30 or 40 bikinis from her range, as it were. But anyway, they've got 340 complaints over Rufus Hound. I can understand that. He doesn't do anything, does he, really? I mean, he was on the television all the time, then he's not on the television. And Holly Willoughby's dress, presumably because it was showing a bit too much cleavage. They're probably the same people who write complaining to Ofcom about Susanna Reid's dress. I mean, as if... I mean, you want to see what I'm wearing this morning? I might undo a few extra buttons. Enjoy. You want to look? Look. Don't bother me. But on television, people get really funny. She was showing too much cleavage. It's a news programme. Well, who cares? If you don't want to watch it, go and sort of, play with your plasticine or something like that. These people, perhaps they're in hospitals or something. I don't know where they come from and why you'd ever complain about something as innocuous as Susanna Reid's bosom. But they complain about it all the time. Poor old Holly Willoughby. She gets it all the time. People complaining about what she's wearing and, she's showing too... And you think... You need to go and get a life. It's like that woman the other day, Mary, quite contrary. You ate a meat pie on the bus. Yeah, dropped most of it on the floor, love, smeared it over the windows. Honestly, what's the matter with people? Why would you... As if I've ever eaten a meat... Even the producer expressed incredulity that I'd ever eaten a meat pie on the bus. I mean, I might have smoked a couple of fags on there and had a bottle of gin, but I certainly wouldn't be eating a minced meat pie. And then somebody the other day said, and how do you eat a bacon baguette with a mask on? I take it off, thicko. How else? How else do you have to understand? Perhaps some people are sitting there. I mean, they had a programme the other day on the television with Britain's fattest woman. And her family didn't seem to be helping her at all. They were giving her food. I mean, she was eating something like, I think, between 5,000 and 8,000 calories a day. In fact, she couldn't even sit up by the look of it. She was just lying down, shoveling food into her mouth. And I kept thinking, should you not maybe try some sort of exercise? At least help yourself, for God's sake. I don't know. Matthew says, talking of Elizabeth Taylor, I bet Joan Collins had plenty of fellas in her day. She certainly did. I met a few of them. Oh, yes. My favourite was Bungalow Bill Wiggins. Do you remember Bungalow Bill? He was somebody she went out with. Why did they call him Bungalow Bill? Wait for this one. Because apparently it was all downstairs and not much upstairs. Can you imagine? That's what they called him, Bungalow. Type him in the newspapers. No, he was absolutely famous for being Bungalow. Everybody called him to his face, Bungalow Bill Wiggins. I got this nice piece, and I'm with you till 7 o'clock. The most... deaths, we've just had an increase again. 1,820 people died the other day from COVID. Highest number. Highest number. And it shows no sign of abating. So for all those people going, oh, I don't need to wear a mask, I don't need to do this. I don't know why they talk like that, but most of them seem to. Lee says, what do you think about people eating burgers and pies on trains? Disgusting peasants. Disgusting people sitting there polluting trains, especially with something as smelly as that. A burger and disgusting people, honestly. You sit nowhere near them. I tell you what I hate more than anything, people talking on their phones. In the morning, there's always going to be somebody who's speaking, to somebody in a loud voice. You feel like saying, I'm sorry, can you have a quiet phone call? Same as the ghastly peasants who put their feet up on the seats. They're also disgusting. Quite a number of disgusting people actually about at the moment. Diabetics should check their feet as often as they brush their hair for abrasions. Well, I don't brush my hair, but, we always check our feet. I'm a diabetic. I've been a diabetic for more than 15, 17 years, so I'm well aware about feet. Thank you very much indeed. Good to see the inauguration of Joe Biden, but no social distancing and a lot of hugging, says Maggie. I think it was within the bubble. Do you see where all the people would have been? It was all flags. I thought that was quite clever, but I heard this piece. Is it ready? I heard this piece yesterday. I was getting ready, because I always hear, I'm always in the bathroom, just as Swarbrick's finishing doing his programme and doing the handover to Darren. And he played this piece at the end of the programme, and I thought it was really good. He'd got it, we think, from Eddie Mayer, so I'm pinching it third hand, because I think it's quite nice. And if you missed it, shame on you. But this is it's the end of the era. Trump has now left the White House a little bit. Apparently he left a letter, I'm told, for Biden. Now, we don't know what was in it. I should imagine it will be made quite clear. Melania managed to change into another ghastly outfit as they jetted off to the millionaires' geriatrics paradise of Palm Beach. That's where they all go now. In fact, years and years ago, there was a documentary on the television about the people who live in Palm Beach, mainly very rich old widows in their 80s and 90s. So there were all sorts of people, like the Woolworths heiress and everything else. They all live in these fabulous mansions, and they have all these muscle boys who work on their gardens and stuff like that. I tried to get a job over there, and didn't get any further than the gate, which was a little bit embarrassing, because I obviously wasn't a muscle kind of person. But and Alan Wicker went round to talk to some of these old ladies who spent most of their time just having afternoon tea, and then along comes Rudy, who sort of makes the tea for them. I mean, it's like, did you ever see Carjo Foll? You probably haven't, actually. Have you actually been in the real world, you two? I mean, I'm not too sure. Carjo Foll was brilliant, because the two boys who owned the nightclub had a manservant, and he was about as camp as they get. It didn't get any camp. It was one of the funniest films I've ever seen. Anyway, so there was this piece that was played the other day. Bit of a roundabout way of telling you that I thought this was put together. Whoever put this together, it's really, really clever. And it was the end, as they say, of an era. Do you know, I heard that, and I remember thinking at the time, somebody's worked very hard on this piece. I'm in the business, and I couldn't make that. But it was so cleverly done. So whoever did it, that'll be somebody on Eddie Mayer. Well, I'm hoping it's somebody on Eddie Mayer's programme. I don't know. Could be from somewhere else. But it was very good. It summed it up. So, end of an era. One out, one in. Let's wait and see where we go with Mr. Biden. I have a sneaking feeling he'll be... and this is going to sound really awful, and I wish it didn't sound awful. I hope he lives long enough to enjoy it. He never looks very well to me. He looks as though he's on his last legs. Poor soul. Who was playing the piano, says Janet. That was my auntie Edith. Enid. She's not very good, as you can tell. She's a little bit dyslexic fingers, and so she does her best. But that was not a bad effort. But she wrote that as well. She wrote that piece of music. Steve, you're sounding good, says Shane. Oh, well, there you go. One of these days, somebody will write in and go, do you not sounding at all? Sometimes somebody will write in, simple, and they sort of go, oh, you don't sound very happy this morning. I thought, I sound happy every morning. How can you not be happy? I'm sitting here looking at myself's reflection in the glass, which makes me happy. I've got half a cup of tea left. I've had my paracetamol this morning. It's all very exciting, isn't it? And I had some spare ribs before the programme. Unfortunately, this morning I was a little bit carried away. I think I had three boxes of spare ribs, which was okay. And I've got one left. I was going to give it to one of the boys. I thought, no, goodness sake, why waste the money? And I wanted to find some dry spare ribs, and I'm not going to find. I might bring in tomorrow because it's Friday. I might bring in some cream cakes. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? From Costco. We could bring in cream cakes with sort of all different cream and strawberries and stuff like that. That sounds quite exciting. Not much use for poor old diabetics, but it doesn't matter. At least I get the satisfaction of watching them eating. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Nice to know you're part of the spike. Thank you very much indeed. A big spike recently. In fact, it doesn't get any bigger. Steve, the only thing missing was Trump saying China virus, says Dave on the World. Don't you think? I thought it was brilliantly put together. I liked that a lot. I really did. Great to see inspectors hotting up on the non-mask wearers. Hopefully they'll clamp down on the drivers, allowing them on as well. Yes, I mean, I don't think I've ever had a driver not wearing a mask. I always wear the mask in the car, and there's a screen between me and the driver, which makes it a bit difficult if you're having a conversation because you seriously can't hear. And I'm not exactly got the best hearing. Debbie is an avid listener. She's having an operation this morning to sort out a nasty issue, says Gary. Oh, God knows what that is. Thank God for the NHS, who she works for and who've been incredibly supportive. But she can't have any of us at the hospital to support her for obvious reasons. Her mention would take her mind off it. Well, also, Corey's granddad, he's in hospital as well because he had a tumble. So, I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. When you get to a certain age, as you know, I'm that age, you fall over, it's blooming painful. It's very painful. And so the older you are, it's almost like you've got brittle bones, and they need resetting and stuff like that. But I'm sure it'll be absolutely fantastic. Just back from Woolworths, says Shane. I'm not going home. I'm going to have a few beers. A few beers. I wish I could get excited about that. If it was a really, really hot day and I was in Australia, which I'm not, and somebody said, what would you like? Do you know what I would like? The most important drink to me would be lime juice and water with loads of ice. It's gone down like a lead balloon here, isn't it? Have you not had lime juice and water? Oh, it's delicious. Just don't turn your nose up. Lime juice and water with loads of ice. That's a real thirst quencher. That means that it's sort of, I can see it now, in a big pint glass. No? Useless. Did you eat the grapes? Not the grapes, the dates. Did we try... No. Oh, well, there you go. I knew you won't. You watch. They'll be out with the rubbish by the end of the day. It's 25 to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So, what else have we got? The first cannabis factory uncovered in the City of London. Because there's nobody in the City of London, so the crooks think they can get away with it. 800 plants. Police have taken them all away, as you can well imagine. According to Eva Longoria, I think she was in some programme, and she says David Beckham's a great cook. He can make a good bolognese sauce. I know, but it's so dreary for breakfast, do you not think so? He makes a good bolognese sauce, yes. Of course, the whole family are marvellously talented. And two of the most boring people in the world. We have a system on this programme of recommending boring people. This is Sam Thompson. This is the dreary one who came from Chelsea. I'm Sam Thompson, cheeky chappy, but unfortunately thick as a brick. And Pete Wicks, the one who for 2 years was having How's Your Father with Chloe Sims. This is Pete Wicks, who's got the little bam-bam knot on his head, the long hair, not blessed with height, and tattoos running all the way up his neck and onto his face. Seriously, a disaster of the first order. What he does for a living, God alone knows. Certainly can't be anything to do with clothes, but they've joined forces for a project about reality TV, because unfortunately in their shallow existences, they don't know anything else. Nothing at all. Matthew says, talking of thirst quenchers, I remember drinking loads of Fanta Limon in Ibiza one year. You see, I like... What's that other one that they do? It's a tin of San Pellegrino? And that's the one that comes in orange, lemon, and the first time I had one of those with ice, that was whoopee-doo. And then somebody said, you can't have that, you're diabetic. And I went, listen, I don't have it all at once in 2 years. Well, I've actually once in about 40 years, because I've never had it before. And then I bought a case for a friend of mine, because they sell it in Costco, about £6 a case. And it was really lovely. It tastes like real, because I think it's got proper lemon and orange in, as opposed to most of these things now. I've just got some sort of flavouring extract, which is great. Great. Oh, they're going to put river cruises on. Middle of the year, they reckon. Not sure whether or not I want to go on a river cruise just yet. Also, what was this other one? Kim Marsh. An obese man shed 16 stone from walking the dogs after getting out of bed, thinking he was going to die. So he started walking the dogs, and that's, if you want to lose weight, get a dog. Get a dog, go for walks. You can make new friends and everything. Not all of you, but some people will be able to make new friends. And then there's some pilot. He decided to land his aeroplane near the beach so he could go to the beach. Just got fined £3,000, which is lovely. You can't just land your aeroplane where you feel like it. It was like Prince Andrew. Oh, sorry, just Andrew, isn't he now? I don't think we bother with the Prince bit. That was just a bit of a waste of space. And he just landed on the lawn. And I think his mother... What are you doing? I've just landed my helicopter on the lawn. Ghastly man, ghastly man. Do you know sex appeal does not diminish with age? I'm pleased to tell myself. And because I think once you've got sex appeal, I think you never lose the sex appeal. You know, in fact, actually, sometimes as you get older, you get more sex appeal. I'm living proof. Yes, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to be Botox. I did think about it. I mean, I was only joking because I wouldn't really want anybody to inject near my eyes with a needle the size of sort of the Eiffel Tower. But and people go, "Oh, it's great Botox." You go, "No, listen. Look what Rylan looks like." I mean, you know, look in the mirror, love. That's how bad you look. That badly dyed hair. Those roots must need doing on a regular basis. And when it goes grey, it's going to look awful, dreadful. Where are your holiday bargains? I can get you a week in the sun for 160 quid. A week, 160 quid. That's good value, isn't it? Be nobody on the beach, just be you. Well, I don't know. I'll find out later. I'm not going to spoil the surprise now. I'm doing a tease. I'm throwing something forward, you know, so people go, oh, we'll have to keep listening to Steve Allen Show. He's going to tell us where we can get a holiday for 161 quid for a week. I think that's great. It's a tease. That's how we've come to be very successful. I'm a professional presenter. I've done this before, you know. Surprising. I haven't just sort of wandered in from Hospital Radio Mobo or something like that. I have been here for a little while. I have been to Hospital Radio, but I've never been on one. Well, I've never sort of worked one, as it were, which is where most people do it now, and then they sort of hope they're going to go into radio. Thank God I never went into music radio. Oh, thank the Lord for that. It was so much a better idea to actually go into news reading and being a personality presenter. And so very, very happy about that. Very happy to be personality presenter and Light Ent, head of Light Ent. Because I like it. In fact, you can always tell when somebody dies now, I'm the first person they phone. Oh, Steve, did you know so-and-so? Yes. Would you like to do a piece on them? No. I always say that, actually. The bus cabs are fully sealed, Steve, so the drivers don't have to wear masks unless they want to, says Alison. I know, because I'm currently a bus driver, thanks to COVID. Yeah. I've got a warning for you. There's a few companies have set themselves up claiming to offer people work if you've lost your job during COVID. They're fake companies. They're just designed to take about 300 quid off you and no work. So I'll tell you about those a little bit later on. Steve, Donald Trump was a comedian. Some comedians try to be funny, but they're not. Donald Trump was the new Tommy Cooper. He will be missed, says Mike. Unfortunately, I think the next appearance you'll see of him will be in court. I'm pretty certain that'll be the next thing for Donald Trump. And as the banks call in all the loans on his companies, which appear to be collapsing like the proverbial pack of cards, even the golf course in Scotland's down 11 million. Not looking good. The other place, which he owns, they were going to have the, whatever they call it, the NGA or something. They've cancelled that one. Oh, there's an awful lot of things that have been cancelled. If they've got Donald Trump's name on it, not so good. Not so good. Ricky Gervais, we've done. Susanna Reid. Oh, happy birthday today to Billy Ocean. Love really hurts without you. Love Billy Ocean. And Emma Bunton. Emma Bunton celebrates her 45th birthday today. So many happy returns. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, well then, many happy returns of the day. I mean, it's different, isn't it? If you're a kiddie, a little young person, you can't have parties with all your friends around and your mates and everything else, which is a pain, isn't it? Because that's what you want. You know, you look forward to the cake and the jelly and the ice cream and you can't even have a magician round. What's the point of having a magician round who's got a mask on? It's not the same at all. Whole page on Kim Marsh, forced to miss the first week of her new show to have a hernia operation. People share everything with you nowadays, don't they? What are you going in for? Circumcision. Okay, fantastic. You know, and I mean, she's not, obviously. She's going in because it's a hernia. And she's on medication, which means part of her stomach is protruding into her esophagus. Isn't that what they found in the Valley of the Kings? An esophagus? Wasn't Tutankhamun buried in one of those? She said, I'm suffering from it and it's causing me pain. I'm still going to the gym but not able to lift weights. What's the point of going to the gym then? Not just going for the ice cream, are you, and the cup of tea afterwards? But anyway, the programme on the BBC is to try and rival This Morning. You cannot rival This Morning. It's been too established, the presenters are too comfortable, so they put together two people who are not used to working together. In fact, they've never worked together before. One of them is Kim Marsh, the other is Gethin, who's a Welsh boy, and he's there to sort of balance the programme out a bit. Out of the two, he's the most experienced presenter. But unless they know each other so well, like Holly and Pip, who's gay, and he told us that. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for him to produce The Boyfriend. I seriously am. If there's anything more exciting in the year 2021, it will be Pip Schofield featured on the front of the Sun newspaper with, and this is the man I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. That is what I can't wait to see. Can't wait to see that. But I fear it is not to be at the moment. But her schedule is so packed. This is the former Hearsay star. Sorry, Hearsay, the failure group. Pure and Simple, the hit. They had another one, and that was about the end of Hearsay, wasn't it? Noel went on to do something. And the other one was Mylene Klass. And they were put together on a television programme. I love the way they always go, I'm just so busy at the moment. I know, if you do a five-day-a-week show, so busy, I can't believe it. Honestly, how we get things done, I'll never know. You want to have Holly Willoughby's lifestyle, modelling all the clothes for M&S, going out there and sort of doing all the rest, and running a house, and she's got 3 kids at home and a husband to contend with. And she still manages to smile. I mean, I come in here 6 days a week, work with my little team. I call them my little team. It keeps them on their toes. And I still manage to smile at the end of the programme. We laugh, and some days we cry, and then we laugh again, and then it's all perfect. But for Holly, I don't know how she does it. In and out of outfits. I mean, nobody's ever mentioned my outfits, mainly because they're not really anything to talk about. I sometimes do changes per show. When I did Five's Company on Channel 5 with Nick Knowles and Esther McVeigh and everybody else, on some programmes in the Christmas period, I was changing 6 times in a programme. Really, just so infuriating. But and I had to change off-set, because I couldn't afford to go all the way back to the dressing room to change. So I used to change in the scene dock and just pop on another outfit, because then, as you're getting change, the people standing in front of you, two people standing in front of you, one of them is doing your makeup, sort of patting you down, and the other one is trying to shove his hand up your shirt with the microphone on it to clip in. And so you literally, your inhibitions, you thought your inhibitions went when you go to hospital. Try being a television presenter. I bet there's more people had their hands up old Holly Willoughby's skirt than anybody else. Sometimes, if it's somebody fairly old, like Anne Woodcombe, they say you can put it on yourself. And, no, they do. They do. You can't sort of start shoving around up her jumper, can you? It doesn't work at all. Did you see that Greta Thunberg, I'll tell you briefly, got her own back on Donald Trump as he quit the White House? The 18-year-old climate activist tweeted an image of the outgoing president as he boarded Marine One and said, he seems like a very happy old man, looking forward to a bright future. Why not? Listen, if you can't come up with words like that, and that, I would think, would make you out to be... it's only because he criticised her. You dump that? Why? Of course you can. What do you think Paul O'Grady calls himself? He says this... What do you think Joan Rivers called herself? Everybody calls them that name. That's what it is. In fact, actually, we've had records in the charts. What do you think? The presenter gets to it and goes, and here's Elton John with the bleep is back. Of course. Why is it different? Did you ever hear the words of that song? What do you think it was about? I used to use it as a theme tune for my programme. Because, people say, oh, that's Steve Allen, he's a right old... That's what people used to say. Did you catch Biggins's brief appearance on the TV programme Inside the Ritz? And then Duncan says, have you ever been inside the Ritz? I work in London. Of course I've been inside the Ritz. I've been inside of every hotel in London. I work in London. Have I been inside the Ritz? It's like saying we've been inside a fish and chip shop. Steve, one of my favourite drinks, says Conrad, is sparkling water, crushed lime, a lime slice, and ice. Yes, I love sparkling water. Seriously, whenever we go out, if we go out as a family with the godchildren, there's generally quite a little crowd of us, and we always ask for a little pot of lime juice and some bottled water, because we absolutely love lime juice and water. It's very thirst quenching. It was very good, actually. They used to use it on all the ships years and years ago to store things, which is good. Somebody says, you Brits make great TV series, says Shane. I watched on DVD The Bodyguard. Oh, right. I've not seen that, actually. I have not seen it. I'm sure it's absolutely lovely. Toby Anstis is single. He's split from his latest squeeze. Toby, who I, would see on a regular basis, actually, as I'm sort of leaving the building. Sometimes he's sort of coming in. And he had a lockdown in March, enjoyed romantic weekends together. But, to be honest with you, it always makes me laugh when they say, Toby, 50. Well, I'm telling you, I've seen him close up. He doesn't look 50 at all. He looks more like about 23, 24. So, Toby's been on, apparently, dating websites. Good Lord above. I've no idea. He's been on something called Tinder and Hinge. What was that? I don't even know what these things are. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Tinder and Hinge. But he was previously linked to Amy Hart, has signed up to Tinder. I mean, why not? Listen, he's very, very good looking. Seriously, he's very, very... You get some people, they say, do they look good with it? Absolutely. But mind you, I'm in a building surrounded by good-looking people. I hate them. Seriously, I'm sick to death of... Not in this studio, as you can well imagine. Nobody round here, but on some of the music stations, they're unbelievably good-looking. I mean, you go to our friends just round the corner at our sister station. We call it our sister station, because that's the other member of the family. And they're all sort of young and trendy. They wear skinny jeans, No, not Moyles. He's with the pensioner side round here. He's skinny jeans. Honestly, wouldn't wear skinny jeans. But no, they are. Some of the other ones. And you go up a floor, and they're all like young and trendy. And always go, "Hi, Steve." And I always have to try and sound excited. We go, "Hi," because you don't want to sort of go, "Hello." And they go, "You're right." I go, "I'm quite old, So you have to sort of fake the youthness. And that's what they like. I think they then think I'm sort of one of them, which of course I'm not. But I have to fib about it. It's so much easier. Here's a picture apart from Toby Anstis, and so he's on Tinder. Unlucky in love, Gemma Collins. No, she's not unlucky in love. It's nobody wants to go out with her because she's vile. I mean, really, she's terrible. There's nothing appealing about Gemma Collins, I'm afraid. Absolutely zilch. That's why she's single. She believes she'll get married 3 times and emulate Elizabeth Taylor, who had a string of marriages. Speaking on her dreary podcast, Single Gemma, I know, they'll be saying that. I mean, she's coming up, what is she now, 50 now, isn't she? I think something like that. She said, I wouldn't get into a relationship till I was 30 if I had my time again, maybe 40. There is somebody out there for everybody. Not for you, there's not. Absolutely not for you. Otherwise, you've been on television, you've had loads of series, and you still can't find anybody. What does that tell you about yourself? You're not popular. But she says, I need to do an Elizabeth Taylor, so I'm getting married 3 times. You won't get married the once, dear, unless you drag them down the aisle in chains. It's never going to happen. Not going to happen, OK? Listen, the only reason you kept Arge is because Arge had, let's just call it a little problem. That was the only reason. I mean, it was, she thought she could click her fingers and he would come running. Well, crawling in his case. But it all finished. And he didn't want to go back there. In fact, he said, she's like a hippopotamus. Which, of course, is what everybody else was thinking, but he was the one who's been there. And she said, and then the paper started printing pictures of her, airbrushed within an inch of her life. But the trouble is, it doesn't work, does it? You go out to a premiere, you're dolled up, a bit like Marilyn Monroe. If she was invited to a premiere in America, she'd have to go to the studio in the afternoon. They would do her hair and makeup, lend her the gowns, the furs, the car. She would arrive, million pictures taken. She'd go into the event, more pictures taken, come out of the event, get back in the car, go to the studio. They take all the stuff or the gloop out of her hair. They take the furs off. They take the makeup off, and she goes home on a bicycle. And that's what it is. So, I'm comparing Marilyn Monroe not to Gemma Collins. The only thing they've actually got similar is the amount of makeup that they trowel on. And Marilyn Monroe, who also couldn't act either. If ever you've seen her in films, I mean, she was just useless. Totally useless. And a lot of people said they didn't enjoy working with her because she had tantrums. It's like, the funny thing is, they only have tantrums in musicals and on film. You don't get people on radio having tantrums. You don't get somebody standing in the studio going, well, that's it, I'm not going on air this morning, and walking out. You don't get that, do you? I wonder why. But you do get it in shows and things like that. But in filming in particular, they used to sort of say, oh, so-and-so, she's not coming out of her caravan today, she's not feeling very well. So the whole cast to be sent home. But very interesting to see people, like Gemma Collins, who seem to think they've got a talent, whereas, in fact, she's neither funny. The other rubbish the other day was she's going to be a DJ, earning $25,000 a show. She knows nothing about music at all. She couldn't mix a record if her life depended on it, but apparently somebody's going to teach her how to... Well, you can't do that. Who's going to pay for her? Nobody. She could only be booked as some novelty act for a children's party. Well, that's about it. As a shift worker, what's your average day? When do you have breakfast? I don't have breakfast. Why would I have breakfast? I had spare ribs. Because I always classed it as lunch. I don't see... But also, I don't think I don't think you have to have certain food at certain times. You can have spare ribs for breakfast. Why not? If you want to eat a box of Quality Street, eat a box of Quality Street. Have a fries, what do they call it, Turkish Delight. They're actually quite nice. You don't have to have anything particular. It's just that we're sort of socially slotted into that mentality of for breakfast you have bacon, you have savoury stuff, and then we have pudding. We have pudding. I mean, pancakes. Yeah, I'm not big onto pancakes. They're a bit dreary, aren't they? I mean, whenever it comes round to Jif Lemon Day, I always go to Iceland or Marks and Spencer's and buy them ready-made. All you do then is you turn the heat up on your Arga. Oh, sorry, you don't have an Arga. Anyway, you turn the heat up on the Arga, which, of course, you don't need to do anyway because it's always the same heat, and then you put the frying pan on there, and then you drop in the ready-made pancake, flip it over, and then put some diced fruit in, which you've bought, already prepared for you, fold it over and eat the blooming thing, and while you're eating it, you've got the next one in there. Steve, listening, she talked about Marilyn Monroe. Don't you think she was really good in Some Like It Hot? Not really. She was just playing, the boo-boo-be-doo. That was the kind of thing she did. She played that, but that was the extent of it. She was the one-trick pony. She couldn't really do anything else. That was her thing. It was a case of she managed to perfect the wiggle, the walk, the boobs, and the skirt flying up and all that kind of stuff, and that was it. But I'm sure she had her insecurities like everybody else did. I mean, it was, of course, the worst thing was that she had those nude pictures taken before she became famous, and then all of a sudden the nude pictures became good, whereas, unfortunately, the ones of Joan Crawford were pornographic. And so they tried to buy those up as quick as possible, but as fast as they bought them up, more appeared. It turned out that old Joan Crawford had a bit of a career in porno movies. But that's what they say. Hollywood existed on the casting couch. They always said the only person who never went through the casting couch was Betty Davis, only because she was so desperately unattractive that nobody was interested. Joan Crawford opened the door to Steven Spielberg. He talks about it. He was working with her on a film, and he said, I had to go round her house. She summoned me so she could sort of suss out. She opened the door in a negligee which was see-through. She was that trash. She was that trash. She was the one who used to beat the children. She used to beat her own children. They were adopted. And so when the film came out, Mummy Dearest, all the people in the audience in America were holding coat hangers, and at the right moment they were all waving them in the air and doing that. Oh, she was evil. Oh, my goodness me, I tell you. If ever there was a bitchy person, Joan Crawford. She was the one who re-gifted Christmas presents. People would send them in and then she'd rewrap them and give them to somebody else. But she had to have the pictures with the children at Christmas time. And you can find her on YouTube, the Joan Crawford Christmas. And what do you normally do for Christmas? Well, Michael, we dress the tree, on Christmas Eve. And the kids are standing there. Damn well they've been beaten black and blue. And at the funeral, the kids went to see her in the funeral home. And the funeral director had made her up. And he was very pleased. And he said, what do you think? And they said she looked lovely. She looked lovely. And then they came to read the will. And to her 2 children, she left nothing, for reasons best known to them. And somebody says, whatever happened to Baby Jane? Fantastic film, Betty Davis at her best. Yeah, they hated each other. They hated each other. And Steve says, Roger, Toby Anstis is out there with Andy Peters. Middle-aged guys have managed to look like young boys. I'm jealous. I know, I don't know what it is. Perhaps they stand under different lighting. Tuesday, Andy was on QVC. And you look at it, you think, you just don't age. Now, I think it's the clean living life, because none of us smoke. Well, as far as I know, none of us smoke. And I'm a little bit older than they are, which is sometimes a little bit galling. But some people do not they don't age. They don't seem to age at all. I don't know why. You're right. It's terribly, terribly galling, I think. Steve, how often do you eat red meat? Says Mike. Don't know, actually. I know I don't want to eat red meat. I don't know. 3 times a week, 4 times a week. I'll try and vary to have salmon and stuff like that, and different things. George says, I never hear you say anything about Aston when they lose. I don't like to sort of pour oil on troubled waters. I don't like to mention it. I'm not really happy at the moment the way things are going, but that's a personal thing for me, as you can imagine. And do you like the film Seven Brides for Seven Brothers? I can't stand it, Mark. Most boring film I've ever seen. Really is. Honestly, you live in Romford. I should imagine it's probably the height of excitement in Romford. 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. Just looks a bit dated now, doesn't it? Yeah. I got the box set of Roger and Hammerstein's musicals. My favourite, if I was going to pick one, would be Showboat. Love Showboat. To try and get a decent copy of Showboat is like trying to look for the Holy Grail. It's very difficult. Sales of canned meats, burgers, bangers and bacon have soared as people turn to comfort food. Apparently then, burgers, bangers and bacon is comfort food. I don't think it's comfort food. A comfort food for me would be a sherry trifle. I love a sherry trifle. You don't get those very often nowadays, do you? The trend towards plant-based eating slowed last year as shoppers returned to familiar meaty meals. I've never had a Fray Bentos steak and kidney pie in a tin. I've often fancied one, but I've never actually had it. And here is a prison officer. You sometimes wonder where their brains are. In this particular instance, they must be in his rear end. His name's Brian Massey. He smuggled £4,000 of drugs into prison for lags to fund his wedding. He hid the synthetic cannabis plus £20,000 worth of tobacco to smoke it with at a jail in Salford. He'd bought a £1,000 engagement ring, cars and honeymoon flights. He admitted conveying prohibited articles and money laundering. And they decided, he was standing there going, I think we've probably got away with this one. 4.5 years in prison. 4.5 years. Obviously, of course he's going to get 4.5 years in prison. That was ridiculous. Honestly, people are so stupid. Do they not realise that, somebody finds out about these things? No such thing as the perfect crime. You know why? You'd never hear about it. If it was the perfect crime, you'd never hear about it. It's only because people can't keep their mouths shut, can they? And idiots like him. There's also a woman called Sarah Aikenhead. Kind of figures, actually, when you hear what she's done. She's a fraudster, convicted fraudster, in the High Court. She worked for a solicitor's firm. And what she did, she siphoned money out of an account of a vulnerable person suffering from dementia. £136,000 she took. And she decided to spend it on herself. Sarah Aikenhead included tens of thousands of pounds, which belonged to the client. The mum of one, 37, blew 12 grand on a wedding venue, thousands more on luxuries, and she admitted fraud, so she's got a child. Who's looking after the child now? She's a single parent. Just been sent to prison for 3 years and 4 months. Should have been 25 years. Should have been 25 years. Really. Obviously doesn't care about the family or anything. Really. Stupid people. Why is it they do it? Do people really believe that they're going to get away with these things and it's going to be all singing, all dancing and all wonderful? Because the answer is, it isn't most of the time. Poems arrived, which is lovely. Oh, so appropriate for the show this morning. Also, here she is. Who's our page 3 girl today? Her name is Barbie, B-A-R-B-I. The best thing I can tell you about her is she's wearing a bra that's too small, and she's got badly bleached hair. She says, I love the feel of a brisk breeze through my hair as the surf laps up the side of my rubber craft. Right. You sometimes wonder whether they're as mad as we think they are. The answer is yes. Dame Barbara Windsor has got a pub inside a care home named after her. Residents voted to call it the Windsor Arms because they were big fans of Peggy Metchell. Richard Demslake of Camelot House and Lodge in Taunton says, our residents love Barbara as the bubbly star of Carry On films and the outspoken landlady. Get out my pub. Love Bar, love her. University Challenge presenter Jeremy Paxman loves lying around at home in his pants. It's quite a normal thing to do, isn't it? Don't people do that? Everybody lies around in their pants, yeah. Producer does, apparently. He says, I wear a T-shirt and a pair of boxers. Rivetingly ancient. Honestly, you should be wearing little slips or something like that, something to keep it all in place. Not things You know your fact about Jeremy Paxman? You have a fact about Jeremy Paxman? Don't tell me. That's right, he presents University Challenge in pyjama bottoms. But I told you when I used to read the news on BSB, which then turned into Sky, I would wear a pair of jeans or shorts in the summer. The only thing I had on was a shirt and a jacket. But you wouldn't, because you never stood up from behind the desk. They used to have a thing there. It was very funny because I read the news on all the different channels that they had, like a few of us did. It wasn't unique to me. And they wrote the news. They would put it on the auto cue, but you would control your own auto cue. Now, normally, there is a company called Auto Cue, and the girl will sit there and she will turn a little dial, and the words under the camera, that's why people, you can always watch their eyeballs, they'll move, they're following auto cue, only slightly, and she would turn the dial to match the speed of your reading. Now, at BSB, when we were there, we had a pedal under the desk. We controlled our own. And on the very first news bulletin I had, unfortunately, I'd completely forgotten about it, and they did what they call a camera track. So they go, news from B-Sky V, or whatever it happened to be, and the camera would pan round, and then there'd be the camera that would be your one fixed on. Up until then, it would do a big sweep of the newsroom and everything else, and the newsroom always used to love it, because they would all of a sudden start standing up and passing bits of paper around. It was like a scene out of that Drop the Dead Donkey. It was like that. We're on air, and here's everybody rushing around like mad things, and having a punch-up. And it would do the thing, and then it would come to you, and they go, OK, and 3, 2, 1, and cue Steve. I go, the news at lunchtime, blah, blah, whatever it happened to be. Unfortunately, on the very first bulletin, I have a very annoying habit of tapping my feet. And so I was tapping my feet, but unfortunately I was tapping it on the pedal for the news thing. So when they went, and and you're looking down, and I then looked up, and all I've got is, and the weather, thank you very much, back with you later. And that's all I had. So I had to push the back of the pedal, and they're all going, Steve, you're on. They thought I'd obviously gone completely mad. And I had to wait till I'd rewound the script on the programme. And what you're supposed to do is have your scripts in front of you. That's why you see at the end of most bulletins, they will pick up their bits of paper, and they will do like that on the desk. They're not reading them. They're there in case the auto cue goes down. I, of course, didn't learn that. I was sitting behind the desk. I didn't have the paper on there because I didn't think I'd need it. I thought it's a waste of time. It's on the auto cue. But it was just the fact it said, and the weather across the country. I never made the same mistake again. No, I was a very good learner. And they all laughed afterwards. But on Have I Got News, Drop the Dead Donkey, sometimes there'd be a fight breaking out behind the two presenters sitting at the desk with, and the news from London is, there's a new president of the United States, and in the background you can see people beating the living daylights out of each other. It was great fun, isn't it? Not unsimilar here. I've got a poem for you, little poem. It's very appropriate, by Christian M. Mittywood. It might be pronounced differently, Mightwoo, or something like that. It's called My Big Fat Cat. I own a big fat cat, the fattest for miles around. Whenever there's lots of food, that's where he'll be found. He's really good at eating. It's a talent, I suppose. I'm sure if he keeps at it, he'd win the talent shows. I own a big fat cat. He weighs at least a ton. He couldn't run to save his life. Yes, he isn't much fun. His favourite room's the kitchen. I'm sure we all know why. He eats just about everything. So that's why, with a sigh. I'd like to tell you, teacher, I'd like to tell you straight, I might have accidentally dropped my homework in his plate. Good, isn't it? Not really. No, it was okay. I mean, bits of it didn't rhyme, but I mean, kind of everything. Goodness sake, honestly. Not many other programmes at, 12 minutes past 5 in the morning go, and here's the poem of the day, and you're going, oh, for goodness sake, what's a poem of the day? Aren't there any poems about Biden or something like that? I mean, the nearest you've got is James Corden, ribbing old Donald Trump, the old ancient pensioner, who's now in Palm Beach with all the other pensioners. And Melania going, I've never heard her speak, actually. She does speak, doesn't she, occasionally? I'm sure she must do. But what's she going to do? There's nobody of her age around there. She'll just have to go wandering up and down the road. And of course, she won't be allowed to go wandering up and down the road. But I'm not sure if, because of the impeachment, whether or not they still get their security or anything else until it's all finished. I mean, to be honest with you, he's going to go mad, isn't he? Do you think he'll write his memoirs? That's what they normally do, don't they? And then they have a library. It'll all be fake news, yeah. People are just, it's fake news. I can't do that impression. Nick Abbott does it so much better than I do, but of course he's a bit older. And, he's obviously had enough time to perfect his impressions on the programme. He is, in fact, just like, he's like Spitting Image, all by himself. He comes up with all the... Nobody knows who the voices are. It's a bit like me. I do all the voices, and somebody says, who's that? And I go, well, that's so-and-so. And I go, no, it wasn't. And I go, well, I thought it was. I thought it was good. Storm Christoph batters Britain, bringing the flood hell. It's going to rock it by 15 to 35%. It's absolutely awful. You see, people, there's a supermarket delivery driver here, rescued from the top of his van after it was swept away as he tried to cross a ford during flooding. I mean, duh. I'm sorry, a ford is a place where the river crosses the road and it's concreted and it's not that deep. In the event of floods, do not cross the ford. So this dodo bird crosses the ford and the van gets swept away in County Durham. It was swollen with snow melt, and so we had to call out the fire and rescue service crews. They used a raft tied to a bridge to pull him clear. I'd have left him. I'm sorry, if you cross a ford and we're in the middle of floods, the one thing you don't do is cross a ford. You stop the thing, you turn around, you phone the people up and go, I'm sorry, I can't get the food to you. This is up to the top of the radiator grill. That's how deep it is. Stupid. How these people ever get jobs, God alone knows. 1,820 people died of COVID-19 yesterday, bringing the UK total now 93,290. Leapt up a bit, hasn't it, from the 80,000, or leapt up from the 40,000. In fact, it just keeps leaving and rising and getting worse and worse and worse. But anyway, she's apparently, when she went to see her father, Alan, in hospital, a large white feather landed on her windscreen. What a load of old hooey. Honestly, a large white feather. Well, so you're driving down the road and a feather landed, and it stayed there, did it, dear? Of course it didn't. Of course it didn't. Ridiculous. Supermodels are dressing down Winnie Harlow, and she went wearing her school wardrobe complete with bum bag and velour tracksuit. She says, who else used to wear their shoelaces in their hair when they were in high school? Nobody. Just you, dear. So she tied her hair up with shoelaces. That's like girls nowadays hitching their skirts up so they look like just slightly bigger than belts. Sometimes, because we read the papers every day and we try and remember most things, if I've done a story and it was a few weeks ago, we always do it. I mean, we're always up to date with every single story. You won't hear a story on this programme that's out of date, ever. And yet there's one in the Daily Star today, which is Giovanna Fletcher, the I'm a Celeb winner, I know, so quickly we will forget, made nearly £250,000 last year before going on the show. But I read that story to you 3 weeks ago. And also, is this the one here who was saying that, she's been inundated with offers? I mean, how many times have we heard that in the past week? Poor old Syra Khan, where is she going now? Has also been inundated with offers. As what? I've got no idea. Do you remember Eamon Holmes and Ruth? Inundated with offers. Apparently the BBC want to sign them for a chat show. No, they don't. Not remotely interested. Why would they? They've got Kim Marsh once she's had the hernia sorted out. And at the moment, Ruth is the one doing it. Eamon has to try and find... I mean, he's going to have to do men's tenor pants, isn't he, next? I mean, that's got to be the next... I mean, because he seems to be doing things that seem to be akin to his age, which is a little bit worrying. But earnings for Giovanna Fletcher Limited are likely to come from book sales and endorsements. I mean, book sales of what? She went on I'm a Celebrity. She's been around for donkey's years. They've got children. Animal lovers are forking out fortunes to get video messages from pets. One bunny called Pipkin can make 750 quid a time on clip website Cameo. Henry the tortoise and therapy dog Magnus get 150 quid a video. Good Lord above. Apparently Cameo is best known for its human stars, including Caitlyn Jenner, who charges up to nearly £2,000 for a custom shout-out. But you can get a hippopotamus called Miss Fiona for 75 quid to do your shout-out. That's what I get for you. Get your shout-out from a hippopotamus. I think that's quite... Don't you think it's quite cool? I love the idea of a baby here. If you could get baby hippopotamuses, who would be called hippopotami, I suppose, and that'd be quite nice, actually. There's also a 20-year-old tortoise from New York who's got loads of fans. And Miss Fiona, who lives in Cincinnati Zoo, is the smallest premature hippo ever to survive. Oh, that's so cute. When you think, and then they grow. And then all of a sudden you've got these people. First they do little teacup piglets. They weren't. They were just baby pigs. And they grew to be the size of huge porkers. People were going, oh, I love my teacup pig. It's not. You've been ripped off. Ripped off. Not so good. Aussie Trace says Melania's going to get a divorce if she's sensible. Well, that's what I was thinking. I thought that as well. I was just assuming that she might want to get a divorce. But the trouble is, there's very little chance of getting any money out of him, seeing as he doesn't seem to be having any money at the moment, which is not very good, is it? Not very good. I've always wanted to climb a frozen waterfall. I haven't really. I just keep seeing pictures of it. And there's one here which looks like, or felling that cave going into the... Have you been to the Amazon? Obviously not, we have. None of us. Nobody listening's been to the Amazon, I can tell. And you go there and they've got these sinkholes which you fly over and there are these holes and all of a sudden it's like a different world underground. Absolutely unbelievable. I quite like that to go... No, I'm not claustrophobic, no. I don't think so, no. It would have to be well lit. I don't want to go down in anywhere dark, thank you very much indeed. And I wouldn't want to sort of go too far. But these underground rivers, it's like in the middle of Antarctica, the water, once they start melting, they sort of go along. They carve a channel through the ice, which is like 10 foot thick, and then it just plunges into the earth. And I'd like to go down there and see what wonders are down there, but I want to make sure I could get back out again. That would be good. Steve, remember Wagner from the X Factor? Vaguely. He does a birthday message for £7.50. Well, listen, £7.50 is better than no things at all. A bit random, but how many teas do you get through during the show? I only ask as I drank about 5 cups watching TV last night. I get through about, on the show, I had 2 before I started, and then during the show probably about another 3, so probably 5. I don't drink tea at home. I've got tea at home, but I don't drink tea at home. I've got coffee. I drink coffee at the moment. I only think, and the only reason I drink the coffee at home is because at this time of the morning it's my little boost. It's sort of, I feel that it's sort of, giving me that little kick that I need in the morning. But in fact, I don't actually need a kick in the morning. I'm actually quite lively first thing. I can sound as awake as the next person, as if I've sort of slept the sleep of the gods. Yeah, like you and Corey. What, sleeping? I mean, funny thing is, I nearly phoned the boys this morning. I don't know why, actually. But then I looked at the clock and I thought, oh, God, they've only been in bed 3 hours. What's the point? I'm sure they'd thank... Yeah, thanks, Steve. Thanks a bunch. But I didn't do it. I didn't need to call them. I don't think so. 24 minutes past 5. I'm telling you that we don't do time checks on this programme. I'm sorry, it's the one thing I'm very lax at. I would like to be really, really good with you and tell you I can do time checks all the time, and unfortunately I don't. Because I work on the assumption we've all got clocks everywhere. I've lost track of how many clocks do you think I've got at home? About 30. Because you've got it on the computer, got it on your phone, you've got it on the TV, you've got it on the DVD, then I've got the wall clock, and then I've got a carriage clock, and then I've got little alarm clocks, then I've got the car clock, then I've got the kitchen clock, then I've got the oven clock, then I've got a big clock in the bathroom. I've got clocks everywhere. And they're not all automatic, they're not atomic clocks. So I have to physically go around and change them. It's such a pain, it really is. Handbags at dawn for Alan Carr and Sheridan Smith. They disagree tonight as they critique the contestants. Actually, I like both of them. Alan's just a bit too camp. Just a little bit too camp. And Neil Patrick Harris hired a vocal coach to master a British accent for It's a Sin. He plays a toff in a new drama about the outbreak of AIDS. He's openly gay, by the way, so there's no big surprise there. He's unbelievably talented. He's also a magician, and I was talking about magicians the other day, because I was saying I can't wait till we can get back to the Magic Circle for Christmas time to put some shows on, so we can entertain you with magic. Actually, I've just been to a shop in the States, and I've just ordered some stuff from them, hoping beyond hope that I can use it at the Magic Circle at around about Christmas time, if we're back to normal by then. And I ordered these items, shall we call them? Because I love a parcel arriving. I've got a thing about parcels arriving. I don't know why. Perhaps it's childhood. Whatever it is, it seems to work. And it's being FedExed over. I ordered it yesterday afternoon. Within an hour and a half, it was on its way. Should take between 2 to 5 days from FedEx. Now, I'm normally really good with FedEx and DHL, I've had a couple of other companies that I've used, but those two seem to be at the top. It's ever so expensive to get something over from the States on FedEx. It's a big box. It's $65. But I just love the way that you can track it. They give you the tracking number, and then you can go, right, it left this warehouse, and it's now here. Now it's flying across, and here it is at Stansted or Gatwick. I think that's brilliant. Don't you think that's exciting? I think it's amazing. David in Leeds. Leeds. Somebody else was talking about Leeds the other day to me. Who was talking about Leeds? Can't remember. But Drop the Dead Donkey is one of my favourite sitcoms. Great satire. It is. It was lovely. I love the newsreader with the wig. And I just loved all of it. It was so clever and yet so accurate at the same time. Steve, you mentioned baby hippos, says Lara. Google baby skunks. They're quite, skunks spray you, don't they? They've got that thing that comes out the back of their tail. They do scent markings. I don't want to be scent marked, I think, by a baby skunk. No, there's got to be better creatures. Oh, look at those ones. Picture a bit, they're such cutie faces, but they do spray. They turn round and you duck. It's like those, is it llamas that spit at you? And you've got all of a sudden they go, and it's, oh no, so disgusting. But, yeah, I mean, I quite like the idea of having I like anything that's small. That's why I work with my two, because they're sort of small, not beautifully formed, but they are small. And then you can have little baby kittens, little baby puppies. As long as they stay that size, I'm okay with them. I just quite fancy the idea. I think we should all have pets. All have pets. Don't get chickens, by the way, if you value your grass. They will dig up grass like they scratch. And but they're very calming. Turkeys are very calming as well. And if you want to protect your property, geese. Geese are the things to have. Oh, God, geese. They make the sound to wake the devil. They really do. They're known as being very good guard dogs. Right. What should we do? Oh, quickly. I should tell you it's on the front page of the Mirror today because they talk about a day of history, a day of hope after 4 years of Trump's hatred. Now, Biden offers the Americas and the world a brighter future. They're just so old. It's the only thing that worries me. They're so old. Ours come in a lot younger. Also, the sad story of one of the UK's oldest identical twins has died after being struck down by COVID-19 2 days before her vaccination letter arrived. Which is a shame. Oh, actually, I forgot to do all my emails yesterday. Have we done all the emails today and from yesterday, which didn't make it onto the programme? We put those up, please. I should have printed a load off before the programme. I didn't get round to them. There were quite a few yesterday from sort of people saying, I listened to the programme in far-flung corners of the universe and different things there. So, you got the code again? How many times do you want it? I've already given it to you once. Oh, right, we'll do it in the break. So, why did it switch itself off? Oh, right. Hopeless. We did this before the programme. You said to me, give me the code, so I gave you the code. Honestly. You give up, don't you, sometimes? Well, it's not very secure because we've got to do it all over again. I mean, this is using up my battery on my telephone, telling me another long-distance number, which we have to do. We have to put in this, how many numbers is it? 1, 2, 3, 6 numbers you put in. I'm just waiting for them to come back and say you need to change your password again. Oh, here we go. People are like, ooh, no, I don't like these injections. Why do they show you injections on the television? Please don't show us again. Please don't show us. Here's. Oh, it's a lion. He's taking a leap of faith to try and keep his paws clean. This is in the Serengeti National Park. He's known as BJ. He's jumping from one bank to another because there's crocodiles. And if he missed, he would no longer be BJ. He would be de, unfortunately, which is not very good. 4 million of you face an £80 energy bill shocker. And a new drug can make your brain younger. That's what we need. That's what we need. Did you get some ribs from Costco? No. I was doing Marks and Spencer's. They're smaller. Very nice. Very, very nice. You just got to make sure that you leave all the gunk in the actual cooking thing. Right, here we go. News headlines. An engineer who was so overweight his scale said error when he stood on them has shed 16 stone. James Mitchell realised he needed to overhaul his diet. He said, I was so heavy when I got on the scales, they'd just say, error. Most of us used to go to Woolworths years ago. Those huge big scales. Put your penny in and it would tell you how much you weighed. He says, if I had a roast it would be 6 pieces of meat, 6 potatoes, 6 carrots, 6 parsnips and 3 Yorkshire puddings. And I didn't do any extra. 3 Yorkshire puddings. I could eat a packet of Yorkshire puddings quite easily. He says, if I was going to eat a chocolate bar, it'd be the biggest in the shop. Wow. He says, some people don't even recognise me. I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Amazing, isn't it? James usually hired a dog walker for Labradors Dodger and Jasper. Come here, Dodger. Couldn't make it to the end of the street. He had just got back from an all-inclusive holiday to Egypt where he gorged on mixed grills and steaks. You see, it's all right to gorge on mixed grills and steaks, provided you exercise. So he went from having a fry-up for breakfast or McDonald's. Lunch would be soup and toast and fish and chips every Friday. Dinner, large portion of chili, spaghetti bolognese, curry, pizza or kebab. Snacks, a family-sized bar of chocolate. Drinks, 2 litres of fizzy pop and 2 or 3 pints. Now, for breakfast, a fruit smoothie. Lunch would be soup. Dinner would be a small portion of a cooked meal. Snacks, 1 low-calorie chocolate bar. And drinks, mineral water. In other words, it's about as boring as it gets. But if you want to lose the weight, that's what you have to do. So he went from 29 stone 13 pounds to 13 stone 13 pounds and size XXXXL to size XL by ditching the takeaways and the booze. The booze makes you put on the weight. So if you drink pints, there's a very good chance, you're going to be sort of fatty poos. Have you heard about Jasper Masculine, the desert magician? Yes, I have heard of Jasper Masculine. Of course I have heard of Jasper Masculine. I would have to. The unemployed are in the Penman Investigates column today in the Mirror. And I pass it on to you because this is a company who scam job seekers. What they do is one tactic was to trick the unwary to ask for payment for a disclosure and barring service, which is to be known as a CRB check. One job seeker in Bristol thought she'd struck lucky after a phone interview for a position as a healthcare assistant, and she paid £45 by bank transfer, and that was the last she heard from these people. Some of them ask for a lot. Key workers, hoping to improve their medical skills, healthdirectpersonnel.co.uk charge for courses including resuscitation, first aid and manual handling of patients. Now, the cost is £50 plus £200 for the course, which some participants have described as very poor with no hands-on training. According to reports to Safer Jobs, victims didn't receive training certificates or any work. There's no company details to healthdirectpersonnel.co.uk. Their phone number is now unavailable and they've not responded to emails from the Mirror. What does that tell you? Avoid. And this week's first boss who has fleeced the taxman, which is to say us, all of us have been fleeced, is a guy called Jasveer Dhillon. He ran a London company and submitted false VAT returns for no fewer than 31 consecutive quarters. And what happens is this allowed the company to wrongly reclaim VAT, £540,000 worth, no less. When other debts are added, almost £1 million was liquidated. He's now been banned from being a director for 9 years. And then Leslie Dykes, who ran a hotel in Lower Largo. I don't even know where Lower Largo is, but it must be a nice place if it's got a thing. I mean, is it near Kirkcaldy? Because the Dunnekir House Hotel in Kirkcaldy, they're in Fife. It's Fife. And she's been jailed for admitting a £400,000 VAT fraud that spanned 5 years. When HMRC raided her home, they discovered key paperwork that she previously claimed was lost in a flood, and so she's gone to prison for 2 years. It's a big thing now, people selling themselves something and claiming back the VAT. She just wasn't paying it at all. So Jasveer Dhillon giving false VAT returns. So he's another naughty person. Another naughty person, so banned from being a director for 9 years. But people get away. I think we should just go round and get all the money back. Why don't we get the money back from these people? If they cheated us out of £500,000, you go round there. It's a bit like, can't pay, we'll take it away. And they turn up on the doorstep. And there was some very well-heeled man the other day. I've seen it before. And his mother died, but it was obviously some time ago because they're discussing the headstone. And headstones come quite a while after the actual death of a person. And so they turn up and he owes £3,300. And his sister turns up as well. Gob on a stick. Gob on a stick. So the enforcement agents who come from the High Court are allowed to enter your house. They're not allowed to push their way in. If the door is open, they can walk in. Okay, they have the right, and they do it all the time. And so they're there, and he goes, "What are you doing inside my house?" They went, "Well, the door was open. We made peaceful entry." That's what it's called, peaceful entry. And so he said, "Well, listen, I don't have the money. Come back next week." Well, of course, they don't want to come back next week. They're there to wait for the money now. Well, we went through hullabaloo and song and a dance with this sister going, "I think it's just wrong. Who are you? Who are you? Are you allowed to just walk into somebody's house?" And I thought, well, you sound like an intelligent person. You would know these are from the High Court. They're not from a local court. This is not county court. This is the High Court. They've been instructed to come round and get the money. And if they don't get the money, they will take goods. They're looking for a car. They're looking for antiques. They're looking for all sorts of things that they can raise money. And it isn't till sometimes on these programmes they start removing the items that the person suddenly realises this is true. And some of them go, "I'm calling the police." They go, "Please call the police. The police are on the bailiff's side. They're from the High Court. The police are there to make sure that there's no altercation." There was somebody who had, what was the one we watched? Oh, it was, a coach company around my neck of the woods as well. And this woman's effing and blinding at them. "Get out. We're not paying you anything, you scum," and all this kind of thing. Anyway, she said, "I've called the police." He said, "Good." So the police turn up, and of course then little madam with the mouth had to keep very quiet, because they said they're entitled to be here. It's as simple as that. And they come and they start removing goods, and if you don't, you're in big trouble. You could be arrested by the police. They've got a High Court writ. And the sister of this bloke who owed this, it's only £3,500, which I say, in the scheme of things, some of these companies owe thousands. And she was going, "You're like a pair of thugs, aren't you?" And I thought, well, they happen to be big blokes, because I should imagine they must get a lot of grief from a lot of people. Nobody wants somebody on the doorstep. They go, "Hello." "Oh, hello, I've got a High Court writ." And it's amazing how many people tell, like, "Well, it's not me. Perhaps it was the last person who lived here." "No, it's definitely you. The car outside's registered to you, and that's the name I've got on my..." They don't realise. But they all end up paying. They all end up paying. Steve, can you fix an oven clock to show the time correctly? Oh, easy. Just go to the internet. Type in Google, type in the make of your oven, and just put "changing a clock on a..." whatever it happens to be, and up will come the answer, which is good. Steve, I blame God for my being overweight. Why did he make the food that's bad for you taste amazing and food that's healthy taste boring and uninteresting? Well, because he's testing you. He's testing you, and he's seeing whether or not you've got willpower. We all love chips, and we all love... what else we like? We just like everything. Everything that's bad for you, we like. They were selling a cooker on the television the other day on Ideal World, and they had this annoying presenter. She was doing it yesterday morning, and she was Miss Overexcited, Miss Eager Beaver. Every other word was wow. I mean, her limited knowledge of the English vocabulary was pitiful, to say the least. And of course, she can't have any of this food because she's obviously a hefty hideaway. And so he's making all this food. I'm making is it calzone, where you get the pizza dough, you put all the stuff in the middle, fold it over and stick it in there. She's going, wow. Well, I'm thinking, why does somebody in the gallery say to her, "Listen, if you talk over the top of him, it doesn't work. We can't hear both of you. So you shut up. He's the one who's selling this oven. He cooks on it. You're doing nothing apart from standing there going, well, let me tell you, 20% of the stock has gone." Yeah, that means there's 80% left. Seriously. Goodness sake. It's just so irritating. They can't shut it. Sally Jack's the worst one, with the screechiest voice on television on Ideal World. And then she was doing the cookers, and she came up with wow as well. Perhaps it's the most overused word on Ideal World. Wow. If you're thinking about buying it, but I mean, they're all irritating. Every single presenter on there. They're not quite as bad as Gemporia, where there's something the matter with all of them. The other day, they were so desperate, they resorted to flogging makeup, if you please. What's the point of calling it Gemporia? Seriously, I mean, some of those are really odd. They've got one in the morning. I think she used to be part of Bruce Forsyth's, play your cards right kind of thing. She's very irritating. I mean, so they've all got something about them that you watch them and you think, oh, God, you're awful. Shut up. But I'm addicted to it. I still watch it. Matthew says, I saw that episode of Can't Pay, Won't Pay. Thought the sister of the bloke was brilliant standing up to them. But it's nothing to do with her. It would be almost the same as me turning up and going, what do you think you're doing? You can't come into his house. And I'm going, who are you? I'm going, I'm Steve. I'm a friend of his. And you go, well, it's nothing to do with you. This is a writ against him. He owed the money. It's not their fault. They're just round to do a job. But if they go away and come back, there's another 600 quid goes on it. So in your best interest. Steve, I've lost my job due to COVID, in keeping with loads of people. It's not finished yet. Not finished yet. I've just been fined £600 for the TV licence. Wanted to die, honestly. How much is a TV licence now? Are they about 150? 140, 150 or something like that? Because I'm surprised, actually. I didn't think they fined people for not having a TV licence. Depends how long you've not had a TV licence for. Lawrence says, I sailed through my driving test. And that's why I failed it. I'll have to explain that to the boys. They won't understand that at all. They really won't. He sailed through his driving test, and that's why it was a driving test. Sailing through it, not a sailing test. I'll have to explain this to them. They understand it then. Once I do it for them, that's fine. Standard TV licence, 157.50. It's a lot of money, isn't it? Perhaps I could tell them I'm a pensioner. I am a pensioner. I should get it cheap. I should get it free. Shouldn't I, really? Yeah, don't care, do you? Don't care. You got the money, Steve, you can buy it. I'm always very good. Whenever it comes through, I always go straight away online. I don't like anything to hang around and go, I'll put that off till next week. I like to get it over and done with. You know, if I go through a month where I don't have, very much money, well, then so be it. Steve, when I say I wanted to die, I meant it at the time. Listen, I've been there. I can remember, all right, admittedly, some years ago, I got into such a tizzy with the bank that I dreaded the post. I knew if it was a letter from the bank, and I knew that they were going to sort of have some repercussions, but I was so frightened about opening the letter because I knew that I was overdrawn. So what I used to do, being a right little devious so-and-so, in London, well, probably all over the London, they have these places where you can go and cash a cheque. So I had a chequebook, and I would go in there and write out a cheque. And in those days, my cheque guarantee card was for £50. £50 was the maximum. Nowadays, I think they're £350 or £400, whatever it happens to be. And so I would go and write out, if I had no money, and most of the time I had no money, I'd write out a cheque for 50 quid where you ended up with, I think, £47 because they took commission. It was quite a lucrative thing for them. Made no difference to them that the cheque was going to bounce the other end, which it didn't because they'd already paid it. And I sort of would do that, and then they kept writing it, and I ignored it. And then one day I got a letter and it was registered. So, of course, I had to sign for the blooming thing. So I couldn't get away with it because before I could say, well, I never received anything, which people do. And, I didn't have the money to pay them back, like some of these people who get caught on the television, and doing things saying, I bought this car, but then I lost my job. I couldn't afford to keep paying for it. And I was in the same position and I didn't know how much I owed. And it turned out that I owed quite a bit of money. And so they called me into the bank. And I can remember the bank manager this day, a little short, fat bloke. And I can remember him. And there were two blokes in my bank at the time, and I didn't know, but they were fans of the programme. So, of course, they were kind of revelling in the fact that I'd been called. They didn't know what I looked like or anything. And then they sort of discovered, and he called me in and he said, right, well, you've been writing out a cheque. I mean, basically, it's fraud. If you write out a cheque for cash, knowing that you've not got the funds in there, it's fraud. It doesn't matter whether you've got 52 cheques in the chequebook. And so he said, I'm going to take your chequebook and card away from you. And I then thought, oops, what do I do now? Because I then had no outlet for doing it. And he said, we'll work out a payment plan. And so I sort of went out of there, and I think I had like £2 or £3 on me, and that was all I had. And I didn't have a chequebook or a cheque card. I was completely scuppered, and I had to rely on people to help me out a little bit. But it was Dale was the same. He got 30,000 in debt. 30,000 in debt. So he was even worse than I was, because it's very easy to sort of fall foul of it. It's like I told you the story yesterday of a shopkeeper who hasn't been doing any business, but the landlord wants the rent. So he's had to borrow £5,000 to pay the rent. And I'm thinking, but wait a minute, we haven't opened up the shops yet. And already people are borrowing. So it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. And, I talk to my drivers most mornings, if they're regular drivers of mine. And I always say the same thing. How many jobs have you had? And they're averaging 3 or 4 jobs in 12 hours. Well, you can't make money out of that. They've still got to pay for the rental on the vehicle. I mean, it's really terrible. And nobody thinks about these people. We go, oh, somebody lost their job with Debenhams, or somebody lost their job with Pret a Manger, or whatever it happens to be. And you tend to forget that there are people out there scraping to get a living. Scraping to get a living. It's really tough, and it's not going to get any better. There's going to be other shops between now and the time that we open up again, please God, soon, although it doesn't look very likely at the moment. There's still record numbers of people dying from COVID. You know, all this, we've had so many millions of vaccines given out, but there's still people dying, so something's gone wrong somewhere. Perhaps people think you can carry on going out there. There was a right bunch of argumentative old so-and-sos the other day on YouTube. They were down on a seafront, sitting on benches, no masks, no social distancing, nothing, and the police come along, and this old woman, you know what, she wasn't old, she was probably about in her 30s, 40s, 50s, something like that. She was arguing with the police. I don't think I have to give you my details, my name and address. Under the free... Oh, shut up, you stupid old bag. I get so angry, so cross with these people. But no, so it's... I know exactly. So when people say to me, you know, you don't know what it's like to lose your job. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, yes. I remember that day that years and years ago, they said to me at LBC, we'd been taken over by another company, and they lost most of the presenters on LBC, most of them. And it was then a case of, ooh, what happens now? Nobody knows. Nobody knows till you get there. You know, if you've been working in a shop for a long, long time, and most people who work in shops love working in retail, then you lose your job. Where do you go? There aren't any other jobs. There really aren't. I mean, the only thing you do now is get a job in a supermarket. They're the only places opening. Greengrocers, banks. Not all of them, though. They're closing a lot of banks. Shame, isn't it, really? Shame, shame, shame. Steve, I used to cash cheques for 50 quid a time, which bought me 3 days to get the cash back into the account before the cheque could be presented. I think we've all been a bit naughty, haven't we? We've all done a few little bits and pieces of what they call creative accountancy. It's the only way that you could sort of survive. But I've been in that state. I've been in that state where I haven't had any money. You know, and somebody says, how did you get to your... I mean, I had to go to work to get some money back. It was, luckily, it was a cash gig. But there again, the one thing I wasn't doing, because I needed the money to exist, is I didn't have the money for the tax bill. And I did get a tax bill. I didn't pay tax for ages and ages and ages. And then they finally caught up with me, because every time you moved... You didn't tell them that you'd moved, because nobody wanted to speak to the tax office, did they? And so you'd move, and then eventually it caught up. And there, as I've told you before, was my bill for £3,500. They'd guesstimated what they thought I would have earned and how much tax. So I gave it to a friend of mine, whose other half was an accountant, and it came down to £99, payable in 3 instalments. And thus began a long-standing relationship with the Inland Revenue. So I always advise people, and banks as well, if you get into trouble financially, the first person you talk to is the bank. The first person you talk to. I know you don't want to, but they're the only people who can help you out of it. Don't go to money lenders, you know, where they say, oh, just consolidate all your loans and do that. No, go talk to the bank first. They'll be your first port of call. You don't want to, but I promise you, you will thank me. Rising water levels, severe flooding, still being dealt with across the northwest after hundreds of people were evacuated in parts of Greater Manchester. Again, you imagine, you lose your job, you get the flooding. What a disaster. What a dreadful start to the year. Steve, I had an interview once, says Conrad. They wanted €285 to register. No way. No. There used to be a scam operating years ago, and the scam was, do you want to be a model? Do you want to be in movies? Do you want to be in films? Do you want to be in adverts? Call this number, and you would register with this agency. They used to advertise in the Stage, and you'd call up a premium rate phone line to register, and they would charge you for putting you on their books. There was no work. What they were doing is they were making a book, which they would then send out. Casting directors have these books. They're called Show Call. And there was one for presenters, and it's got a picture of you and who your agent is and everything else. But this one was for the public. Want to be in adverts? Oh, you can make a fortune. £150 a day, easy. Well, of course, the only people who were benefiting were the people who were ripping you off. And they just put all this book together with all these people like Corey and Jake and me, you know, underneath talents, nothing, skills, nothing at all, you know, but need the money. They'd send it out to various people, and it would just sit on a shelf in the corner. There was no chance of you ever getting work. So beware. There's people willing to, you know, especially in times of hardship. And I would think that now would be a time of hardship. I think now would be very difficult for a lot of people. Unfortunately, I still don't give money to homeless, because I'm never sure which ones are genuine. I'm really not. I told you, the ones in Kingston, they look like a very well-fed family sitting down there. Mum, dad, daughter, 2 daughters, and they're extremely well-dressed, and they don't look as though they live on the streets. Put it that way. Yeah, give to a charity, let them decide. Don't give to individual people. Mind you, I watched somebody shoplifting in M&S the other day. I knew he was going to shoplift. I could tell by what he was wearing. I came out, he walked in, picked up the booze, shoved it under his coat, walked straight out. He was in and out in less than 30 seconds. Nobody says anything. Steve, been down that road, worked in the city. Twice we were taken over and I lost my job. I had to work for 6 months. I was lucky. I had 2 old English sheepdogs that kept me sane. Oh, I tell you. Morning, everybody. It's 6:04. I'm Steve Allen. This is LBC, and this is the Early Breakfast Show, Monday through Friday and Sunday morning as well, between 4 and 7. We are very busy. We were very busy yesterday at LBC, as you can well imagine, what with 1 out and 1 in. It was all hands to the pump yesterday as people were sort of listening to it on the radio, trying to catch little bits and pieces, trying to work out whether or not it really was a day of history, really was a day of hope. It really was the fact that Trump has finally gone, landed in the millionaire's geriatric playground of Palm Beach, and him and Melania can stay there, and then the next appearance we'll probably see of him is, who knows? Who knows? I just felt sorry for Biden, who got sworn in as the new president, and there were no crowds there. It was all just flags that were waving in the breeze, which I thought looked brilliant. But I'm sure he much rather would have liked to have seen... I mean, can you imagine? Look, all the pictures you see, all the official pictures of people in masks. It just looks so bizarre, doesn't it? But somebody said to me a few weeks ago, and about a year ago, they said, we're going to be wearing masks for a long time yet. And I opened up the boot of the car the other day, found another box of masks. I'm finding masks all over the place, so I'm never going to run out of masks. But I thought, just at the beginning of this hour of the programme, because Nick will be along at 7, just 3 little bits, which kind of summed up yesterday in terms of the global looking at it. And speaking on an airfield before flying away to Florida, former President Donald Trump implied his family would be back. I wonder how many times he said, OK, he's now going to say this, you say that, you say that. It's like rehearsing for a wedding. Here's a little of what President Biden had to say in his speech, themed around unity amongst the American people. I like him. You can't knock what his sentiments are. So that was Biden theming around the unity among the American people. And now we wait and we watch and we find out and see what it is. I suspect the first meeting with Boris and Biden, the 2 Bs, will be via Zoom or something like that. And let's forge some more ties. Why not, for goodness sake? 848... I forgot what I was doing, actually. I couldn't remember where I was going to. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. All the pictures in the paper of Trump exiting, defiant to the last. The trouble is, he's been a man throughout his entire life. Nobody says no. He just walks roughshod. He walks roughshod over people, and now, unfortunately, he's out, and he's just an ordinary person. Whether he opens up a memorial library, whether or not he does his biography, I shouldn't imagine he will do a biography. I don't know why. I can't imagine who'd buy the blooming thing. Most of the people who support him, judging by what went on in Washington, don't seem to be the nicest of people. Also, Bannon heading Trump's 73 pardons. There's quite a lot of them. We were told 100, and I think it worked out about 100 and something, so no idea. Robbie Williams in the paper. 2 days running we've had this story in the paper. He's quarantining in St. Bart's. He flew to the Caribbean island shortly after Christmas with his wife, Ada, and their 4 children. And he's tested positive for coronavirus. Not so good. He says, I'm a bit neurotic, and I thought, where can I place myself where it won't get me? He said, so I thought I'd live it up in Mont Blanc for 6 months. It's really lovely. He doesn't actually do anything. He says, I want to go back and start performing again. Yeah, I don't think there's any rush for that. I don't think anybody cares. You need an album to get back and put... You can't... I suppose you could keep going out there doing the hits. And Saga has announced that all customers on its cruises and holidays will need to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The over-50s travel specialist announced yesterday that holidaymakers must have received both shots at least 2 weeks before departure. The first cruise line to make vaccinations compulsory. Well, good. Good for them. Good for them. Saga also confirmed that as a rollout of the jab is progressing well, it plans to resume river cruises, escorted tours and hotel stays in early May and 2 ocean cruises by early June. Oh, that's all right. I'd be quite happy on a Saga cruise. I know people laugh. They go, "Oh, Saga, Steve," and you go, "Oh." Actually, I've got another little piece which I'd like to play for you if I can. It's only a little piece, because who is the one person we want to hear giving his reaction to President Biden's inauguration? None other than Boris Johnson.
Obviously, it's the job of all UK prime ministers to have a very close relationship with the president of a close working relationship with the president, and a good working relationship with the president of the United States. And actually, when you look at the issues that unite me and Joe Biden, the UK and the United States right now, there's a fantastic joint common agenda. I really congratulate Joe and Kamala Harris on their achievement, on their inauguration today. It's a fantastic thing for America. It's a step forward for the country that's been through a bumpy period.
Strange ending, wasn't it? Somebody went, edit there, gone. Donald Trump's former friend, Boris Johnson, talking there. Lovely little piece I've got coming up for you in a moment about... Oh, I'll tell you, actually, there's 2 bits. One of them is Frank Skinner, who has endangered his long-term friendship with the illusionist Paul McKenna. Now, Paul McKenna is famous for writing his books on hypnotism, giving up smoking, stopping eating, everything, loads of things. But Frank has debunked hypnotism. He says it doesn't exist. He says, "I saw the great Paul McKenna live, and I saw a man in the bar in the interval clucking like a chicken." Have you ever been to... Did you ever get... Paul McKenna used to be in this building, and he would do his shows at the Duke of York's Theatre, the Paul McKenna hypnotic shows, and they were packed out, seriously, absolutely amazing. People wanted to see people, and they would do... I think a lot of hypnotists did the same thing. They would have... sometimes, imagine that you're eating this onion, but you believe it's an apple. Now, not everybody succumbs to hypnotism. It's only certain people who are receptive. My two would be easy to get under. Seriously, it can't be that difficult. Just take them in the corner, go, "Ready," and you're out in the room. And they'd be asleep. Because you want people who are receptive. And so they never show you putting somebody under. Okay? That's how it works. And then they come on stage and they're basically the entertainment. But they're looking for certain people. So they go, "Okay, you're in, you're out," because they know which ones are going to be good at it. And I've always found it quite fascinating, because I've known Paul McKenna for many years. And then people have to eat this onion, but they think it's an apple. And so if somebody's hypnotised you into believing it's an apple, you believe it is, and people go, "No." And then the other one is you have to imagine the entire audience is naked. Well, I do that at all of my shows anyway. Every time there is a Steve Allen show, I imagine the entire audience is naked. Makes it so much easier. Mind you, they're probably doing exactly the same for me. Just before the break, my final clip for you this morning. One of the standout performances at the inauguration came from the US National Youth Poet Laureate, Amanda Gorman. And here's a taste of her poetry. So clever. Did you see it? She was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The US National Youth Poet Laureate, Amanda Gorman. She's only 22. I watched her. She had more confidence on that podium than anybody else. One of those moving moments, I think. So there we go. We've encompassed the whole thing for you. Now you know Trump is, well, at the moment, shuffling around in a pair of slippers. I should imagine going, "Melania?" And then suddenly realising she's not there. There's no staff. He wanders out and nobody acknowledges him, because Palm Beach, nobody goes out walking. Far too dangerous. You just sort of go out, hello. The only person you would see is the mailman or the milk delivery or something like that, and his medical supplies. I can't see him getting anything else, but, we look out for him, don't we? Because it was certainly an interesting few years. LBC News Time, 6:15 and a bit. The headlines with Simon Conway.
President Biden has signed a series of executive orders reversing Donald Trump's policies hours after his inauguration. Thousands of homes across the northwest of England and North Wales have been evacuated overnight as Storm Christoph brings flooding. And research has found the prevalence of COVID across England increased by 50% between early December and mid-January. The weather cold and windy but brighter than yesterday for most, a high of 8 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. For those who need to make a journey this morning, one lane's being closed on the A501 westbound at Great Portland Street Tube Station. The traffic lights are being fixed after they were damaged in an accident. In the West End, Oxford Street is closed westbound from Oxford Circus to Orchard Street. It's for emergency repair works. All the buses that usually go that way are on diversion. The Blackfriars underpass remains closed in both directions for the emergency repair works. That will definitely cause delays again this morning. And on the train, Southeastern services are running between Gillingham and Faversham, and Thameslink services are suspended between Gillingham and Rainham.
This is LBC.
Stay on stamp duty holiday with Galliard Homes and save up to £15,000. We've extended the stamp duty holiday on homes right across the capital until October the 1st, 2021. London apartments from just £200,000 that qualify for a Help to Buy mortgage with just a 5% deposit. All come fully furnished, free of charge, with ground rent and service charge paid for 1 year. Book to view virtually or by appointment by calling 0203 770 6300. That's 0203 770 6300. Or visit galliardhomes.com. That's galliardhomes.com. Stamp duty holiday applies on units up to £500,000. Help to Buy applies on units up to £600,000.
You can sell your car fast on Motorway. But why do thousands of people rate Motorway as excellent on Trustpilot?
Astoundingly easy to use.
Is it because Motorway finds your best offer from a nationwide network of trusted dealers?
I sold from home for the agreed price. No haggling.
Or maybe it's because you could sell for more money than part exchange.
Received over £1,000 more than I expected.
Find out for yourself. Sell your car today at motorway.co.uk.
Motorway.co.uk. Divorce. It threatens the things you've worked hard for in more ways than you can imagine. Your home, savings, pension, and most of all, your relationship with your children. Don't let divorce or relationship breakdown in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic cost you any more than it has to. Cordell & Cordell is dedicated to serving men in matters relating to divorce. Available via phone, video call or in person. Conveniently located in Canary Wharf, Watford and Central London. CordellCordell.co.uk. A partner men can count on.
People living with dementia and their carers have been among the hardest hit by the coronavirus pandemic. At Alzheimer's Society, we're working tirelessly to provide support to those who need it most, but we need your help. This June, take on Trek 26, an epic trek through London with others who know just how tough dementia can be, taking in some of London's iconic sites. Sign up today, search Trek 26 and use the code RADIO for a discount this month.
Introducing PokerStars Casino. Bright lights, high pulses, hearts racing, reels spinning. In hundreds of games, a world of jackpots, including a guaranteed prize of over £1 million. Award-winning PokerStars Casino. Infinite outcomes. One thing to say. I'm in. Join PokerStars Casino and play. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org. Please play responsibly.
Galliard Homes stamp duty holiday until the 1st of October 2021. Fully furnished. GalliardHomes.com. That's GalliardHomes.com. Applies on units up to £500,000.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 6:20. You know, we've not had a Sarah Ferguson story for a while, so we shall put that to rights now because she pops up in Ephraim Hardcastle's column in the Daily Mail. Her Mills and Boon treatment of distant aunt, Lady Margaret Montague Douglas Scott, has not been welcomed by the Duke of Gloucester. His grandmother, Princess Alice, Duchess of Gloucester, was a niece of Margaret and had to seek the Queen's permission to publish her memoirs before her death in 2004. Fergie hasn't asked for approval. She might have more luck getting an endorsement from Camilla's new Reading Room book club. The trouble is Sarah Ferguson blindly goes on. She seeks no advice from anybody. She seems to think that that people are interested in stuff that she does, whereas in fact, I don't think we are. I don't think we are. You know, she doesn't. I mean, it's I still go back to that fabulous programme on Australian television where she has a bit of a strop because they've dared to mention something that's in her book, which obviously she didn't want to talk about, which is interesting. Ismail says, Steve, try drinking your tea with oat milk. It's delicious. Tastes better than cow's milk. Is it? Oh, right, okay. Steve, the The socially distanced dog walking group, says Mary, are convinced that Trump will either take over a cable network or a small East European country. I don't think he's going to bother with anything at all. I mean, I don't think he's got the money for doing things. And then somebody says, you're not a fan of him, but you keep talking about him. Well, I mean, listen, are you one of the stupids? Are you one of those who'd have been up Capitol Hill? Of course we have to talk about him. He's the outgoing president of the United States of America. Duh. Not the brightest penny in the box, are you? We're not talking about him, we're just merely putting it in perspective. I mean, luckily, after today, you won't hear from him ever again until the court appearances. Hypnosis is entertainment. They handpick their subjects and put them through suggestibility tests. Says Lawrence, hypnotherapy is entirely different and very much a viable, effective means of treating a whole array of health issues. The only problem is good practitioners are very few and far between. Yes, I mean, stage hypnosis is done for... Well, of course it's done for entertainment. Who wants to watch somebody going through their medical procedures? Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, Nancy Pelosi, 80, Joe Biden, 78. Perhaps they could settle down for a saga whist drive session. They are old, aren't they? But they don't seem to have an age thing in America. They're old, but they play young. They play young, which is very good. I quite like it, actually. They don't seem to... It's almost like watching... Is it Cocoon? You know, the programme about elderly people who then go and jump in a swimming pool and everything works really quite well for them. Also, the poor will get through this, says Ted. The ones who will hurt the most are the working middle class. What on earth is working middle class? What is working... Well, I don't even know what working middle class is now. Do we still have the classes? Do we have the poor? Do we have the middle class and the upper classes? What do we have now? Where would you put somebody from Love Island? Apart from... don't make me say it. Apart from being Z-listers. I mean, where would you put any of these people? Cheryl Cole. You know, she might live in a fancy house, but I mean, she has record, as they say, and she doesn't really do anything now. What does Robbie Williams do? You know, he tells us he's a singer, but I mean, when was the last time he was in the charts? Ages ago. It's very difficult. Steve, I've tried to get a job as a vaccinator with the NHS. They want me to do 12 and a half hours of training, but they haven't even offered me the job yet. I spoke to them to find out if I'd missed something, and they confirmed it was normal. I don't know the hours they would want me for and whether I could do them. Very odd, says James in Cardiff. Well, if you can get a job as a vaccinator, but you would have to train. You can't just have somebody going out there sticking needles into people's arms. Thank you very much indeed. And Harry says all the people with asthma would rather catch the virus than wear a mask. Apparently so. But you have to go... Please, do yourself a favour today. If you really need a bit of a laugh, and go onto YouTube and type in Nasty Karens. Nasty Karens. Oh, you will see the most revolting, disgusting people you've ever seen in your entire life. And you can only laugh at their rank stupidity. Seriously, they're just absolutely amazing. And Mark says, I'm amazed the media haven't started to speculate who'll take over from Biden in 2022. Who knows? But I'm sure he'll be very good. He'll be very good. Listen, they've all got good intentions. Nobody starts off with bad intentions. Nick says, would you like to be hypnotised by Paul McKenna? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. And no. Why would I want to be hypnotised? You only want to be hypnotised if you're fat, or if you smoke, or if you drink too much, and then you'd want to be hypnotised into not wanting to do it. There you go. Donnie says, you a fan of scented candles? Yes, and wax melts and anything like that. I've got boxes and boxes of wax melts. If I find a garden centre that's got loads of wax melts, I can possibly buy out the stock. I love them. They've either got to be vanilla or caramel, or something. It's got to be a sharp smell, sort of, you know, sour cherry is a particular favourite. But no, caramel's very... But I could just sniff the candle. So I'm quite happy with that. At the moment, I've got... what have I got? I think I've got salted caramel in one of the things. The other one is Parma Violets. Very nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, heard you mention the oat milk. Seriously, once you've tried Oatly Barista, you'll never go back. Well, see, I'm quite happy drinking what I'm drinking. I'm sure there's loads of people who do very well drinking other things, but I'm not into almond milk or anything like that. I just like milk to be ice cold. Got to be ice cold. Ice cold milk in the fridge is lovely. And I don't drink too much of it, but I did go through a phase of drinking full fat milk, which I've stopped because I think it's better not to drink full fat milk. The other story is in the papers today. In the wake of Donald Trump's acceptance of Theresa May's premature invitation to meet the Queen shortly after his 2017 inauguration, HM is likely to bide her time before inviting Biden to Britain. When she does meet him, he will be her 13th US president. Might she ask him to explain his extraordinary outburst to Congress after Trump won the 2016 election? As Barack Obama's Vice President Biden, confirming Trump's victory, declared, "God save the Queen." Some US constitutionalists interpreted this as Biden's declaration that if independence from Britain yielded Trump, wouldn't the monarchy be better? Lots to talk about on that one. 13 presidents should have met. 13 presidents. I mean, it doesn't seem possible at all, does it? The Prince of Wales has spoken about his affection for red squirrels, killed off by the grey squirrels. The grey squirrels are vermin, and they've started reintroducing the red squirrel back in to the environment because they look prettier. They all do the same kind of things, though. But people seem to like them. And today, wait for this, I bet you never knew, and that's why I'm telling you, it's only Squirrel Appreciation Day. Today is Squirrel... I hope you're all participating. Squirrel Appreciation Day. In other words, you can leave your nuts outside and hopefully one of the little critters will come and take them. You've got to look after them. You might want to change your mind on vanilla if you knew where it came from. It comes from the garden centre. I love vanilla candles. Apparently Mr. M does his own candles. Does he really? Well, I would buy them immediately. Would buy them immediately. Do you have somebody to pick up your pension at the post office? No. Sadly not. Go to the post. I don't need the pension. I might be of pensionable age, but I haven't taken it. Not yet. Somebody says, I lowered my mask on the upper deck of a bus to eat my 3-course meal and everybody was looking at me. Surely I'm allowed to do it. Yes, of course you can. Do whatever you like. I've never seen any rule saying you can't eat on a bus. And if you can get away with a 3-course meal, go for it. I mean, I suspect you're calling from probably one of Her Majesty's prisons, but, you know, you could still go there. Also, I have wild jasmine melts. Wild jasmine melts. Sounds quite nice, actually. One here, somebody who played the lead pensioner. Was only 50 when the film came out. I thought they were all fairly ancient, actually, in Cocoon. It was a very good film. Very, very good film. And somebody else saying, you're not a fan of Trump. No, unfortunately, people weren't. People weren't. You won't see him again. I say the next time it'll be, you know, that he's now the ex-president. The ex-president. So we don't need to worry about him anymore. I think the next thing is she will divorce him. I'll make a prediction. Everybody makes predictions, don't they? And that's going to be my one. She will divorce him. And he'll spend his days reflecting, sitting, staring out the window while Nursey looks after him. Is it okay to eat a double-decker on a TfL bus? You can eat anything on a TfL bus. Red squirrels are on Brownsea Island. Isn't that, Catherine, where the... don't the Scouts go to Brownsea Island? I'm pretty sure it's a Scout thing as well. And they seem to quite enjoy it. Somebody else telling me about candle. I love candles. I don't know why. A friend of mine will only have ordinary candles. She doesn't like anything scented. Whereas, in fact, I love the smell of scented candles. Mind you, I used to love the smell of church candles. You know, it's as simple as that. Steve, Biden's been president for a day. Why has he not solved COVID? Oh, he will. There you go. The Brownsea Island Scout Camp was the site of a boys' camping event on Brownsea Island, organised by Lieutenant General Baden Powell to test his ideas for the book Scouting for Boys. You'd never get away with nowadays, would you? Absolutely. Boys from different social backgrounds participated from 1 to 8, 1st to the 8th of August, 1907, in activities around camping, observation, woodcraft, chivalry, life-saving and patriotism. The event is regarded as the origin of the worldwide Scout movement. I knew Brownsea Island was famous for that. You can go to it when the tide's low, but when the tide's up, you can't get to Brownsea Island. People live there. I'd love to live on Brownsea Island. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't mind tourists coming onto the island. I'd have a little tea shop. That's what I'd like. A tea shop or a fish and chip shop in a place like Mevagissey. Something like that's what I'd like. And Brownsea Island, I'd love a tea shop there, and you'd have homemade cakes or something like that. We could be like a commune, and people would come in and go, do you do tea and coffee? We do. We do tea and coffee. This is Brownsea Island. It's very famous. This was the origins of the Scout movement. Although who seriously went into a bookstore and I'm sorry, do you have a book called Scouting for Boys? Like that. I mean, the truth of the matter was that you used to go deep into the woods, you tie a boy up to a tree with all these various knots, and then you come back and somebody would assess it and somebody would be a Queen Scout. Make up your own jokes. 23 minutes to 7 is the time. On a Thursday morning as we head into... I nearly got excited and said as we head into the weekend, and I suddenly realised it'll be the same as last blooming weekend, won't it? You can't do anything. There's nowhere to go. You can't... I mean, not that I would... even if everything was open, it wouldn't make any difference to me. I wouldn't be saying, oh, let's go to the pub, because I don't really do going to the pub. But I would be going out for something to eat. Friends would meet probably tomorrow night. That's what we do. Friday night was always a good one for us because we've got the weekend to recover. If you work Saturday, maybe not so much fun. But no, it would be great just to go out to Little Italy in Soho or to Joe Allen's. Don't ask for a lot in life, do I? Not really. Thousands told to flee their homes. 100 flood warnings after Storm Christoph unleashes a deluge. Do you know the best line? The best line, which I thought was... wait a minute. Is it in this paper? I've got to find which paper it's in, because it was such a good one, actually, about Storm Christoph. Not that I think you have good lines and bad lines. And it was basically... Oh, gosh. I'm not going to find it. I just can't get over Mylene Klass doing I wish I'd worn bigger knickers. It's got an air of desperation about it, I'm afraid, for the dance. And there you go. It is. Christoph a Biggin. Christopher Biggin. Christopher Biggins. Okay? I don't have to explain things to you. That's what it says. The storm is sodden awful. 2 months rain, 300 flood alerts, army on standby, and Christoph a Biggin. I can't explain it any more to you. But here's another picture in County Durham of this bloke who tried to cross a crossing, and they had to get him out. I mean, you'd have thought he'd have realised it's a lot of water. Maybe I shouldn't be driving the firm's van there. Apparently, we went with the Brownies, says Catherine, in the 80s to Brownsea Island. It's lovely, isn't it? Why don't they create a TV show based on East End, London, starring Del Boy and Arthur Daly? Well, Arthur Daly's dead, so I don't think he'll have much luck there. And Del Boy's getting on a bit now. Isn't he over 80? And also, they've had London things. Some of them work. That's what EastEnders is, I think. Susie says, what about... coffee-scented candles? I could do with that, yeah, coffee-scented candles. I love anything like that. Any scented candles, I'm quite happy with. And then, unfortunately, I got addicted to Joe Malone candles and then Joe Love candles, and that's a bit of a treat for me. In fact, that's a hell of a treat for me to buy some of Joe Love's candles, because they're really quite exquisite. Anything that's got Thai lime and mandarin, it just conjures up just mandarin for me conjures up all sorts of things. Steve, what crimes will Trump be charged with now he's out? Where do you want to begin? I mean, there's a lot coming his way, as you will discover over the next sort of year, I should imagine. A bit amusing, Steve, watching all those Trump cheerleaders in the UK now falling over themselves, trying to distance themselves from him. I heard somebody say yesterday the Duchess of Sussex was obviously right about Trump, says Ollie. Yes. She didn't want to meet him at all, did she, when he came over here? She distanced herself, and that was where we sort of started seeing a spark of something. What? I have no idea. But all going a bit pear-shaped at the moment. Ricky Gervais in the paper today. Gary Newman, he had 1 million streams of one of his songs, and it was on... what was it on, actually? I can't remember what it was on. How much did he get for 1 million streams of one of his songs on one of these sites? Would you believe? £37. He's 62. He revealed his frustration at streaming services paying a poor amount to artists. He said, I had a statement a while back, and one of my songs had over 1 million plays, 1 million streams, 37 quid. I think that's a bit of a swizz. I think that's a hell of a swizz. £37. That's somebody taking the Michael. Chase star Sean Wallace says embarking on a road trip for the latest show taught him having an IQ of 1 million does not make you superior. I like him. He's good. I like all of them, actually. I think they're all very good, all the I even like Mark Labatt. I love the Governess. In fact, I don't think there's anybody I don't like on these programmes. I'm just always in awe of how the fact they know this stuff. It's very good. It really is. What have we got here? This is relieved Foo Fighters, no longer embarrassed to be American after seeing Donald Trump leave the White House. I think he'd actually pinched one of their songs to use, and they said, we don't want you to use it. Thank you very much indeed. Please, can we stop having silly pictures of Ant McPartland and his fiancée going out in their ridiculous coats and their blooming dogs? I mean, what does a photographer do? Stand outside the house and wait for them to walk out and then put the picture of the paper? And can't we have him doing something more interesting? But obviously not at the moment. Here we go. Giovanna Fletcher, one married to Tom Fletcher. We like Tom Fletcher. Giovanna was on there. But her podcasting business raked in $362,000 in the 12 months to the end of March. After creditors were paid, she was left with £247,000. And they say she is... She's tipped to be in the running for presenting jobs that could see her earnings top 4 million. Presenting of what? Because she was... I mean, I love the way that they sort of... Obviously, the agent or something like that is sort of going, oh, she's tipped to get top presenting jobs. Where? Listen, Eamon Holmes can't even get arrested at the moment. There's loads of people out there, and they're going to go for a total unknown. She's not known for presenting. Let's face it, I mean, even we're still waiting for Syra Khan to come up with any of these... I've been inundated with job offers statements that we keep reading in the newspapers. Goodness sake. So the obese man. Also, a twit hits the fan. This is a tawny owl who hit a fan and got stuck in it for 2 days. But anyway, she's got no major bless her heart, honestly. Poor owls, poor owls. And road chiefs are set for crisis talks with the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, of course, over death traps, smart motorways. Grant is said to be outraged at Highway England's handling of the roads, which have no hard shoulders. Oh, my lord, you need hard shoulders. You really need hard shoulders. Otherwise, how would people who are incontinent ever sort of get to go for a wee along the side of the road? We need a hard shoulder. Even the hard shoulders. I have stopped on the hard shoulder, as you know, when we were at the height of the cystitis, and that was a bit of a dangerous game to play by the side of the road. The traffic. I mean, it's only when you're actually parked by the side of a motorway that you realise the speed that everybody's going past you. Really, and the latest thing we got round our way is little people of limited intelligence who've cut a hole in their silencer on the car, so it goes like that. They think they're driving a sports car. We know they're driving something that costs them the best part of 300 quid, and it's an absolute nightmare. I think the police should be arresting these people. When they put their foot on the accelerator, it makes this horrible noise. It sounds cheap, and then you look at the person driving it and you think, oh dear, very sad. Very sad. Steve, when I was down at Sandbanks years ago, I asked a guy what it's like on Brownsea Island. He said there's nothing there. Well, there is. There's a house on Brownsea. There's a very big house. It's a castle, I'm pretty certain. Brownsea Island, picture of, thank you. Brownsea Island, picture of, and I think you'll find it's a castle that's there and the family live there. Because I think they were being interviewed for something, so there's definitely things there. Definitely. I'm 99.9, I'm never wrong, 99.9% right on this. And I remember seeing a picture of don't look like that. What do you mean you're afraid? You mustn't be afraid. Yeah, there it is, Brownsea Castle. It's enormous. It's absolutely huge. I mean, that would suit me fine. But obviously not for all of you. But that would definitely be... It's beautiful, isn't it? We could all go and live there. We could run a huge tea shop, do guided tours, do bed and breakfast. You know, the holiday to get away from it all, run by Steve Allen and the Groovy Gang. Can you imagine if we put an advert? I wonder how many bookings we'd get. Loads. Morning, 10 to 7. My friend Johnny Perry says not only is there a castle, but around 30 people live and work on Brownsea, a lovely church too. The house is gorgeous. I mean, check it out. Check it out on Google. It's really, really quite lovely. I've never been there. But there's also a UK scouting campsite there, says Peter. I've stayed. The castle is a hotel owned by John Lewis. Is it? Wow. Well, that's very interesting. Talking of Sandbanks, that's where Harry Redknapp and Sandra live. They're moving, Matthew. They're moving. They're up for sale. In fact, they might have sold and moved. That was a while ago. Lovely. Tesla's share price dropped to $85 in the pandemic, but closed at $8.50 yesterday. Did we ever hear any more from that bloke who claimed that he had, was it 200 million Bitcoin things? And I thought, yeah, whatever. And it's on a computer, because somebody said you know, surely you better find this thing. It was done years and years ago, so I mean, it sounded less plausible the more you heard about it. I just thought he was a little bit desperate. Somebody says, interesting that when asked what crimes Trump committed, no radio presenters were able to answer. Have you asked the entire universe? Good Lord above, you are a clever person. How marvellous you must be. Steve, Storm Christoph. All storms are scary and dangerous. The last one we had, I was about to be dragged out into the street, says Connie. Oh, I can remember when we lived in Yorkshire years and years ago, and it was sort of fairly barren and empty. If it got windy, you would watch the trees moving. I can remember walking back. The bus would drop you on the main road, the school bus, and then you'd have to walk about mile, I think, to get back. And if it was raining, you got soaking wet. And if it was snowing, you got covered in snow. And when it was windy, the trees used to bend. You could literally hear them creaking as they bent. I mean, to be honest with you, it was very nice. I was saying to the boys earlier that, you know, if I won the lottery, I would definitely start taking train journeys. I'd be finding train journeys all over the world to go on, because I quite fancy something like that. So you get to see the scenery and you get to be a bit lazy at the same time. I'd quite like to. I'd have to make sure I took enough insulin. Imagine, I mean, take all the drugs with you if you go away for any length of time. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says the castle's owned by the National Trust. Well, we can't make up our mind on that one, actually. And Bart's in Basildon. What do you think about Piers Morgan going on holiday to Tahiti? I don't know. I've never even heard about the story. Is he allowed to go there? Is he not allowed to go there? Has he got a holiday home there? I don't know. I never keep up to date with everything that's going on, I think. You have to take the ferry. Well, you can walk to Brownsea Island. When the tide is out, you can walk over. I've seen there's a road that's sort of there, but it's hidden under the water when the tide's in. But still looks a lovely place. So here's Joe Biden. Front of all the papers, as you can well imagine. And, of course, the headline's all roughly the same. Ready, steady, Joe. Democracy has prevailed, Joseph R. Biden Jr. And it's just so funny when you look at all the pictures of all the official inauguration yesterday, and people wearing masks. Everybody wearing masks. It seems so strange, doesn't it, that our world has changed in less than a year, and still nobody's been prosecuted. We still don't know, do we, where it came from, or are we we're all doing a rough guess? Supermarket staff facing mask rage. Supermarket workers are battling a surge of violence as customers vent their rage over a new crackdown on face coverings. Boss of Co-op Food has said that demands for staff to enforce mask wearing and social distancing had created a major flashpoint for abuse, threats and violence. She says it should be the job of the police to enforce the rules, not the staff. And there's been a 140% surge in criminal activity at the Co-op shops over the past year. Yeah, people thieving. Common thieves. You know, the stores need to... No, they're not busy enough to probably afford it, but they should put security in and have people arrested and thrown in prison. The thieving that goes on is quite unbelievable. As I said, I watched it yesterday. Bloke walks in, picks up, walks out under his coat. And then he'll be trying to sell that down the high street. It goes on all the time. And I should imagine if I see it, it must go... Every supermarket must be going, shoplifters. You can spot them a mile off. I can tell if somebody's walking into Marks & Spencer's if they're a customer or if they're not a customer. You can tell just by their very demeanour. You know, you wouldn't be a Marks & Spencer's customer. Not at these prices. Vernon Kay is struggling to reintroduce milk and bread into his diet. 6 weeks after I'm a celebrity, he's shed 2.5 stone. There you go, that's the thing you need to do. You want to lose weight, go into the Welsh castle with the pretend ghosts. He's managed to only put back on 9 pounds. He's 46. He eats loads of ice cream, trying to fatten himself back up. How lovely. I'd love to eat loads of ice cream. In fact, I didn't even have ice cream yesterday. Perhaps I should go and get some ice cream today. He said, my stomach has gone. He says, it was awesome. We were living in sync with each other. It takes time to adjust. Wow. I would have thought, why would you want to complain about something like that? I'd keep it that way and go, well, listen, I haven't put on the weight and I have no intention of putting on the weight. Not just yet. A brave schoolgirl is in all the papers today, given a life-saving heart transplant, has received another perfect gift from the family of her donor. This is Kaylee Llewellyn. she wrote an emotional letter to the parents of a 19-year-old to say thank you for saving her life. She's 13, and the family's now written back, sending a treasured collection of photos of their daughter, along with her Pandora ring as a gift. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice. That's sweet. So Kaylee loves making jewellery and has sent them an eternity necklace, and she's found out her donor loved jewellery too. I think that's really sweet. That's the bond between the two families. And very good it is too. Very good. So energy bills going up, not so good. And do check out James Corden doing his spoof Les Miserables about Donald Trump. You'll love it. It's on YouTube. It's as good as it gets. Really is very, very good indeed. There's loads of things. And that's just one of them, which is good. Oh, and here's good old David Beckham. Never a day goes by without the talented one. It's featured in the papers. This time, he's a man who pairs coleslaw with bangers and mash and smothers the whole lot in gravy. Slightly peculiar. But Desperate Housewives star Eva Longoria, best friends with Victoria, says she got her shepherd's pie recipe from the former footballer. Wow, Dave's got recipes. To the horror of anybody who's ever eaten a proper shepherd's pie, Eva revealed on the Table Manners podcast, he told me the trick is ketchup. He's very much into cooking, makes a good bolognese. Yeah, he just buys a tin, doesn't he, or one of those jars. If he puts ketchup anywhere near that, it'll be an immediate red card from the Italians. Poor old Dave, honestly. What with him, the shop closed, not building any more bricks, the other son having his hair dyed, and apparently they're all claiming that he looks like his mother. Dreadful thing to say about somebody. I felt quite embarrassed for him, really. But a day of history and a day of hope yesterday, and you heard it first on LBC, and we played you that day. After the miserable winter, Boris won't promise a summer freedom. The rates of death appear to be going down. I didn't quite understand why one minister wants to give people who test positive for coronavirus 500 quid. What's the point of that? That will just encourage really stupid people to go out and try and attract. And we found a group who were having a party in Harrods, working for one of the big fashion houses. I think 15 of them tested positive for coronavirus after this. And Harrods said the moment we heard about it, we sort of disbanded them. I think, who are these stupid people? I'll tell you the fashion house, and we'll tell you the whole gory story. Plus, fashion brand still a dismal failure. Poor old Vic Beckham, another year where she hasn't made any money. Losses all over the place, but they still pay themselves some huge amount of money, and they'll spin it. They go, oh, well, of course, so she had to invest money in this and that. It's a load of old codswallop, it really is. Plus, Toby jugs of the Beatles, which look really quite nice, actually. I quite like Toby jugs, but I would never want to collect them. There might be many of you listening who actually have Toby jugs that they've collected. These could be worth, the set, £25,000. That's not bad, is it? The trouble is, I'm always curious, whenever I watch any of the antiques programmes on the television, and they say, oh, here's this thing, and you see these little old ladies and little old men, and they're selling, obviously, their prized possessions because they need the money. And they'll sort of go, well, this is very nice. And you think, oh, come on, yeah, very nice. How much is it worth? And they go, probably £60 to £80. And you think, oh, blimey. But the trouble is, if you don't have £60 to £80, that's probably a lot of money. But I wouldn't get rid of anything. I'm very lucky, actually. I wouldn't get rid of anything that was family. I've still got my parents' furniture. Between me and my brother, we've got all my parents' furniture because they bought wisely. They didn't spend any more than £100 on anything. And would I sell the bit? No, I wouldn't sell them. I always think, if you've got stuff like that and you don't need to sell it, don't sell it. And then when you go, somebody else can worry about it. So if my brother, after, depending who goes first, if I go first, he can do what he wants with my stuff because I'm not here. Although I've told him I'll come back and haunt him if he's not careful. I'll be sitting on my cloud going, why not? Don't sell that. Because I've got a lot of Stife things which I bought, only because people have phoned me up and said, oh, listen, Steve, they brought out Stife Paddington and all, and so I buy these things, and then it sells out, and you think, that's good, it's an investment. I'd never take it out the box, and they're still in the same packing cases. I'm a sort of a collector in so much as I don't want to take them out. Years ago, it used to be one to keep, one to play with, but I don't play with teddy bears at my age. And I've got I've got Winnie the Pooh and Piglet and Eeyore and things like that. And I've got some other collectibles. which I just like buying. So it forms the basis of a collection. Look at this food you've got today. Look at this, Corey. You will never not eat again. Let's see whether you can eat that box full, shall we, today? So today they've got donuts, they've got pastries, they've got the lemon drizzle cake, and they've got cherries from my own farm. I was picking them only yesterday, and I thought, I'll buy them, other stuff, and then I can pick cherries from the farm. This is like a cafe, isn't it? It is very much like a cafe, which is nice. And also, I was trying to. I thought healthy, and then I thought, no, what's the point? Listen, it's Friday. We worked all week. We worked really hard. We've done record numbers on the podcasting, which we're very grateful for. We have a very successful podcast. It's all, to be honest with you, this week, actually, it started off a bit, as it always does after the weekend. Then it went through a couple of days a bit, even more. And then it's livened itself up a little bit. So we're, is that nice? I thought, it is like a party. It's like, all we need is a hat on and one of those party blower things, like those. I bought the little hats the other day. Do you remember the Christmas hats? I bought those yesterday. Did you see those? He found this site. It's on Amazon, actually. A little tiny Christmas party. I don't know what I'm going to... You can apparently put them on bottles for Christmas time. So I bought a set of them. And they're only about £8. And they arrived yesterday. They're quite cute, actually. Quite cute. In fact, everything arrived yesterday. I bought some cloths for cleaning, these fibre cloths and stuff like that. And things for cleaning your glasses, the like of which you've never seen. I should have brought one in to show you. It looks like a pair of tweezers with a thing on. You just clamp it on your glasses and then rub it like that, and it cleans the glasses. And I bought some glass things, and I bought some DVDs. So I've had a bit of a spend up, which means over the weekend, and I've already got the food in for the weekend, so I don't need to worry about anything, actually. I bought new milk. Because when you sometimes look at the milk and you think, I wonder what the sell-by date is, and I never kind of check it all the time. And so I went out and bought 2 yesterday. It turns out that the milk I've got in the fridge, the sell-by date's not until the 25th. And as far as I know, it's only the 22nd today, so I'm obviously not drinking as much milk. It's semi-skimmed, yes. I have bought the full-fat milk before now, but I think that might affect me. I think that the full-fat milk might... Because Phil Vickery told us, after I was drinking that Graham's milk, which is Guernsey milk, with the cream on, or they mix it through and all the rest of it. He said it's so many calories, and of course I was being all, I don't need to worry about things like that. And then I thought, maybe not. So it's a treat. It's a treat. But at the moment we don't have any treats in the fridge. Guess who's died as well? Mick Norcross from The Only Way is Essex. He was the one who owned Sugar Hut. And went out with Chloe Sims and apparently dabbled with Gemma Collins. It's about the safest way to keep her, actually. Just dabble with her. She was sort of a bit of a drip all over him. But 57, found dead at his home. No suspicious circumstances. No suspicious circumstances. So 57. I wonder who he'll leave his money to. Somebody said that he'd sold Sugar Hut. But he also opted out of the programme. He said it was attracting the wrong people. He said, my place. And I passed it on numerous occasions. It's in Brentwood. You can't miss it, actually. If you live in Brentwood, you know where it is. It just looks like one of those old coaching inns, which turns into a nightclub for over-made-up old tarts. And that's just the blokes. God knows what goes on with the women at all, but they all were there and they filmed it, and he said, no, it was attracting the wrong people. So he sort of opted out of that. I think long ago. And I'm not sure whether or not his son, Kirk, will inherit whatever he's got, or whether he's left it to somebody else. There was never any mention of a mother. There obviously has to be one, otherwise we wouldn't have had Kirk, but I'm curious to know. But 57's a bit young, isn't it? Bit young, even by my standards, I think 57 is very, very young. The rare whiskey that is 1 in a million, and the celebrity best home cook. Oh, it's another bunch of sad Z-listers, including Kerry Coke Toner, who turns up on the Celebs on a Farm. Oh, God, go away, stay away, don't come back another day. Once these people hit old age, the chance of them being used on television programmes is almost non-existent, so I can't wait for that one. And they've got that bloke who turned up on a programme the other day, and I think he's on a dating programme, and he's terribly like that. Terribly. Do you know the one I mean? I can't think what the programme's called. It might be Celebs Go Dating. And he sits in an office, hello? You always think, I'm sorry, are you a character? Or something. I couldn't quite work out whether he's being genuine or whether he's not being genuine. Then he turned up on 8 out of 10 cats, and no, he's exactly the same. Exactly the same. I can't... when it's sort of terribly affected, Posh, it's almost very, very... It's like that Mark Francis bloke who's in Made in Chelsea, who's terribly, terribly affected by everything, and you think, goodness sake, small wonder you can't find anybody. The floods rise, but I've got the bargain price. 150k, give me £150,000, I'll give you 7 miles of heaven. Come on, what is it? Believe it or not, it's a set and a network of caves that runs for 7 miles for 150,000 quid. I mean, that's a lot of houses. That's a lot of houses. Can you imagine living in a cave? In certain part in Spain, they have cave houses. They're built into sort of hillsides and stuff like that, and they look quite nice. This is for sale. £150,000 gets you 7 miles of caves. I mean, that's a long way to Tipperary, and it's a really long way to go. And 7 miles of caves. The moment I saw it, I thought, I want that. I want that. The vets who've criticised Joe Wicks, not for his stupid voice, but for praising a sickly bulldog breed. And what was the other one? Oh, the postman who trousered 6,000 by stealing the post. Didn't even get sent to prison. She should have been banged up for the rest of her life, as far as I'm concerned, but they've given her a suspended sentence. 6,000... She was basically working at the post office, something she thought might contain money, like a birthday card. I mean, where else but a birthday card would you put money in it? You know, and if it's only a young person, it's going to be, well, it was a 10 shilling note or a pound note. Now it's probably minimum £5, minimum 10 quid. That's what you used to do, open the cards, you know, shake it out. And where's the money? Or failing that, you used to get, what do they call them, a postal order inside. Pays Stephen 7 and 6pence. You could go and buy an album. Well, single at least. The lucky lottery winner, 3 days left to claim £500,000, which continues to give up completely when you go over to America, and somebody has just won over there the lottery, and this is worth... Wait a minute, I did put it down. I'm sure I did it. I'm quite sure I did. It's an awful lot of money. Wait a minute. Bear with me. Easy. Oh, I can't find it. Oh, a share. Oh, that's right. Here it is. How much is this single ticket worth in America? £532 million. 532 million. Now, that might seem very good to you, but I seem to remember, through bitter experience and the fact I'm very experienced at what I do, that in America they have a lottery prize, and it will be 532 million, which you can have, but it's spread over the years. If you want to take a lump sum, it will probably come down to about 130 million or something like that. You lose a fortune. You know, but most people will go, oh, let's have the lump sum. Who can be bothered to wait for it all? Because you might die after the first year or something like that. John says, what do you think about Kate Garraway bringing out a book? I think it's absolutely fantastic. I judged by the way you've written that, you're obviously not a fan, which I find immensely sad, really, seeing as she's gone through absolute trauma. I think it's a brilliant idea she's bringing out a book. Absolutely. He's still in this induced coma. He's been there since March. You know, hope to God it never happens to you, eh, John? Hope to God. Steve, have a few stife, but often prefer Merrythought bears. God's name of the I've never even heard of them. I've heard of, what's the other bear company that turn up? They're most peculiar. The couple... No, not Taiwan's. They're Charlie Bears. Have you ever seen them? The couple who put them on the tote, they're mad as broomsticks. They believe they're real. I sit there with my jaw on the floor. Are these, what are these? These are merry. Oh, they look like normal teddy bears, don't they? I don't want to see any teddy bear dressed up as a beef eater. I'm terribly sorry. It's all right for Paddington Bear to be dressed up as a beef eater, but nothing else. And also the ribbons. Look how dirty they're going to get over the years. The other one is Charlie Bears. You wait till you see Charlie Bear. It'll freak you out. Look at them. Weirdos. These are the most, and they sit there stroking them and talking to them. Really weird. They sell them on QVC. They go, oh, and we've got Charlie Bears coming up today. And I go, no. You know, you might find sort of a bear with pink ears or something like that. Very odd, isn't it? Mind you, people who collect teddy bears, I think they're slightly peculiar. He says with 3. I don't care. It's my life. I should do with it what I want. Go on, eat. Have you not? You're not finished that first cake, have you? You've eaten it already? No. Yeah, you can go another one. Or failing that, you could have a little donut, because they're just bite size. Before Muggins eats the old blooming lot. You've eaten 5 already? We've only just started the programme. How can you eat 5 already? I mean, at least pause for breathing. You remember that thing we did the other day? And breathe. 5 you've eaten already. Oh, God. Grab a donut. You'll never hear the end of it. And then we got the cherries, and we've got some satsumas as well. Here we go. Look at this. Look. Not all in one. A bite. They haven't got any jam in, so there's no danger of it sort of going everywhere. They're quite nice, though, aren't they? That's why I was eating 5. And then we've got these things here, which are they're nice. Easy peel. I won't have it unless it's easy peel. I'm sick to death of sitting there, drubbing your nails into the ground just because it's not easy peel. I mean, it's got to be so you can just sort it out nicely. Freezing, says Monica. Freezing. 2 degrees on the coast. -1 further inland. I'm getting a bit fed up with winter. On a happy note, we just built a monster tent inside our hangar, which will keep the boat in, making it reasonably warm. But we still fear the day we get an electricity bill. I know. Do you know, I used to be a bit naughty years ago, Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. And I used to get people writing in. Because the one big problem we had was elderly people who were frightened to put the heating on in the winter because it was so expensive. So what they did, they didn't put the heating on. They lived in one room. They lived on soup, and they also had little 1-bar fires, which are about as useless as chocolate fire guards. Totally useless. And I can remember sitting in the LBC studios about 30 years ago saying, listen, if you're a pensioner and you're worried about you can't afford to put the fire on, I said, Sodom. I said, you put the fire on. I said, what are they going to do? Throw you in prison for not paying your electricity bill? I said, listen, at least you get 3 meals a day, a centrally heated cell, you can sit and read books and do all sorts of things. Never ever suffer, because there were dreadful cases of pensioners who had died at home of hypothermia because they were too frightened to put the heating on. I said, you put the heating on. I defy any electricity company or gas company to take a pensioner to court because they haven't paid their bill because they were trying to keep warm. And shame on any company that ever does that. Shame on them. So anyway, I thought I'd get that off my chest because I'm in one of those kind of moods today. Matthew says, I think you're referring to the presenter on Celebrity Dating Agency. Dark hair, can't think of his name. Well, I've thought of a few. But he's popped up in a few programmes if he was some personality, which he isn't. He's just extremely irritating. Steve, I'm very pleased, says Claire, as I'm having my COVID vaccine jab on Sunday afternoon. Hope you can have yours soon. Yes, I'm hoping so. One of my other neighbours, Heather, has just had hers, which is good. And looking forward to the boys will be way down the list. Way down. They won't be seen till October. I'm going to make sure of that. I've already given your names out. I've said these people here, they don't qualify. Okay. They're not entitled to an injection. You know what? No. Well, nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're not allowed to. It's for us people who've given to the country. People who've sort of wartime generation. Hang 'em and flog 'em brigade. Do you know I watched a programme on the telly? Have you seen that programme on the telly which is called How Do They Do That? Have you seen it? No, it's How Do They Do That? Or How It's Made, or whatever it happens to be. I don't think there's one called How It's Made. I thought it's How Do They Do That? And it had all sorts of things. But you know what they were doing the other day? It was a company in La Belle France. And what do? They supply snails to the world. Snails. So they harvest snails. There are snail farms, and they process, something like 80,000 a day, if not more. And it starts off with them being washed and all the rest of it, and they're all in their shells, and that's quite nice, and they're given a hot bath. And then occasionally on the equipment you could see a snail crawling out thinking it's making a bid for freedom. But of course, as you know, you can outrun a snail fairly quickly. And then they go through this other bit, and then they get separated into bins according to their size. And then they've got the women, the winkle pickers, and they sit there, and there's rows of them. They pick up the shell, they've got a spike thing, stick it in, pull the snail out, throw it onto a little conveyor belt running down the middle, which has got water running through it, and the shell then gets washed and dried and sold to restaurants, because I've said to you before, so if you go into a restaurant and have snails, that will not be that snail's home, that shell. That'll be a shell that they've washed and cleaned, and they put the snail in, then cook it. You know, that's the way it works. Because, and I'll tell you the reason, I didn't know this, but because of what snails eat, you have to separate bits of them. So there's then a woman sitting there with a pair of scissors who snips the vile-tasting piece of the snail out. So if these snails arrived in their shells, they would have all these bits in there, which would make you very sick. And the French don't want to be sicky-poos, do they? So and this woman snips the bits out, and then the snails get washed again for the I mean, honestly, they're so clean when they come out. They just look disgusting. And then they wash them, and they pack them, then they freeze them. And they get sent out all around the world. And I was sort of looking at them thinking, oh, God, I've eaten one of those. I have eaten a snail before. I didn't like it at all. Not my sort of thing. I'm sure everybody says tastes like chicken or something. But this might be one. Yeah, look at them. They're all going through. This might not be the same programme, actually. But, oh, it is. Yes, it is the same programme, yeah, because I remember them doing this bit. And there's all these sort of shells and everything else. I mean, to be honest with you, if you worked in the snail factory and you didn't like snails, you're a bit stuck up a gum tree, aren't you? And here they go. They sort them out. And if there's something the matter with them, like, you know, I don't know, whatever could be the matter with snails, and they then sort of get them. But then they had these women and on a table with this thing. And there they are, frozen, and then they're packaged. Look, thousands and millions of snails. Who'd have thought that we ate that many snails in the world? Well, we don't. I mean, you can buy them. You can buy them. In fact, people look at it as quite a delicacy. And there's also a little dish that comes with them with indentations to put the actual sort of somebody else's little house on it. And the snail is poked inside and then with a bit of garlic butter. I have had one, yeah. I don't like it at all. They're supposed to be an aphrodisiac. Last thing I wanted was sex. I wanted to throw up. Mind you, that's the same for me for anything nowadays. Let's not go down that route. We're in a cul-de-sac. We can't turn off, OK? We're heading for the house at the end of the cul-de-sac. We're going to go right through it. Steve, the boys will be having a party with those cakes. They are having a party with the cakes. But you know why I've done it? I do know I've done it. Because I know that they'll have to walk very slowly for the remainder of the day because they'll go, I can't move. I can't move. I mean, Jake just sort of eats and eats and eats and eats. Don't stop. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm surprised you've not sort of hibernated. Because I tend to find that eating a lot of food makes you drowsy, which is great. So I always have it in front of the television, like a TV dinner. And then you put your feet up and you know damn well within 5 minutes you're out for the count. I used to love it. Absolutely love it. I still do now. I love falling asleep on the settee. You curl up on the settee. You know, it's warm, it's cosy. You've had a couple of glasses of Prosecco. But I spent ages on the telephone yesterday trying to sort out little bits and pieces, which I'm sure every radio presenter is doing in the country at the moment. And I spoke to Mr. Moyles. He phoned. Couldn't get rid of him on the seriously, it went on and on and on and on. I didn't do FaceTime with him yesterday. We normally do FaceTime. He's in his kitchen and I'm not, obviously. And then I spoke to my accountant, and he actually told me a joke, actually, and I don't know if it's repeatable. My accountant told me, he's a very straight-laced accountant. It's the story of Barbara Windsor and the Queen going to heaven. Have you heard this one? They always say that, don't they? Comedian. I'm not a comedian. I'm struggling to be a presenter, but I mean, I'm not a comedian. And let's see if you get this one, okay? So Barbara Windsor. Yes, I know that, but for the purposes of the joke, okay, we have to sort of pretend that they go to heaven. And St. Peter's standing at the gates, and he looks at Barbara Windsor, and he says, what have we got there? And she lifts up her top. Don't be too frightened by this. And she goes, there you go. And he goes, that's a nice pair. And at that moment, the Queen says, I'm just going to use the loo. So the Queen goes to the loo, and then comes back out again. And because St. Peter, I should have pointed out, can only let one of them into heaven, and he has to make the deciding vote. And he said to the Queen, he said, you're coming into heaven. He says to Barbara, you're not coming into heaven. And Barbara goes, why not? He said, a royal flush beats a pair. You get that? Very clever, isn't it, really? Very clever. I'm sure the Barbara is in heaven. In fact, I'm pretty... she's sorted them all out. Get out, my cloud. You can just see them now. Okay, St. Peter going, I knew it'd be trouble. I knew there'd be trouble. Steve, Heston does snail porridge at the Fat Duck. Was delicious. Would you try it? No. No, I'm not. No, definitely not. I don't like snails. I really don't. But I forgot to bring you the weather, so we'll do it after the news, shall we? Find out if there really is going to be snow tomorrow. We take all your texts and emails on this programme. Why? Because we LOVE you. That's what we do. Sorry, I couldn't remember if I could spell it or not. LOVE you. And that's MICKEYMOUSE, Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse. It's talking like this that got me drummed out the brownies. I didn't want to go in, but my parents were quite insistent. So I ended up in the Hong Kong First Cubs. I wish I still had my uniform. Why don't people keep things like that? My woggle was the most interesting woggle I've ever had. Were you in the Scouts or the Cubs, Corey? The woggle was the thing that held your scarf that went over your shoulder, and it slid up there. You used to get them as well for sort of cravats in this country. I used to have a few cravats, obviously a little bit after the time I'd been in the Scouts. Well, I was never in the Scouts, actually. I only made it as far as the Cubs. And you weren't in that. Boys Brigade? No, nothing. You were just a useless layabout, weren't you? Didn't do anything. Didn't contribute to your local community. Did you help out, at the local church? No. You used to go and nick flowers off graves. I know, you're that sort of person. Want to buy flowers? Got cheap flowers, got them in from the market. Yeah. People going there, excuse me, my Auntie Mildred, they look very similar. Still got the label on. Corey would be going, listen, we've got a hot tub, OK? Don't mess with the hot tub people. Buy my flowers. Lovely flowers. Morning, welcome to Friday, the 22nd of January. Get ready to pay your tax, OK? You don't want to be late with it. So the nightclub owner, Mick Norcross, father of Kirk, has died at the age of 57. Seems a bit young to me. 57. They said no suspicious circumstances, and the police confirmed the death. But he sent a cryptic message on Twitter saying, at the end, remind yourself that you did the best you could, and that is good enough. Which seems a little bit profound, but it's an odd thing. I mean, it could have been relating to anything. Kirk, 32, was part of the original cast when the show started a year earlier, because he was the owner. Well, his dad owned Sugar Hut, so that was quite a good thing, and they utilised it on the programme. Mick quickly caught the eye of Gemma Collins. Oh, God, honestly, every time you read of Gemma Collins, it's doom, gloom and despondency. The pair went on several dates. He also dated Chloe Sims and Maria Fowler. Well, I mean, Chloe Sims. I mean, not exactly difficult. Blimey. In 2013, he said he was leaving the show over fears it was damaging the image of his nightclub. He said, my club's an upmarket venue where people come to drink champagne and feel spoilt. All these rows they keep filming don't show the club in a good light, and I'm worried it's putting people off. So it's the last thing I want, so I'm out. Mario said he was shocked and heartbroken. The show's narrator, Denise Van Houten, currently appearing, said, Mickey Norcross, such a lovely man, so sad. People always say that. My thoughts are with him and his family. Odd, though, isn't it? 57. Mind you, perhaps, who knows? He might have had, all sorts of issues with all sorts of things, because it's very unusual to find somebody who just drops dead. I think about 3 o'clock in the afternoon they found him. And that was, it's a bit sad, especially when it's somebody you know. Well, you think you know them, but I didn't. It was when he sort of hung around with, Gemma Collins and Chloe Sims that things kind of went a bit pear-shaped as far as I was concerned. Oh, look! Oh, I hope Louise Redknapp's listening. Another good picture of your ex-old man in the paper with his extremely young girlfriend. They look really loved up. They're both wearing coats from Jamie's range of clothing. How cheap tacky do you want to be? That's how cheap and tacky, because he's about as boring as you can get. And she looks very pretty. At least you got a free coat out of it, darling, so if it all finishes tomorrow, should be okay. Free coat, always good news. Also, I read a story about Lee Ryan, who said he was traumatised as a child. And speaking about the incident while at home in Plumstead, Lee says, I remember watching a film and I heard bang, bang. And it was something, he actually says that he watched a friend's father shoot himself with a gun and later became convinced he would die aged 27. It's the 27 Club, which you've probably heard of. But anyway, he struggled with booze and drugs, and the trappings of fame took hold, and basically he's been left with no money at all. But Blue are planning a comeback tour. Please don't. Please don't. You don't want it to be as bad as Bros, do you? Yeah, we're going to book all these dates in, and then they don't sell. and you end up doing 2, and then it looks worse. Looks much, much worse. Steve, great show. Was thinking about the game shows. There's Dave in Sunderland. I used to like In It to Win It, the lottery game show with Dale. Yep. All pre-recorded, but good. Trisha in Dundee says, don't you think it's ridiculous that Taiwan is not in lockdown, yet they have only had 7 deaths? I know. Well, it's the house party thing over here. We've actually found, believe it or not, a assistant chief constable's daughter who goes out partying, and he's the one who tells everybody about don't go out, don't do this, don't do that, and his daughter, his own daughter, has basically told him to do one, and she'll go out and do whatever she wants to do. How embarrassing. Do you remember, was it not some years ago, age and age ago, there was I might have got this wrong, so bear with me exactly. I think he was the former chief constable of Greater Manchester, and he was anti-gay. That's all I remember, because he used to talk about it and write about it. And then, of course, the trick was, or the thing that turned it back on its heel again, his daughter was gay. His daughter was gay. She wrote into the paper and said, actually, I'm gay and I'm his daughter. And I remember thinking, oh, my goodness, can't pick your family, can you? Although we all try. But it's not the easiest thing to do. I'm sure he was I can't remember his name. I can picture him now. He had a beard. That's all I remember. Assistant Chief Constable of Greater Manchester, gay daughter. So you can normally find all these things. Normally you can find these things on the internet. Have you not found it yet? It was quite a few years ago. Yeah, get back to me on that one. Give me a rain check. Give me a rain check. It's definitely true, because I remember thinking how unusual. And I'll tell you how long ago it must have been. It must have been about more than 30 years ago. More than 30 years ago. Also, corona idiots at lockdown house parties will be fined £800. Well, don't talk about it, Priti Patel. Instigate it. And what are you wasting time with £800 for? They don't care. Make it £2,500 and make them pay. Make them pay. Who told lies every day? Donald Trump. 30,000 lies. 21 a day. 21 lies a day. Gee, I've never lied about. I couldn't lie. It's not in my nature. You know, good Christian boy. Also, the music you played over Trump talking was called The Birdman of Alcatraz by Rick Wakeman. Was it? Oh, it was. Oh, you knew that? Oh, not until today you didn't know. Oh, right. Couldn't bear it if you knew something before I do. That would drive me mad. The posh guy you don't know the name of. Nothing posh about him. It just sounds a bit pretentious, I'm afraid. Well, my name's Tom Reed Wilson. Yeah, is that because you can read? Ridiculous, honestly. Quick alert, The Dig is out on Netflix. About the story of Sutton Hoo. Oh, I love Sutton Hoo. Have you ever seen the Sutton Hoo? Do you know the story of Sutton Hoo? They were digging, and they found a Viking treasure ship. The complete thing. Look up the photos on the internet, Sutton Hoo, and you have a look and see what they found. It was one of the most exciting finds in this country. Sutton, S-U-T-T-O-N, Hoo, H-O-O. Really very exciting. There you go. The Guardian, it would have been his idea of hell. Greater Manchester's former Chief Constable James Anderton, that was his name, accused the city's gay population of swirling around in a human cesspit of their own making. Little did he know he'd come to be regarded as one of the instigators of Britain's gayest city, perhaps the most successful gay village in Europe. Yeah, I think it's because his daughter was gay. I'm 99... I would stake my entire savings. Absolutely, I don't make a mistake on things like that. I was a newsreader at LBC for 15 years, so I'm always good at remembering these things. Big beard. What, her or him? Ha. There's Sutton Hoo, that's what they found. Look at that. Look at that. If you look at the early pictures, it is a perfectly preserved Viking longboat, I think. And they found all these masks. I mean, everything was in it. They think it was a burial of a chief or something like that. And I think it's all now under, it's a brick-built building. Everything. The mythical ship burial and stuff like that. When they found it and they started sort of taking it all out of the ground, it was unbelievable. The gold that came out and the silver and the precious metals, really beautiful. Lots of stuff that they discovered, and belt buckles and things like that. Sutton Hoo. Mind you, we've got a dinosaur for you today. The biggest dinosaur they've ever found. I thought the biggest one was in China, but this is one not from China, but from somewhere else. Assuming we have a summer with COVID and recession. Can you imagine the shenanigans that'd be going on in Ibiza and Corfu? Oh, I can't bear what... Have you seen Ibiza Weekend? Oh, my Lord, you want to seriously go back to the beginning of time and say, cast them into the den of iniquity. It's a bunch of old nobodies who go there. The reps are just, disgusting. The whole thing overseen by some gigantic bloke called David. David's sort of running everything. He's like, really what he's doing there, I've got no idea. Nobody wants to go anywhere near him. The girls think of him as a sister, and the boys just go, yeah, all right, Dave, because he's controlling it all. And it's just basically people trying to bed a rep. And the girls arrive out there and they give them a drink and they film them. It's got to be hidden camera. You can't seriously believe these people. They turn up in full makeup in Spain. Nobody, unless you're real trash, goes out to Spain with full makeup on. You don't do it. It's too hot. It runs. And they go there and then they say, we put you in this chalet next to this other one, and there's two blokes here. They're from somewhere. And the girls go, like that. And then the moment the blokes leave and go back next door, they go, oh, I like your one. Is he nice? Oh, I think he's really... And you think, I'm sorry, is that the whole idea of a holiday in Spain? It's just basically people getting bedded. Is that all it is? In my day, you went there to sample the Andalusian customs and to take of sangria and to sit on a beach all day. This lot just want to seem to bed hop. And, oh, God. Even some of the reps are a bit naff, shall we say? Bit naff. Steve, I wonder how many of the idiots given COVID fines have actually paid them. I suspect not many, says. I don't know. I don't have the figures for that. I'd have them locked up. I'm sorry, I'm not messing any time. One of these criminals from James Court, I think, has been told you either pay another £90,000, which you owe because of a drug deal that went wrong, or you spend another year in prison. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't even offer them that choice. Sutton Hoo is thought to be the burial of King Redwald of East Anglia, or as Jade Good used to say, East Angula. We went, oh, she's so funny, isn't she? Not really, no. What else we got? Convict inspiration. Apparently, the inspiration for Bram Stoker's Dracula was a Jack the Ripper suspect. Oh, right. There's always a Jack the Ripper suspect, isn't there? People think they know the answer. And women want foreplay to last 6 minutes longer than it actually does. Oh, sorry, foreplay? That's the shopping list, isn't it? So, is that all right, darling? Yeah. Are we out of potatoes? Okay, potatoes, eggs. Okay, this is the foreplay. Ridiculous. Have you ever heard of anything like that? 6 minutes longer than actually... 6 minutes? That's the entire thing as far as I'm concerned. Any longer than that and I'm bored. That's going to be sort of diving into sort of Paddington Bear on the television, and ain't nothing going to stop Paddington Bear from arriving on my television. The notion, apparently, and I don't want to ruin it for you, that people can be fat and healthy is a myth. Well, of course it's a myth. Otherwise, the fatter you are, the healthier you would become, which is not true. No, you stand the chance of heart disease, you stand the chance of all sorts of dreadful illnesses. And researchers claim the theory that staying active counteracts the negative effects of being obese is false. And the policymakers have it wrong by pushing sport over weight loss. Yeah, I'm sorry, if you're fat, you're overeating, or you've got a thyroid problem. And if you've got a thyroid problem, then you're like me, and you go to the doctors and they prescribe levothyroxine. So I take levothyroxine 3 times a day. I hear you're going to update your knowledge about archaeology, says Monica. I envy your box set and wonder if my recent involvement at archaeology department has some part in it. Do you know, I'm always like that, Monica. I've always liked archaeology. I like the idea that they dig things up and you go, oh my God, what is it? So when I bought the Time Team DVD, and I think there's about 4 in it. I can't wait for that. That's going to be the highlight of my day today. I'm going to be really lazy. Put my feet up, have my beef bourguignon, because I eat French, and I'm probably convinced it probably emanated somewhere else. It's only just beef and onions, isn't it? Why do we think onions the French? Not snails. Although, actually, if they put snails in it, because of the thick salt, you wouldn't really know what you're eating. You'd probably just go, oh, it's a piece of chicken. And if somebody said to you afterwards, it's snails, you go, ooh, you know. Because at the time, it doesn't make it... It's like, would you eat squirrel? And the answer is, You probably could, but I wouldn't want to, because as far as I'm concerned, they're cute. Somebody sent me a picture, and it's David. He was hand-feeding a little baby squirrel. I think it must have fallen out of its nest. And he hand-feeds a baby squirrel. Oh, look, here we go. I knew... What? Could I eat a break? No. Was that a Kit Kat? Is that a Kit Kat? Have a break, have a Kit Kat. That reminds me of a joke about Kit Kats, which I can't repeat. Just before we go to the break, there's a picture. Somebody's written into Daily Star saying, how about a sexy picture of Laura Hamilton? Unfortunately, Laura Hamilton obviously thinks she's sexy. So in OK Magazine, they printed a picture of her. She's fit. Unfortunately, she also thinks she's fit, and it's a very dreary combination. You know, try and hone your skills at being a presenter, as opposed to, oh look, I'll get my boobies out for you. You know, because you're going down the wrong path, love. Going down the wrong path. Look at the time, honestly. Do you know, I might take a break. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Listen, some people say they're going to take a break and then they don't take the break. And that means that you drag it out for another minute or 2 minutes. I'm not one of those people. I'm the sort of presenter on the radio. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do something. So if I say I'm going to take a break, then blow me down on this programme. It's going to be happening, and I shall do it as soon as I you have to feel you've got to feel a radio programme. I don't care what anybody says about, oh, you just sort of sit there and go, let's take a break. It doesn't work like that. I have to feel the empathy with the companies who've sort of decided to enjoy the luxury of this programme. And so, the producer might drop subtle hints like, oh, look, shall we take a break? And I go, listen, I'm getting there. I'm feeling it. The reason this programme is so successful is because, if somebody says to me, take a break, I deliberately don't. Because it annoys them. And if they're unhappy... Morning! Catherine says, Paddington or Rupert? Which is your favourite? Paddington. Not even a choice. Rupert was completely different. Rupert was sort of, he used to stand upright and wear his little waistcoat and everything else. But the only thing I did like the Rupert the Bear theme tune. There's a little panda you never heard before. He's the number one. Bum, 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 bum. There's a million stories to be told of his friends at Nutwood. And then the chorus was, oh, Rupert, Rupert the Bear, everyone sings his name. I thought he was quite cool, but some of his friends were decidedly peculiar, weren't they? But no, Paddington was always Paddington was just, everybody wanted a friend like Paddington. You imagine, Mr. Gruber liked him. Paddington could be very wistful and very thoughtful. It's a bit like working here. Stan says, the Sutton Hoo treasure's Anglo-Saxon, not Viking. What do you know about it? What do you know about it? Were you there? No. Because firstly, they actually found all this Viking stuff. And then somebody went, I think we'll rename it again just to annoy Stan and Acton. Also, Time Team, the very best TV show. Nothing better than watching history apart from shaping it. Tony Robinson is a god. He's not a god, no, he's just Tony Robinson, OK. Talking of Jade Goody, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Norwich was another country. I've got no idea. She called East Anglia East Anglia. That's all I remember. I've got no idea. No idea. How did your FedEx package tracking go? Well, as far as I know at the moment, it's in the air. It was picked up the other day, and they send you your tracking on it, so I can find where it is at the moment. Because I love it. I absolutely love things like this. The very idea that you can order stuff in America online, and then within a matter of hours, it's on its way to you. Here we go. A parcel was picked up, and then it tells you. So I don't know where it is actually. Scheduled delivery is Tuesday the 26th. So thank you. So it's got a little bit to go yet. It's got a tracking number, and then you just sort of watch and see where it is. There you go. 26 by 6 p.m. It's in transit. Okay. It's Memphis. It's in Memphis at the moment. Isn't that exciting? Don't you think that's... I mean, of course, it could be a load of old rubbish. It might not be true at all. They might be going, tell him it's in Phoenix. Tell him it's in Memphis or anywhere like that. What's that song? What's the song about Memphis? Don't know. Is there a song about Memphis? I'm going to Memphis. Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to Memphis. I don't know. Yeah, the listeners... Do you think there's a song about Memphis? Oh... Born in Memphis. No, I'm sorry, not the way you sing it. No, I'm Henry the Eighth, I am. Henry the Eighth, I am. I've been married 7 times before. Everyone loves an Henry, wouldn't have a Willie or a Sam. I'm a 8th old man called Henry. Henry the 8th I am. Fucking entertainment, this programme. Seriously, there's never a day goes by where we don't elicit a laugh, cheap or otherwise. No, the weather. Hey Siri, is there any snow in London this weekend?
I think we'll get some snow this weekend.
Man of few words. That's it, yeah, and it's on Sunday, 40% chance of snow, which means it'll turn to rain very, very quickly. What do I say? Hey Siri, what's the weather like tomorrow?
Expect partly cloudy skies tomorrow. The high will be 4 degrees, and the low will be -2.
-2. Chance of rain, 10% tomorrow. 10%, which is okay. 84850, the song was called We're Walking in Memphis. Wasn't that, Cher? Walking in Memphis. I think he said, just repeating the same line. There you go, Paul says walking in Memphis. Cher, walking in Memphis, Cher. See? Told you. Yeah. Was that the one you were thinking of, dear? Yeah, was that the one you were thinking of? Yeah, that's what he was thinking. Well, he thinks he was. He doesn't know. Niall says, no snow in Sussex this weekend. Trust me. Trust me. Never trust anybody when they say trust me. And 84850, Steve at LBC. Brett in Leighton says, in fairness to Jade Goody, her legacy was that... we didn't talk about that. We weren't talking about the cancer checks. No good trying to detract from the actual subject. OK? Not interested. And also, it then changed and it went right back where it came from. So it didn't make too much of a difference, apart from immediately, but we weren't talking about that. Should listen properly. So, there you go. Somebody else says, there was a song called Walking in Memphis. I like Cher, actually, but I still prefer the one which goes along with this programme. Gypsies, tramps and thieves. This was quite good, you know. The town they called us gypsies, tramps and thieves. And every night the men had come around and laid their money down. That was a good song, actually. Very, very good song. Have I never met Cher, no. I think it's fairer to say she ever met me. But, you know, it's obviously banding with the American. I always like the other one. Everybody's talking about your kinky boots, kinky boots, kinky boots. Remember that one? It was musical, yeah. A film. Yeah, a true story. True story of a shoe factory up north. That's where they all are. You don't have them down south. So, yeah, they used to make shoes. And they suddenly realised that they weren't selling as many shoes as they needed. And for some reason, I can't remember how it happened. I think somebody a drag queen wrote to them and said, could you make me some boots? And so they'd never done it before. So they made this thigh-length pair of red PVC kind of boots. And then they discovered that they had a talent for making kinky boots, and so they went to a sex show in Germany and they sold their boots, and they got so many orders they came back and it revitalised the family. And in fact it was a show, it was on at the Adelphi Theatre in the Strand, because I know these things, and it was the same theatre that they put on Sunset Boulevard. Another very good show. The only problem being Sunset Boulevard, it was a stage that was automatic. It went up and down, and so they would have the set, and then it would rise into the air, and they'd play underneath it, and then it would come back down. Oh, it was quite amazing. And it was all controlled. It was remote controlled. While they were doing rehearsals, they discovered that every time somebody keyed their telephone, the set moved. They had exactly the same problem in Miss Saigon, where the set kept moving, and they go, "Stop, Jonathan Pryce." I remember saying, "Stop, it's still moving." And you could get your feet trapped under this thing. Very dangerous, very dangerous. Dean says, I heard Meghan and Harry's podcast is not going very well. Never went very well to start with. Steve, you set my Siri off. What was that song? He goes, you are my tra-la-la. What was that song? Remember that one? You are my tra-la-la. Or something. Am I facing the wrong way? Why is it I sort of come up with these gems, you know, to keep the programme trucking its way through? Really nice to have your company. Mott the Hoople sang All the Way to Memphis. Yes, we know. That was a very good song, actually. All the Way to Memphis. I liked it a lot. And Dominic says, you were talking to Siri just now. Well, it wasn't a full-blown conversation. You set off my 2 iPhones, work, one also, and my Apple Watch. Good news, Siri concurs that snow is expected in Hertfordshire, says Dominic in Rickmansworth. I thought actually in Hertfordshire, Hereford and Hampshire, hurricanes hardly ever happen. Gets better. What's that other one? You are my tra-la-la. What was that? I've seen some kids miming to that on YouTube, and I can't remember what the song is. You are my tra-la-la. No? It's supposed to be your age group. I know it's not my age group. My age group, we were singing there's white cliffs over the... bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Norwich is famous for Sale of the Century with Nicholas Parsons. Used to announce that the show was coming for live. He never did. It was Peter Benson who announced from Norwich, it's the quiz of the week. And very good, actually. Very good. Very good. I liked it. It was just the prizes were so cheap. 10 pence will buy you this holiday to the Bahamas, and things like that. But my favourite, and it always made me laugh, and it shouldn't do really, was to show the vulgarity of quiz shows in America. And they had a little clip of a quiz show in America, and they said to this woman, not only have you won a house, but there's a car and a luxurious holiday and all the rest of it, worth whatever it was. And then they cut to the quiz show in Ghana. And today the prize is a paperback book. That was it. That was the prize. And people were fighting for a paperback book. Just goes to show we've lost all sense of proportion, haven't we? All the sense of proportion, which is good. Somebody says, the DVD box set of A Fine Romance arrived, says Shane. I like Judi Dench. I like Judi Dench as well. She's a bit of a treasure, isn't she? I tell you what's very funny is watching Judi Dench. There you go. It's Gunter and the Sunshine Girl, says Jim. You touch my tra-la-la. Is it? Well, try it then. Don't just... honestly, so dismissive today. They don't need to be dismissive. I'm trying to educate them in the ways of the world, but I'm having nothing. See, the trouble is giving them too much sugar. Giving them too much sugar. If you give them too much sugar, it spoils them, and they go a bit gaga. So, You Touch My Tra-La-La by Gunter and the Sunshine Girls might be correct. At least afford the man the courtesy of trying to find out whether it's right before we pull him apart and throw him overboard and get him buried in a Viking longboat. I don't want to hear it. Well, you can play it to me a little bit, yes. Just so I can get the sort of... First 3 seconds... Well, that's going to be useful. The first 3 seconds just be music or something. Oh, it is. That's it. I could tell straight away. Oh, you touch my tra-la-la. Have you never heard it? There's 2 kids on YouTube and they're miming to it. Obviously 2 sort of friends, sort of thing you do, Corey. If only you had 2 other friends. And they were sort of doing this thing, and it was very funny. And I just remember, so it's called You Touch My Tra-La-La by Gunter and the Sunshine Girls. I mean, it just sounds funny in itself, doesn't it? Why shouldn't we laugh? Goodness sake. The world's too bloody miserable at the moment to not smile about most. I laugh at everything, especially watching me eating meat pies on the buses. I tell you, I can't get enough of meat pies. I was only saying to Mary the other day, I tell you, I might go and have some today and just squeeze them out over the window. Do you know there was a bloke on the bus yesterday? I thought he was a tramp. He gets up with all these different bags and rucksacks and everything else, and then produces a laptop, but he sits there with no mask on, breathing and coughing his way all over everybody. I was so grateful when he got off. Another one that says, Cher also sung this song. Not You Touch My Tra-La-La, but... whatever it was. The Kinky Boots factory was in Earls Barton, east of Northampton. Not quite Oop North, says Dave. Listen, if you're a southern Jessie, as far as I'm concerned, if it's further than Watford, it's Oop North, okay? Never discuss things with people who start complaining about where we put things on the map. Definitely not. If there's one thing I never understand, it's when I read a story in the newspaper about people going to music festivals and taking drugs. Mainly because I don't do drugs, apart from those prescribed by the doctor, but I can never understand why anybody would ever go to a music festival at the age of 17 and take drugs of which you have no knowledge whatsoever. And here's a girl who was killed by a lethal cocktail of ecstasy, ketamine and cocaine. And so they've now decided that they might have to bring in an under-18s ban on music festivals for young people. It's awful, really. They aren't permitted in other licensed premises, 17-year-olds, and it should be taken to prevent deaths. I mean, this girl here, she went to the 3-day Leeds event starring the Foo Fighters, Post Malone and Billie Eilish with 16 pals, went into a cardiac arrest at 17, at the site at 3:30 following the first day performances, and they tried to revive her, but in vain. So Anya Buckley was killed by this lethal... Why would you ever want to... I mean, seriously, why would you ever want to do it? I don't know what you can say to somebody. You feel like following the drug dealers around and going to people as they're about to sell, if you buy this, there's a very good... Do you know what's in it? No. There's a very good chance you could die. Okay, I'm just saying, and it goes in one ear and comes out the other, because as always, all these people know better than we do. And I can't. We've done everything. You can't sort of change anything. We've got a poem actually, which has got nothing to do with that, but I wish we had a poem to do with that. And I wanted a poem about me, and I didn't get it. I got one by Vince Susedale Jr., which is called Dumb Questions. Okay. Why are you smiling? Yeah, okay. I was changing... it's American. You know how I know that? Because the first word tyre is spelled T-I-R-E, whereas we spell it differently. So that's 40 years of broadcasting. You're now querying the spelling of tyre, are you? I think if I did yeah, you're arguing about it. I think T-I-R-E is the American and T-Y-R-E is the British. Yeah. You should know by now, I'm never wrong. Even when I'm wrong, I'm not. Yeah. I was changing a tyre and the neighbour walked by, stood and looked a while, then said, "Hi. Got a flat?" he asked, and this made me grin. I said, "No, just changing the old air and putting new stuff in." Was coughing and sneezing, my throat was on fire. Got a bad cold, my wife did inquire. No, it's not really bad, it's a good one. I love watery eyes and watching my nose run. I was on a bus and on my newspaper I sat. The guy next to me asked, "Are you reading that?" I said, "Yeah, sitting on the paper as you read it, it's all the new rage." Then I stood up and turned the page. Dentist hit a nerve and I came up out of the chair. "Did that hurt?" he asked, as though he really did care. I said, "No, there was a spiritual woman I used to date, and she was teaching me how to levitate. I hit a pothole with my car one night. It made such a loud noise it gave the wife a fright. Didn't you see it?" she began to cry. "Of course I did. I hit it, didn't I?" Once I tripped on one of my little guy's toys. Fell down the stairs, my wife heard the noise. "Did you miss a step?" she screamed from the hall. I said, "No, dear. I think I hit them all." Very funny, isn't it? Can't be bothering with that one again, I tell you. We do our best on the... Listen, if we can lighten your day on LBC in any little way, shape or form, by sort of basically having a laugh at other people's expense, that's it. Steve, the Touch My Tra-La-La is Gunter's The Ding Dong Song. Oh no, don't start me on the Ding Dong Song, because do you remember we had this years ago, and there is a very famous song called The Ding Dong Song, and I've got it in Chinese and I've got it in English as well. We had it as a 7-inch in Hong Kong. It was a big hit over it. It goes, "I hear my heart go ding dong." I have to do it in a quavery voice because that's how she does it. "Eat down inside my heart. Each time you say you love me, then I know it's time for ding dong to start. Each time you say, kiss me, ding dong, ding dong." It's basically the heart going. And it's in Chinese, it sounds even better. In Chinese, it sounds fantastic. And I learnt to sing it in Chinese. I'm not going to give you my version in Chinese at the moment because you've not paid for it. And if you paid, then I would have sung it for you. But it's a dai tang tai lai ching ching ching. It's so good. I had it in English on one side and Chinese on the other. And I can't remember the name who sang it. The Ding Dong Song. There were various people you'll find on YouTube, but there was the one person who had the hit. It might be... No, it's not Nancy Chan, is it? Anyway, it was very good, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. So you'll have loads of people who are singing it on YouTube. But if you get it in Chinese, it's even better. Chai Chin. Could be Chai Chin. I wish I could go back to Hong Kong. I liked it over there. And my flat's still there. The flat my parents had. It's still there. Number 8, Tun Shan Terrace. Overlooking Happy Valley. Still there. We went up the mountain road. In our day, it wasn't all built up. Now it's all built up, but the flats are still there. And on a Friday, the rat catcher came round. And he would put down all his cages to catch the rats. They were the size of cats. Absolutely enormous. And another one here says, "Hi, Darren." There's always one, isn't there? The medication's not sort of sunk in yet. Isn't the most famous Memphis song Chuck Berry's "Long Distance Information, Get Me Memphis, Tennessee"? Remember that one? No. They don't know. Never. Yes, all right, we know you got the... All right. Very hyper. The sugar has now kicked in big time. How many of those cakes have you had? Just the one. You've been very good. That's very good of you. Very nice. Steve, just having some honey glazed ribs. Yes, I think I might be having those. Bob, yes, is the answer. Yes, definitely. Steve, can you tell me why there are less cars on the roads, no shops open and the high streets empty, and the traffic wardens are considered essential workers? We've got swarms of them in Brighton. Oh, we've got them round here. Loads of traffic wardens. I don't mind. I'm always very good because I'm never one of those sort of people who's got the sticker on the back of the car saying, P.S., love traffic wardens back in 5 minutes. No, not at all. Not at all. Here's a postwoman who trousered £6,000 by stealing more than 8,000 items of post. Laura Wally, and what a Wally she turns out to be, stole items including birthday card cash in a 6-month spree. Appearing at Preston Magistrates Court, they heard she'd committed a breach of trust. She pleaded guilty and then for some strange reason a 12-week suspended sentence. Mind you, she had to pay £3,000 compensation after the thefts. I think people like that should definitely have to go to prison. I'm sorry, otherwise there's no deterrent, is there? Dreary old Dave and Victoria Beckham. She can't flog clothes for love nor money, and he's single-handedly building a stadium, and that's where it all finishes. Oh, and the kids have got more tattoos. And that's it. That's all they do. I mean, really, how embarrassing. I mean, even, proper celebrities in America don't cover themselves in tattoos. Not when you're a failure. Definitely not. 3 men have been jailed for supplying more than £12 million worth of fake cash. The largest seizure in this country. One gang member was found in Beckenham with 5.25 million in counterfeit notes. He told officers, "You've caught me red-handed." And then a dog walker spotted in Belvedere a £5 million stash of the cash. John Evans, 27 of Esher in Surrey, got 10 years. Philip Brown, 54 of Longfield, Kent, got 6.5 at Woolwich Crown Court. And Nick Winter got 6 years last month. Kent and Essex Serious Crime Officer DCS Morgan Cronin said this sends a strong message. Somebody dobbed them in. Not good, is it, really? Not very good at all. Nice picture of Paul McCartney, 78, strolling through New York. He was talking to Howard Stern. I didn't know Howard Stern was still going, but apparently he is. And here's the flooding, heartbroken by another deluge. This is in Sankey Bridges, Warrington. And it's so sad. I mean, it really is. It's all these streets are flooded. Not a lot you can do about it. You just have to hope that the sandbags get to you before you get the flooding. Jackie says, "I'm having the vaccine at midday today and I can't wait." Good for you. Steve, drug dealers tend to have one tooth, one ring in one ear and mum tattooed vertically on their neck. A sweeping generalisation. But as they're not the most popular people in the world to many of us, it makes no difference. A gift from Norway when you were a little boy. A Viking ship is on display there at Pegwell Bay near Ramsgate in Kent. Isn't it lovely, though? Tony says, "Watch your Time Team box set. You're wrong about the Vikings." I know, but it wound you up, didn't it? So there you go. Another winner for me. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you. Gunter, the Ding Dong Song. And Andrew in Cheam, well, wife, says the Chinese version of the Ding Dong Song is very good. It is very good. It really is. I mean, it's such an old piece of music, but it's so good. It stands the test of time. Steve, I'm a construction site manager in Brighton, a city with no shops open. Oh, that's to Darren. I'm sorry, I'm reading somebody else's. I would prefer to sit next to someone on the bus who's not wearing a mask than to sit next to some slob stuffing his face with a meat pie. Oh, gross. It's the equivalent of somebody drinking from a beer can from a brown paper bag. Well, you'd know, wouldn't you? You are that person drinking from the beer can. Oh, how lovely. Who is that? Who's this one here? Do they have a name? 0517. We shall find you. Don't worry, darling. Don't take us long. We have the technology here. And then you have instant fame for about 2 seconds. And then you vanish completely. They have vanished completely. Did they have a name? That's what I said. What was the name? You're honestly absolutely hopeless this morning. Honestly, you do your best, don't you? You bring them up properly. You teach them to, and then they just vanish. I'm sorry you've gone. I'm sorry we're winding you up about the meat pie, but it was well worth it just to hear your reaction. Fantastic. Another one that says, have you ever had honey glazed spare ribs? Yes, we've had these before. And also, have you ever seen Nurse Jackie on Sky Atlantic? No. I don't think so. I don't have Sky. I have friends who work there, but I don't, Gaia says, did Corey go to university? What do you reckon? Well, let's not waste time. Of course he did. We don't have people on this programme unless they've got qualifications as long as your arm. That's the whole thing about the programme. You know, apart from the fact you want to work with a fat diabetic, that's the main question. If they go no, well then they move them on to something else. And if they say, yeah, I'm all right with that, then they go down the checklist of questions. You know, do you have enough time to devote to the programme? Are you totally committed to the fat diabetic? You know, will you laugh at his deeply unfunny jokes? Will you go along to some of his shows? You know, will you sort of help out in ways that might go over and above what your job description says? If at the end of all this and you're willing to work for threepence a day, well then you're in. You're in. Oh, and also, can you smile and try and make it look as though it's genuine? You know, and you're not working for a shopping channel on the television. Oh, you must buy this, it's so marvellous. Buy an electric bike, the stock is really down. Oh, dear, honestly, you're all mad, aren't you? But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Simon Cowell was a contestant on Sale of the Century. Turned up on all sorts of things. Duncan in Hampden says, I've just fallen out of bed laughing. It's the trouble with drinking, isn't it, at this time of the morning? Do you know, I could never have a drink at this time of the morning. Although, actually, Jake would say he's really looking forward to the weekend because he doesn't have a drink during the week. This, apparently, in his books, is some sort of achievement. We're all supposed to sort of give him a huge round of applause and a standing ovation and bring in a brass band and throw bunting. But we don't. And he said, I said, you'll be having a drink tonight. And it was, you could see the look on his face like, yeah, and what about it? You know, so I never push it too much. You know, if I feel somebody's going to be aggressive, I back off a little bit and go, I'll go and get my camel, and then sort of wander through with the camel just to keep everybody happy. There's a lovely story on the front of the Daily Mirror. It's not a lovely story, but it might have a happy ending. The sister of a teacher who died of COVID backs the call to inoculate all school staff. And this is a lady called Donna. And she was a lovely-looking person, 42. And they were talking on the television this morning about young people dying in hospital of COVID. It's not old people. People think it's all old people. Believe you me, it is not. It is not. But they've got the full story. She returned to class but felt scared. Sister Vicky says we need teachers vaccinated as soon as possible. So, in fact, you know, if you're an elderly person, you go a bit further down the list, which is probably not the best news you wanted to hear, is it? But listen, you will get it. You will get it. But I'm still not, you know, coming up with the idea of somebody saying that what we should do is give everybody testing positive for coronavirus £500. There's going to be people who are deliberately making themselves ill to get £500. It's as simple as that. Have you ever been in therapy, says Nick? So I do therapy every day on this programme. I'm helping you, Nick. I'm helping you with your problems. That's why. I do therapy for other people. And here is this. This has been the sitcom favourite, and has she ever, Felicity Kendall. She's 74 now, and she's to make her musical theatre debut. She's been chosen to do Anything Goes at the Barbican. In younger days when anything goes. The world has gone mad today, went bad today, went down today. Done by Elaine Page. I can't see Felicity Kendall managing this at 74. But she's going. It's due to open in May. Oh, mind you, did you hear on the news? The Bond film's been put back again. I really couldn't care. Like, they could throw it back in the cupboard as far as I'm concerned. Who cares? Bond could be coming out. When I say coming out, I don't mean coming out. That would be a bit of a turn-up for the books. Would that be good? By the way, Bond, yes, call me Jane Bond. You know, that could be a real turn-up. That could be a winner. Make it marginally more entertaining. So here she is. Idiot of all idiots. Amy Slattery. Caught on camera at a Saturday night party at Leeds Beckett University where no masks or social distancing were evident. She's either a complete and utter idiot or she's being deliberately stupid. You know why? Her father is a senior police officer. He is the Assistant Chief Constable of Cumbria Police. His name is Andy Slattery. Well, you must be delighted with your daughter. A Leeds Beckett University spokesman says students who break COVID rules with parties could be fined up to £500. But he's the one who goes on radio and television telling you about, you know, having parties and how to socially distance. And here's his daughter, Amy, the thick as a brick Slattery, doing exactly the opposite. What hope? Your father's the Assistant Chief Constable of Cumbria Police. He's saying don't do it, and you're basically going, couldn't care less. Well, more fool you, Amy. More fool you. Embarrassing, isn't it, really? Dear. What else? Oh, sorry. Do you know, all of a sudden I thought I heard music in my ears. I did. I seriously, just for a brief nanosecond, I heard music. Oh, my friend Henry. You know Henry. He says it would be interesting to hear... This is a typical challenge, isn't it? Lay down the gauntlet. It would be interesting to hear your assessment of Burnley versus Liverpool yesterday evening. I think, do you know, to be honest with you, Henry, I don't think you need to say anything about that. I think the game spoke for itself. Did you not? I certainly thought so. I was there glued to it. You know, I mean, it was a cracking game. I think it just laid out... It did what it said on the tin. I mean, held, of course, at Turf Moor, as everybody knows. And it was one of those sort of games where, I mean, at some times I was on, you know, the edge of my seat. Other times I fell off completely. And it was good. I mean, I know that the Aston are playing Newcastle tomorrow. I'll be there for that one, my little rattle. And my scarf. Always wear the scarf if ever it's a game. I mean, Liverpool sent in, I think, 30 crosses against Burnley, and the Clarets ate them all up. I mean, seriously. Oh, you can't tell me anything about football that you can't write on the back of a grain of sand. I like to be there. And I think, actually, I mean, Burnley ending Liverpool's extraordinary record of not losing a Premier League game in Anfield. What is it? 4 years. Maine loses first ever home league game. Superb effort from Sean Dyche's team, who win at Anfield for the first time in how many years? 46 years. I mean, that was the thing that got me. I was up there, I was on the phone, I was chatting and whooping, and a great penalty. And when I say a great penalty, I mean a great penalty. And that's how you present a programme, Jake. That's why we're at the top of our game. There is no point in only being halfway up the ladder. We're on the top of the ladder, shouting it from the rooftops. Up the Aston. Up the Aston, that's what we're saying. That should be a good one, shouldn't it? Oh, well, I wouldn't like to, you know... before the end of the programme, I'll tell you my thoughts on that one. Definitely. Steve, I just bought some extra lines for the Euro lottery. I could use 71 million at this time. Oh, really? Yeah. Steve, is the Ferris wheel in London near LBC? Well, it is. You go out of here, out of the front door, turn left, straight down, walk past Trafalgar Square, go down Whitehall, and it's over on the left-hand side. And it's called the London Eye. We don't call it the Ferris wheel. A Ferris wheel is in a fun fair. We call it the London Eye. And it's good. I don't know if it's still even open at the moment. I'm really not. But I have been on... I've done a programme from it. Done a programme for it, which is very good. Also, earn it like the Beckhams. You know, there's always spin with the Beckhams. Sales fell from 47.6 million to 38.3 million. The company said investment in a new venture, Victoria Beckham Beauty, was partly to blame for the losses. Yeah, partly to blame. The rest of it was just it. Nobody's buying the stuff. Nobody's buying the stuff. We told you the prices the other day, and we were all going, what? And also, the model who's modelling it looks so miserable to be wearing it. OK, darling, we got you a gig. You'll be doing modelling. Oh, fantastic. Dior, Fiorucci, you know, No, Victoria Beckham. Oh, God. Not the same, is it? What do you think about the government introducing an NHS driver's licence type of swipe ID card? I've got one. I have one. I have a National Health Service card. You know, because a lot of people like me have got them. But I don't mind having that one for the corona vaccine. Or failing that, having something tattooed on your face would be quite a good idea, wouldn't it? You go in there, one person sticking the needle into your arm, and the other one doing a tattoo on your forehead. I've had it done. That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Definitely. We've got the news coming up. British gas strike chaos hits 100,000. And... Monty Don says, don't be so macho with plants. I like Monty Don. I like him a lot. He's a nice man. Nice man. I like all these gardeners, actually. They're all very, very good. And who's this a picture of? Oh, it's Lottie Moss. You won't know who she is. She's model, apparently. And what else was I going to go? Oh, we've got a couple of good birthdays for you today. And died at 94, one of the last code breakers. Wow. She worked the Colossus computer at Bletchley Park. There's a place to go to. When it's open again, go. Also, born on this day, Niall says, I like gardeners. They're so grounded. Yes. The worst thing about Watford Football Club, The worst thing they ever did was sack Sean Dyche, says Jackie from Watford. I know, and somebody got it completely wrong, actually, because I was sort of talking, when we were talking about the football, of which, of course, you know, I'm a bit of an acknowledged expert on LBC, and you might have thought that I said it was held at Turf Moor. Well, in fact, no, what I said, but it wasn't held at Turf Moor. It wasn't held. It was held at Anfield, which we knew. But you might have got the wrong end of the stick. Everybody else managed to hear it. So I said, no, it wasn't held at Turf Moor. Imagine if I got that wrong. being a fan, you know, that kind of stuff. Anyway, fat diabetic search comes up with ostrich stomach healthy crisps. Oh, right. Surely useful as a chocolate teapot. They used to say to us, I remember when I first became diabetic, and I remember going into a chemist, and they had a diabetic range of food. And I remember thinking, oh my God, this is quite an expensive sort of diet. And I suddenly realised after a while you didn't need to touch any of it, and the range disappeared. You know, they do diabetic chocolates, but believe you me, just eat normal chocolates. Don't waste your time spending money on diabetic. You don't need it. You really don't. We got yesterday's soundbite from Eddie Mayer's programme, have we? So I'd had no idea this had come back, so I have to rely on you, dear listener, to tell me when these things happen, because I don't know half the time. So this was, and we didn't understand the day before at all. We couldn't work that one out for love nor money. We thought we'd got it sorted, but we weren't too sure. This was yesterday's soundbite. Don't get chickens, by the way, if you value your grass. There you go. That's very applicable. And I know that from a lot of people who have chickens. And James O'Brien used to, but then they also had foxes. And with the foxes came no more chickens. And what they do is they scratch. And so if you just let them roam, you think it's all lovely. Oh, roam in the grass, roam in the grass, roam in the grass. They will literally dig up your entire garden. So if you're going to have them, you have them in a small little area. Don't let them roam free. I mean, obviously you can let them roam free, but they will completely ruin your grass, because that's it. Mary says, why do I listen to your show? Well, because you've got nothing else to listen to, that's why. Stupid question. Why do I listen to the show? What are you asking me for? I don't know. I'm going to go home and listen to it myself, I think, next week. And see what it's like, because I've never heard it before. I've never listened to a show back. I'm not like some presenters. Some presenters go, oh, I must go home and analyse my show. I can't do that. It's like an accountant analysing their work. And, you know, once they've actually done it. But they live in a totally different world to the rest of us. I spoke to my accountant, Steve, the other day. And he said, I'm just doing this. And I could see his brain working. He said, I'm just working out this. And this is what you'll end up with after so-and-so, because you've got your tax to pay at the end of this month. Yes. And you could hear him operating the calculator. I think that's how his brain works. Completely different from mine. But he's been on LBC. He was on LBC years ago. And he was telling me about it the other day. And ever such a nice man. Ever such a nice man. So is it too soon to talk about planting geraniums and begonias? No. No, it's not. You should start. I mean, what I would suggest you do, this would be something to do at the moment, is to start clearing out the pots. So if you've got pots still left from last year, and I have, and they'd still had the old begonias in, I'm not sure if I could just cut the tops of them off and then hope that they will grow again, or plant new stuff this year. You know, so I think I might, I don't know whether to go for geraniums or pelargoniums. I'm really not sure. I have to decide. I sometimes take pictures that I've seen in the newspapers and send off. If you remember, that's why we did the begonias, little tiny flowers. And they didn't do anything for a while. Then all of a sudden, and survived up until late December. Late December back in 63. What a very special time for me. What was that you just taken off the screen? Did I know that? Was that something you just taken off? You've gone mad today, haven't you? He keeps putting stuff up on the screen. I just go to read it and then vanishes before your very eyes. That was a soundbite thing. Oh, right. It was very good, but the one the day before I couldn't get at all. I really couldn't. This senior police officer's daughter's here again. Here she is, little Amy. Poor little Amy. Not the brightest penny in the box. Her father... Oh, sorry, Cumbria's Deputy Chief Constable Mark Webster said he was aware of the video, but his force does not single out individuals that are breached. Well, not if they're a member of your force. Come on, we're not that stupid. Her father is never off the local TV and radio, ramming home the message, we must all adhere to the laws. And, you know, here he is being made to look like a complete turnip by his daughter. Sure, they'll think of some excuses around it. This network of caves I definitely want. Let me tell you about it. It's 5 limestone caves described as a recreational and commercial opportunity. No planning consent. 2.5 acres of woodland are included. They're owned by a farmer, and it's a unique and quirky listing. They're about 500,000 years old. Wow. A major and partially unexplored international caving site in need of careful management. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want people going in there just in case something happened. But it's 7 miles long. It stretches for 7 miles. So that makes... I love stuff like that. Very good. Angela says, always like the rave version 2. Walking in Memphis. You should ask for extra compensation if they use your sound bites in your absence. Well, to be honest with you, I've already been paid for it. You can't get paid twice for the same thing. And bearing in mind... it wouldn't be compensation because I've been paid for something, and unfortunately, you know, once somebody's paid for something, it's theirs. It's theirs. So I don't mind about that. I really don't mind about that. But definitely for all those gardeners out there who are getting ready to plan something for the summer, geraniums are the ones that will go through hellfire and brimstone, and nothing will happen to them. And either do all the one colour or do as many different colours as you can possibly find. Mix them up with pelargoniums and stuff like that. And it's well worth it. You get a lot of value out of geraniums for not too much money. Especially if you buy them when they're little plugs. And now would be the time to start probably ordering. You'll start seeing the adverts in the newspapers for the geraniums, you know, 24 plugs for $9.99 or something like that. And it's cheap. All the nurseries have done is just grown them on a little bit. And you can do it yourself. Just buy the little plugs. They come in their own little greenhouse, and and very nice they are too. Very nice. And if you go for the assorted I try and go for different things all the time. You know, if I see a plant that I think, oh, that actually looks quite nice, well then I'll actually go for it. You know, just to sort of try and find out if it's as good as they say it is. And 9 out of 10 times they are. Still worried about Mick Norcross, who's died, owned Sugar Hut. I don't think he owned it towards the end. I think he was a property developer. But it was discovered hours after he posted a cryptic message on Twitter. Only 57. You know, whether or not he had a weak heart, we don't know. We don't know anything like that at all. But he always claimed that Towie cheapened the image of his club. It attracted the wrong people, which was a shame. And then I think he sold it. So it's still there. It's obviously still operating. And you see the people queuing up outside, and it's reminded me of those halcyon days when I worked in nightclubs, and it was the people who used to dress to impress. You know, if you were going to a London nightclub, you had to look the part to get in. They weren't going to let any old Tom, Dick and Harry in there. They wanted people who looked the part. And unfortunately, because there were so many arguments inside Sugar Hut, it rapidly got the reputation that it was attracting those sort of people. But if you remember, the whole of Towie is fake. You know, the people are real, but the situations are fake. They're made up. They're made up for a television programme. They actually say to them, OK, this is going to happen and you'll do this and do that. And they then act it out. Well, as much as they can do. And sometimes they go for it and other times they don't. So you can't sort of change it at all. Emily says, I'm 19, I've no underlying health conditions and caught coronavirus at uni. When I had it, I could barely breathe and couldn't smell or taste for ages. Yeah, well, you're lucky, because there are 19-year-olds who are dying at the moment. It seems to, at one time, people were saying coronavirus, don't worry, it only affects elderly people. Well, it's not like that now. You look at the people in the hospitals and the people who are struggling to breathe, and it's really difficult. As I've said before, if you saw and you watched the television programmes, unless you're completely blinkered, the one thing you wouldn't want to catch is coronavirus. You really wouldn't. Not nice at all. Right, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Adrian Chiles doing his column. It's terribly boring. Every time I hear... There's nothing exciting about Adrian Chiles. He's a dreary voice and this and that. And it's just very boring. And he was talking about... in fact, actually, what does he talk about today? He talks about Zoe Ball and something that happened years and years ago. This is the man who apparently takes his clothes back, or used to, for his parents to wash. He couldn't even manage to wash his own clothes. He kind of went down in everybody's estimation. But when they put him on breakfast television in the morning, it was like Mogadon time. It was like, welcome to the programme, asleep again. It was just too dreary. He was put with that Christine What's-Her-Face. Hey, you. The one who's married to old Lamps. And she was bouncy, Tigger, you know, smiley, smiley, Carol, smiley, and he was like half asleep. It was like watching, it'd be like putting Eamon Holmes on breakfast television. If he's reading a news bulletin, it's fine. But you can't let him do anything else. It's just awful. Terrible, really. Also, I quite like it when people fight wills. You know, sometimes somebody will fight a will because they've been left out or something's happened. Well, here's a beautician in a minute who got a victory over her sister. Families that fight over money, never good. Morning, 11 minutes to 6 is the time this Friday morning. And Steve, with all your singing outbursts on today's show, can you confirm whether you are Bush Baby on The Masked Singer? My lips are sealed. My lips are sealed. I'm working in Memphis. Yeah, you are my tra-la-la. You'll be going home watching that on YouTube, watching these two kids singing that song. It's so funny, because one of them is as camp as a Christmas tree and the other one isn't. And then he goes, you tore my tra-la-la. And they play it quite straight, but yeah, they can't be any more than about 15. It's just very funny. Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, says, Begonias, Steve, yeah, you should know, are annual, so you need to get new ones. Well, that's all right, because what I tend to do, Monica, every year is I tend to empty my pots, of which there are about 20, and put new earth in. I like opening a bag of fresh earth and pouring it into the pots, and then sort of pushing it all down with your hands. Although I've started wearing rubber gloves, because you know you get the dirt under your fingernails. It takes forever and a day to do it, so I'm going to put rubber gloves on, which always frightens the neighbours. And then I shall push the earth down, and then decide what plants I'm going to order, and then just sort of wait and then sort of pop them in. And then it's lovely. I always take a picture at the beginning of what they all look like, and then if I showed the boys, you know, pictures of my skills in the gardening potting world, they'd be amazed. I'd be so proud of the old man. You know, it's a case of, my goodness me, you have got hidden talent. Because we were wondering where it was, and it involves putting sort of plants in. So I don't know what to put in this year. Every year I sort of have a theme. The theme is how much Prosecco can you drink, and then shove a load of plants in a pot. And it works or it doesn't work. Walking in Memphis, according to my friend Ian, was by Mark Cohen originally. Well, walking in Memphis. He's obviously got one of those sort of voices, hasn't he? Sort of maybe a rock kind of a voice. I was never going to be a rock person, but I think I could actually have a bit of a go at being somebody on the singing programme. I could be Bush Baby. Let's face it, you know, most people. Steve, do a soundbite about Eddie to surprise him on his show. He won't expect... Well, no, because he picks the soundbites. We don't pick them. We've got no idea. That's why we sometimes play them on the programme, because somebody says, oh, did you hear the soundbite yesterday? And of course we didn't. We don't know which bit he's going to pick. Yes, I know people think that we're telling fibs. So they go, oh, he knows what it is. Well, he might do, but we certainly don't. We don't. I don't go home from here today with twinkle toes, you know, and go, oh, I wonder what soundbite. I don't think we've ever said, I wonder what soundbite he's going to use today. It's always a surprise. Always a surprise. So here is a beautician. This particular beautician... Terry Tibbles, I know, I thought the same as well, but it doesn't matter, was left nothing in her father's will, while her disappointing twin and other siblings shared £300,000. Anyway, she's won a court fight for the money. Terry Tibbles was close to car dealer dad William and expected to inherit his entire estate when he died in 2018. But 3 days after his death, a will, written on paper seemingly torn from a notebook, that left the lot to her identical twin Kelly, sisters Susan and Cindy and brother Paul, was given to his solicitor. Terry then sued Paul, claiming it could have been written and signed by anybody, and High Court judges agreed. So that's good, isn't it? Mr. Tibbles was a colourful character, left large amounts of cash around the house, sometimes stashed in a cereal box. Love to have seen his tax bill. In a letter attached to his first will, he said his children, other than Terry and Paul, had been a source of disappointment. He also said Paul didn't need his inheritance, including his home in Tilbury, as much as Terry. But in another will, dated 5 days before he died, he said he wished his estate to be shared equally. And Terry runs a beauty training school in Grays, insisted it wasn't genuine. She said, I don't accept this document was ever signed by my dad. It would have been totally uncharacteristic for him to prepare a DIY will, considering his long history of previous dealings with solicitors. So that's it. So the ruling was made last year, but the will has only just been formally admitted to probate, allowing Terry to inherit her father's will. So, I mean, I always feel pleased. I don't like rowing between people, and it's always over money. It will always be over money, you know, brother and sister, brother and brother, brother and cousin, brother and uncle, whatever it happens to be. If somebody's left money, people will argue over it. Why didn't I get more? Why didn't I get more? Why did this person inherit it? Why did he divorced my mother, and they were together for years to marry this other woman, and she's inherited everything because she's, you know, unless they don't change their will, in which case it reverts to the first person. It's terrible, really, isn't it? And it kind of splits families up and tears them apart. I mean, I've already said to the two here, there's no point in beating around the bush. You're getting nothing, okay? There is nothing in the will for you. Okay, it might be 20 quid to get a bag of oranges. Be grateful. You know, the fact I've, you know, lavished hundreds of thousands of pounds on them over the years, you know, means you get nothing in court. You know, fight it at your peril. If you fight it and lose, you get nothing. Did I make that clear? I don't want to sort of appear as I was coming down particularly heavy on them. And someone here that says, have you seen any of the Bernie memes on Twitter? It's so good where people decide to put him. And thank you for the Ding Dong song mention. I learn something new every day listening to you, says Elaine. I know. There is never a day goes by where you don't learn something on this programme. It's jolly educational. One from Noreen, who says, hope you're well, cystitis, calm down. Don't mention it today, because I haven't taken a paracetamol. And I got a bit panicky thinking, oh dear. Anyway, you talked yesterday of people who are likely to fall under the spell of illusionists. Anyway, one of the times we saw you with Graham Jolly, we were front row with Jan, Bridget, Gary and Claire. Graham involved the other 5 in illusions, but not me. In one he chose Jan, then told her she'd need her glasses. She couldn't find them and tried to get me to go up, and Graham declined me. At the interval, we spoke to Graham's son, asked him why he wouldn't use me. He told us Graham knew that I wouldn't go under. Very clever man. They were good shows, weren't they? They were very good. We loved working with Graham P. Jolly. He was fab. And no argument, says my brother, between him and me. He says, I haven't got any money. I know, we're never going to argue over money. I've left it all to the home for the Bide-a-Wee cats in Port Talbot. That's always going to be the clincher, isn't it, at the end of your life? You know, somebody says, oh, I wonder how much he's going to leave. You, nothing. Oh, look, that's a nice picture. Very nice picture. Thank you very much indeed to D.C. Kennedy from Belfast, talking about the train ride through the Rockies. And he tells me a great story of going in December 63. He was on a year's fellowship to America, due to travel from Chicago to, is it Butte, Montana? I found I could book a seat on a train that would take me there. It was the North Coast Vista Dome Limited, the new pride of the Northern Pacific Railroad, and it boasted upper deck glass domed viewing cars, which was what we were talking about the other day. Photography was only a hobby, and he took a picture, actually. That's such a good memory, isn't it? He said, 56 years later, locked down by the pandemic, I passed the time by digging out the many hundreds of slides I'd taken since 1964, and I had a close look at the galloping horse, and he says, I thought you might like a copy. Isn't that lovely? That's the nice thing about photography. That one moment is when you capture something that reflects it. My parents had photographic albums, which I raided. My brother's got them, and I raided them when we did some of the shows, and very good they were too. Because my mother looks remarkably like the Queen in her younger days. Mike in Kings Langley was the one who said 2021 looking good already. Steve, Trump out of office, Eamon Holmes off the television, which is very cruel. We've already remonstrated on that one. And Brownsea Island, which we talked about the other day, is owned by the National Trust, but leased to John Lewis as a corporate hotel for staff and retired staff. Mind you, the rate they're going, there won't be any of either. And David sent me the picture of the squirrel that he rescued last year. We took it in, he said, and nursed it to health. It was dehydrated and hungry. They're so cute. They're so cute, squirrels, aren't they? So cute. And Helinka has discovered a wax melt cucumber with melon. Oh, doesn't that sound fresh? I nearly bought a Galia or Galia melon the other day. I just fancied a bit of melon. And they're only little, only £2. I didn't buy it, though. Yeah, about that. About the size of a small football for 3-year-olds. But I nearly bought one because I just fancied scooping out the seeds and then just getting the spoon and eating it. Oh, you don't like melon? No? Oh, well, there you go. Can't have everything, can you? Little Mr. Misery next door. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, would you like some pickled onions? Oh, don't eat pickled onions. Oh, right. Would you eat that? No, I wouldn't eat that. Would you like some, I've got some nice light cheese. Oh, no, what are they? Yeah. Everything you mention to him, it's like always a big surprise. And yet then he'll top it by telling you something staggeringly boring. Timothy is in America. Dun, 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 dun. Says, I listen every evening in New York to the catch-up feature. I worked the overnight shift for many years in the hospitality industry and have a soft spot for others who are awake while most are still asleep. Well, you see, the good news is, Timothy, that we're in London. Like New York, the city that never sleeps. We never sleep. There's always something going on. Always something going on. Always, people driving around, people doing all the usual sort of things which you should be doing at this time of the morning. Which takes the time very nearly to 6 o'clock, so we'll have the news headlines for you. New thing today, says Monica, favourite Jewish cabbie, Heathrow passenger, blimey. Good Lord, that's a bit of a rarity. And Catherine says, have you heard the song, I am a mole and I live in a hole? Yes, we know that song very well indeed. Sung by the Outlanders, I think. Was it the Outlanders? Something like that. I'm pretty certain. I try not to sort of get things wrong on the programme. We do occasionally. It's LBC's Early Breakfast with Steve Allen till 7. Nick Farrar and the team be along at 7 o'clock this morning. It's Friday, the 22nd of January, or as I prefer to call it, a few days nearer, you've got to pay your tax if you're self-employed. I quite like the idea of this single ticket in America who matched all 6 numbers and picked up on their lottery 532 million. I mean, I would love to see the cheque. 532. But I think in America, the situation is that you can only get so much. You can have the 532, but it's spread over, 50 years or something like that. So only useful if you're a very young person. And it's probably linked into all sorts of strange things. Here is Britain's costliest parking spot. Up for sale. It's a 20-foot long bay. It's quite nice, actually. It's not bad. It appears to be behind a cage. It's in Knightsbridge, where they say a one-bedroom apartment can fetch 5.5 million. They always say things like this. You can get much, much cheaper property in Knightsbridge, believe you me, than a one-bedroom apartment. If you go to a super-duper luxury estate, well, then probably yes. This has a grille to deter vandals, a garage porter, and CCTV. And it's £350,000, which, if you live around there and you need a bit of extra space, then you would buy this. Because it's got a garage porter, a grille to deter vandals. I mean, it looks like high security. It would cost $1,649 a month on a 25-year mortgage. Although it's ridiculous, because the person who would buy this would pay cash for it. But they say, if you want to go and live in the sought-after village of Greekland, near Halifax in West Yorkshire, there is a lovely house here, parking spot and 4-bedroom house attached to it, a drive and a carport. In fact, you can get 4 cars in there. Plus, it's got a garden to the front, which leads to a side lawn garden, all light fittings and sockets in chrome. And it's finished off with oak veneered fire doors throughout, and it's 350,000 quid. Well, to be honest with you, if you've got and you work in London, why you'd want to go and live in this place in West Yorkshire, I can't imagine. This would be like an outhouse, I suppose. It's very nice, but of course, different parts of the country, you get different things. It's as simple as that. So I think this parking space for 350,000 is fairly good value. If you live in Knightsbridge and you choose to live in Knightsbridge and can afford to live in Knightsbridge, then that's it. This is what you could pay for an extra thing, and it's got security. So, why would it not be absolute bargain? To somebody who can afford to live in Knightsbridge and pay £5 million for something, to pay 350,000 is not really a lot, actually. Not really a lot at all. In terms of the rest of the country, of course, it's an enormous amount of money. But for us here in London, you wouldn't even buy a 2-bedroom flat round my way. Things are so expensive in London. How young people find, buying sort of property, I've got no idea. It's ridiculous. Talking of train rides, have you seen the series Around the World by Train with Tony Robinson? I like any of those. Sort of things. I've seen the Chris Tarrant ones as well. He likes his chuff trains and does that. Also, your favourite film, The Amazing Mr. Blunden, the young girl in it, played by Lynn Frederick, who ended up marrying Peter Sellers and inherited all his wealth. Did she? I don't know. I can't remember, actually. And Lynn Frederick's death, she left everything to her daughter from another marriage, meaning Peter Sellers' true siblings got nothing. That's the way it goes, though, isn't it? That's the way it goes. She was a lot older in The Amazing Mr. Blunden. I think she was in her early 30s, but playing a much younger girl. Much younger. Now you can use air miles for your shop, and you can buy gadgets. British Airways reward programmes. Avios has now teamed up with the Nectar loyalty card scheme. Do you know, I must be the only person who's never done a loyalty card. You know, you go into some place and they go, do you have a so-and-so card, or do you have a this card? And I always go, no, I don't. Thank you very much indeed. Don't want one either. Really don't. I've had far too many cards in my wallet to worry about anything else. Do we find out who actually sang the song "I Am a Mole, I Live in a Hole"? The Outlanders or Outsiders or something like that. It was Gary Wilmot's dad. There you go. The Southlanders. I knew it was something like that. It was reasonably close. But it was Gary Wilmot's dad. I am a mole and I live in a hole. I remember that from a long time ago. Long time ago. Also, Steve, my neighbour works for the council gardening team, Continental Landscapes. Help us no end, says Catherine. Yeah, I mean, I just don't, I can't quite decide what to do with the pots. I mean, every year, I mean, I go blank. And then I'll see a picture in a newspaper at one of these little catalogues and say, order now, or I'll see something on Ideal World. And I just order it on there, and that they arrive, and most of them seem to survive. I think I've only lost about 2 tiny little plants, but that seems to be okay, doesn't it? Who's this a picture of? Montana Brown. Who? Never even heard of her. Who is she? Poor soul, honestly. All we know is she's got a tattoo on her face, and that kind of says it all, doesn't it, really? And she seems to be... Oh, no, it's not tattoos. It's smearing stuff on her legs. Perhaps it's to make her look as though she's intelligent. But she's in Celebs on the Farm. She's joined a lineup of other celebrities. Oh, she's a celebrity, is she? Well, you'd never know. Never know. Other people will be Sean Williamson, Hollyoaks, Malik Thompson-Dwyer, and Duncan James. My God, they must have needed the money. It doesn't get worse, does it, when you start seeing these people and you start thinking, really, times are that bad, you've got to do one of those dreadful little programmes. They all do. That's all we've got now on the television. There isn't anything else apart from reality shows. But here is staff from Chanel, believe it or not. And they're enjoying a COVID rule-busting Christmas party set up by bosses. The posh fashion house threw the boozy bash for up to 30 workers inside Harrods. An insider said 15 employees caught COVID in the aftermath of the party and some were hospitalised. Videos and pictures obtained by the Mirror show maskless revellers partying into the early hours of the morning. It took place when London and the South East were in Tier 3, meaning there should be no mixing of households indoors apart from support bubbles. Harrods security ended the party once they became aware of it. The source said Chanel staff were still being made to go into the store each day, despite it being closed to run the online business, which they could easily do from home. Chanel need to be shamed for the way they've treated staff, and they're all having this party here. Harrods have said when Harrods was made aware of the gathering, it was dispersed immediately. Bit late, isn't it? Bit late now. But there you go, you see. Even right at the top end of society, they're still screwing it up big time. It's not just the daughters or children of police officers who just seem to want to ignore it. And that's why we've still got it. Other countries, you know, people adhere to the ruling. If they tell you, don't go out, you don't go out. Over here, we sort of just seem to ignore it, which is a great surprise, actually. How about a rendition, says Ian, the skip, of Ying Tong Tiddley Po. That was the Ying Tong song, wasn't it? That was the Goons, I think. Ying Tong, Ying Tong, Ying Tong, Ying Tong, Ying Tong Tiddley Po, Ying Tong. And so it went on. I never liked the Goons. I must be the only, but I didn't think they were funny at all. But then it wasn't my sense of humour. Lenny Henry says Niall did a version of the Mole song, I think. I don't think he did. I'm prepared to stick my neck out on that one. 10 grand a foot, 20 grand. Who would pay that for a parking space? I bet they'll be falling over themselves for that. Seriously, I'm telling you, falling over the cell. Parking spaces in London at a premium. If you find a flat that's got parking that comes with it for free, you leap on it with both arms. But most places don't. You know why? They're house conversions. And house conversions come with no parking. There might be parking on the street, but you've got to buy the permit and you've got to find a place because, you know, mostly people just go out there and fill up the street, which is not particularly good, is it? So you come back later. If you come back late at night, there's no chance of actually, you know, finding anywhere to park. So I'm quite grateful we've got off-street parking. So here's Wren Margaret Kelly, posted to the Government Code and Cipher School at Bletchley, aged 18 in 1944, and she was one of the last women who helped crack the Second World War Nazi codes. And she was the one trained to operate the Colossus computer, which had been built to break intercepted messages. And lovely. I mean, lovely. She was a hotel manager in Malta, then an estate agent in Sydney. 63, she moved to the Bahamas and spent 2 years in the Cook Islands. And she died at the weekend, often telling stories of her experiences at Bletchley Park to her 33 grandchildren. She was 94, was Margaret Kelly. What an innings. What a life. What a life. Dogs with more conscientious owners are less likely to benefit from training. I'm always amazed that people do not train their dogs. You can see them when they take them out on a lead. The dog is straining because it's not been trained to walk to heel. Doesn't take much, does it, really? Well, I wouldn't have thought so. And Dave and Vic, yes, here they are again, the world's seemingly naffest couple, paid themselves $14.5 million in dividends last year, despite Posh's very posh fashion label continuing to make a loss. So she had a 7% sales increase, but posted a £4.6 million loss. It's turning into a total disaster. Meanwhile, Dave had revenue of $16.2 million, but directors increased the dividend paid to their famous shareholders from $11 million in 2018. I mean, Victoria's rag trade business is yet to have a profitable year. Directors still believe it'll break even, aided by Victoria Beckham Beauty, which launched at the end of 2019. Why? Why? I mean, it's vastly overpriced, like all her clothing, but they say the COVID pandemic is likely to hit revenues for the flagship store on Dover Street. It's the only store in it. The flagship store. They make it sound like there's sort of an army of these stores all over the entire world, which, of course, there aren't. Dave's thing has long-term partnerships with Adidas, Hague, Tudor, Coty Insurance Company and a hotel group as well. And he'll just basically stick his name to anything, and then you sort of pay him. Posh, whose net worth is estimated at $335 million. No, she's not. No, this is a joint income. A joint income. She doesn't... Why would she have anything like that? Her business has been a failure. She can't have done it. That's why, you know, when they joked about Jordan and went, of course, she was worth $40 million. She was never worth $40 million. She was just a topless model. Topless model. None of her stuff ever made any money, apart from the books, and it certainly didn't make $40 million. That's a fact. But it's like, you know, the Jamie Lang story. He's heir to the Lang biscuit. No, he's not. He's heir to nothing at all. Like Paris Hilton. Heir to the Hilton thing? No, nothing at all. They sold the Hilton thing off years ago. What does she get? Nothing. Why would she? That's why she has to work. Steve, Gary Wilmot's dad sang the famous bass line. Yes. Susan Penge, 176 on the bus. We know it very well. Morning, everybody. Do you know an enterprising Scottish butcher has made history by launching a haggis to the edge of space? He attached it to a weather balloon and sent it up 20 miles in the air. Have you seen these weather balloons? Oh, they're amazing, isn't it? This meal rose 1,007 feet, 107,000 feet above the Earth, more than 3 times the height of Everest. Secured to a metal platform, a camera took breathtaking footage of cities more than 200 miles apart. Were you allowed to just launch balloons like that? I mean, I wasn't aware that you could sort of do things. I thought you had to be sort of, you know, sort of in sort of the space race or something like that. Who knows? Who knows? A lucky lottery player's only got 3 days left to claim £500,000. The player won on Thunderball, but has so far failed to come forward. How can people do this? What do? Buy a ticket and then lose it? Or do they buy a ticket and then it just disappears? But anyway, this one was bought in the Ashfield district of Nottinghamshire with the winning numbers 16, 26, 30, 31, 39. The Thunderball was 9. And unless the winner claims the prize within the 6-month deadline, it's only got 3 days left, it goes to the Good Causes Fund. £500,000 change your life, wouldn't it? And some people are frightened to come forward for it. They really are absolutely frightened. They sort of think, oh, I don't know. And here we go. We've got another dreary programme. This is Celebs on the Farm. Unfortunately, they're not celebs. That's the dreariness about it. So you've got Montana Brown, a total has-been, no idea. Malik Thompson Dwyer from Hollyoaks, never even heard of him. Linda Robson, and that peculiar Lady Colin Campbell. Anything less than a lady would be hard pushed to find. 71 and passed her sell-by years ago. Kerry Coke Toner on the same... you can imagine how dreary this lineup is, can't you? Duncan James, Holly Hagan from Geordie Shore. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Honestly, where do they get them from? They get worse and worse, these people, don't they? I mean, Kerry Coke Toner, we thought her career had washed up ages ago. Never mind. I'm sure she'll be finding a job soon. And Lady Colin Campbell, the embarrassment of all embarrassments. See her on programmes. And watch her having her breakdowns on the I'm a Celeb, Get Me Out of Here. And you suddenly realise what the word mad is. Have you ever watched the sci-fi series The Phantom Empire? No, I haven't. I've never even heard of it. With Gene Autry. Wait a minute, was Gene Autry a cowboy? I seem to remember a Gene Autry who was a cowboy, but I mean, I don't know anything about that. I'm not particularly bothered about sci-fi series. I know you get people who are really interested in the Star Treks and the Star Wars and the other things, but I can't get into them. If ever you watch them, you need to watch them on a huge screen because it looks more impressive. Just watching it on your little 32-inch has no impact whatsoever, which is a shame. And somebody says, goodness me, getting paid £500 for getting COVID-19 result. What the heck's going on? Well, I've never heard anything like it. Because there will be the stupids out there who'll be going, oh, good. It's like, there was one, wasn't there this man, isn't he famous for typically falling over council pavements and suing them? And he's made quite a good living out of suing councils because they've not repaired pavements. And if you say to somebody you get £500 if you get COVID-19... by the way, it's not in, so don't even think about it. But I do worry about there will be certain section of the population be going, what's an easy way to make 500 quid? I just get COVID-19. Yeah, there is a very good chance you could die. So it's not so good, is there? Also, maybe Beckham is worth 335 from a royalties from the Spice Girls. No, absolutely not. Nowhere near that. Otherwise, they'd all be sitting on the same thing. That's mostly his income. Because if you remember, she had to borrow from him to prop up her ailing business. She didn't borrow from herself, she borrowed from him. Little bit of a worry. My father, who's in his autumn 70s, says John, when he was a child, used to swim or walk to Brownsea Island from sandbanks, depending on the tide, to scrumple fish. Mrs. Bonham Christie, who owns the island, would chase the boys off with a broom. Miss Mary Bonham Christie left the island to the National Trust in her will. She was an enthusiastic environmentalist who banned fishing and would let her animals roam wildly on the island that she lived on quite reclusively. Sounds lovely. I mean, I've seen loads of pictures of it over the years. I've always enjoyed it, actually, but I've never been. Somebody says, will you stop singing? You're scaring the cat. Yeah, because you think it is the cat singing, don't you? And why does the car park space have to be caged? Well, it's a security cage around it. A security cage. I've got parking, says Pamela, in a Mayfair car park, Park Lane, on the 4th floor, security entry. Approximately $95,000 to buy. A bargain to buy, but I'm not selling compared to Knightsbridge. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, $350,000, I mean, imagine if you've got millions, why would you worry about $350,000 if you really wanted a secure place for your car? Round in Richmond, they've got a block of flats built on the side of a church, incorporating the church into it. And you drive into a lift, and that takes you down to the car park and deposits you down there. And then cars drive onto the lift and then come up and then get out that way. That's quite normal. There's a car park at Fetter Lane off Fleet Street, and that's a lift process. Whiskey, I'm not a fan of. I've never enjoyed whiskey. I couldn't care less about it, but it's very expensive if you get the most sought after, and I couldn't tell the difference. I don't think I could. But this one here is a Macallan 1926 fine and rare 60-year-old, one of only 14 of the bottles in existence, and is the gem in the sale of the world's largest private collection. The first part, more than 1,900 bottles, made more than 3.2 million. They were collected over decades by the late Pepsi bottling magnate Richard Gooding. And this one here, Angus McRailed, an expert on old whiskey. He'd have to be called Angus McRailed, wouldn't he? Aye, this is Angus McRailed. He's an experienced person on old whiskies. He said, never been a collection like this. And this one could be the most expensive bottle. The 1926 Macallan Fine and Rare 60-year-old could be worth 1.2 million. Can you imagine? Everybody goes rushing to the cupboard to look at their whiskey. Have we got any of this? Be funny if you found some, wouldn't it? That would be nice. That would be very nice. Steve, I work in a department store which is closing on 14th of February, and today to help it to close down. Sad times, not looking forward to the next few weeks. Started working there in 1969, says Maisie. Yes, I mean, there's going to be loads of those places going. High Street never be the same again. I predicted that more than a year ago on LBC. I said, now this has started, you watch it all disintegrate around our ears. The only thing you're going to have left on High Street very shortly... In fact, we just had a charity shop go under. Have you ever heard of such a thing? A charity shop closing. Really bad. Really, really bad. And you're going to see just coffee shops on the High Street. Coffee shops and second-hand shops, which is most of the charity shops. That's all second-hand stuff. And you're going to see... I mean, the food shops remain open. Like, we have the butcher, we have the fish shop, we have the greengrocer. They'll all remain open because that's what you need. You need to eat fresh produce. I still keep meaning to go to the butcher's, but I've never actually managed to make it as yet. I will do it at some point. I just can't do it at the moment. It's miserable weather, and today it's freezing cold. Somebody says, Steve, if somebody wears David Beckham's aftershave, is he classy or a peasant? Sad. Do you seriously think that David had anything to do with putting an aftershave together? They just go, yeah, this is quite nice. I mean, he doesn't know anything about that. He doesn't know anything about whiskey. To watch him drinking whiskey just reminded me of the time he went to one of these, was it the V Festival or something like that, and he was just drunk. Bit of an embarrassment, really. Steve, the guy tripping over and suing the council, was that Uncle Albert? No, there are real people in real life who do things like that. Finbar says, I miss your impression of David Beckham. He was very upset at his piggy bank being raided by Victoria. You see, that's why the papers tell lies, because they can't be bothered to check the facts, that she's got 335 million. She's got nowhere near that. She hasn't got a successful business. The only thing she'd have made is about $1 million a year through the Spice Girls. Most of it's Dave. Dave was the one who earned that money. But they're now going to put in this wine cellar under their house. As I say, God knows how much she's drinking. Sounds a bit of a worry, doesn't it, really? Dancing on Ice judge John Barrowman urges viewers to vote after the Lady LeSure shock. And John urged viewers to get out and vote. The rapper was one of 4 joint top scorers in the opening ITV show, but still finds herself staring at elimination after a lack of public votes. Good, well, vote her out then. Vote her out. It's as, easy as that. I mean, they've got all sorts of people. Lining up will be Mylene Klass, Olympic stars Colin Jackson. God, we still have to put down Olympic star Colin Jackson. How many years ago was that, for goodness sake? And Graham Bell. Faye Brooks. We all know what she's famous for. Radio DJ Sunny J. They've got balloons round here which spell out the word Sunny in silver balloons. Have you seen it? Did you try and take one of the balloons? Oh, no, obviously not. Sorry. Just me. And, that's round there as well. And somebody called Billy Shepherd. I don't know who Billy Shepherd is, actually. I have no idea. Doesn't make any difference, really. Not going to change our life. The winner will be announced in March. God, it's never going to go that long, is it? Really, it can't do. Elliot says, I'm presuming you're talking about the charity shop in Twickenham next to Marks. I've never ever heard of charity shops going under. Well, if they close, they can't afford to pay their rent. And if they can't afford to pay the rent, I mean, the shop is still full of stock. I'm surprised that somebody's not opened it up. I mean, they were having a discount sale a short while ago at a charity shop. At a charity shop. A discount sale. That's like a discount sale, in the fish shop or the butcher's or Paul Cooper's, Well, in fact, they do that at Paul Cooper's anyway. They'll go, strawberries, 2 for 2. 2 for 2 is quite normal. Or a box of mangoes, £2. For a box of mango, turn them into chutney or do whatever you want with. 6:30 is the time. Let's get the to have your company. A nice Siva purveyor of fish is a fishmonger, not a fish shop. No, ours is a fish shop. It's a fish shop. They're not purveyors at all. They're just working in there in white Wellingtons. I love the way people try and correct me on these things. It's quite distasteful. It really is. Do you like Noel's songs, Noel Gallagher? I mean, I don't know, actually. I just thought, presumably I'm not the only one. I just thought they sounded like the Beatles. Did he sound like John Lennon? I mean, I suppose it was sort of quite clever at the time, but not particularly interesting. But now they're not talking to each other. They haven't spoken for ages and ages. They obviously hate each other. And that's brothers. I wonder why. I wonder who's the most successful. That would be interesting. Julie says, used to pay £6 to go to the Saturday morning pictures and see Gene Autry in cowboy films. Yes. Mummy, you must be older than me then, Julie. I never went to... Well, in fact, I did go once, the ABC Miners. The ABC was the chain, and they used to have Saturday morning cinema. So when Mum and Dad went shopping, invariably Mum, you'd be dropped off at the cinema and you'd queue up with all the other kids and you'd watch the Three Stooges. There'd be somebody coming on stage, the compere, and he'd read out a list of people's birthdays and they'd invite them up on stage and we'd all sing Happy Birthday, the bouncing ball with the words. Remember that? And you get a film. We loved it, actually. We were sort of... I thought we were very well-behaved children. Very well behaved. Well, I thought we were. Mind you, if I actually look back, we probably weren't. Steve, the high street will probably end up with loads of tanning studios, tattoo parlours and amusement arcades. Well, we do have 2 tattoo parlours, we do have an amusement arcade, but we have a tanning studio as well, I've just remembered. We might have 2 of those. And we've got lots of charity shops. Lots of charity shops. Which is, which is okay if you like a charity shop. Some people like that. Well, I mean, Corey loves a charity shop. He's one of those sort of people who goes out there. He'll see something. If they put it in the window, he's there straight away. He'll be queuing for them the next day. Katie Price tells how she'll be heartbroken when Harvey leaves home for residential college in the autumn. I love this. This is a very telling line for Katie Price. The model and media personality. I'm sorry, the bankrupt. She's not a model anymore. Nobody's asked her to model for donkey's years. Shows her softer side, as opposed to what you mean, the nasty little piece of work that we see all the time. She says, the mum of 5 says of the documentary, it's about the real me. Oh, that old line. She's trotted that one out forever and a day, hasn't she? This is the real me. Unfortunately, I don't think she even knows the real her, as we're on to marriage number 5 very shortly. So, if in doubt, put Harvey where he's going to get some proper care. Somebody can look after him and teach him and do all these other things which she can't do. But she's got a TV programme out of it. But she milks it for all the publicity, and I find it very distasteful. Very distasteful. We know every story about it, but it'll show the real me. Really? What, as opposed to the drunk behind the wheel of the car, opposed to the bankrupt? What do you mean the real you? What do you mean? I mean, never understand why they say that. 2 burglars likened to the Marx Brothers for their clumsy getaway have been sentenced. James Lake and Peter Moran burgled a home, then stole their victim's VW Passat. Unfortunately, the car had an in-car camera. It filmed them arguing for 40 minutes. They couldn't find the handbrake. They were that stupid. One of them was 43 and the other was 55. And they reversed into another car. And anyway, they've been found guilty. Moran, a father of 5... from Luton, was found guilty of burglary at trial, given an 18-month suspended sentence. A third suspect failed to appear. Oh, he'll be appearing very shortly. And Lake was jailed for 40 months. They're not the brightest pair, are they, really? You do get some stupid people, but it's the violation of other people's property that annoys me more than anything. I just want to go round to their house, burgle it, trash it, and then go, see? Don't like it, do you? But we never do things like that. I love the ABC Minor, says Julian York. The kids used to kick the back of the chairs when a Buck Rogers came on, nearly rattled your teeth out. Blimey, I don't remember people kicking the back of the chairs. Depends where you were from, I suppose. Rocker Susie Quattro likes to slip into her leather suit. I bet you can't remember the name she played in the Fonz. Can you remember that? She appeared in the Fonz before your time. Susie Quattro, she was Leather Tuscadero. Leather Tuscadero, and she turns up in this thing, get all down to Devilgate Drive and all that kind of stuff. It was really good, actually. She came into LBC numerous times. She's 70 now. She's 70. I mean, she's ageless, totally ageless. Marcus Rashford's food campaign has got a huge boost. Morrison said it would provide 2 million meals to families in need. They will use 800 tonnes of leftover grub to create quality food parcels with fruit, veg, meat and fish. Which is good, isn't it? I mean, he started a campaign, and it's a campaign that seems to work. And it's so simple. It's not difficult. If a footballer can think of it, why could nobody else think about it? I think that's I think that's sad, really. Very sad. Still trying to work out, because it's on some of the papers today. Mick Norcross from The Only Way is Essex has died at the age of 57. He was the one that used to own Sugar Hut. And the police were called to an address in Brentwood Road shortly before 3:15. Sadly, a man inside was pronounced dead. His death is not being treated as suspicious, and a file will be prepared for the coroner. I just want to know what he's going to leave. We never find these things out, do we? Because I want to know if he was really rich or he's not. Unfortunately, he had sort of flings with, I think, Gemma Collins, yawn, and Chloe Sims, even bigger yawn. And, did he want to go out with me? Also, a dad drove 350 miles with his wife and children in the car to get a kebab, and then on the way home he crashed. The driver, who had no licence or insurance, crashed near to Portishead near Bristol, fined for various offences, including a coronavirus breach. What an idiot. What a stupid person. Wife and kids in the car, and he's got no licence or insurance. They should lock these people up. But of course they don't, because they've got children, and we have to be sympathetic. Not me, I'm afraid. Not me. Keir Starmer's urged the government to press Joe Biden's administration to remove a 25% tariff on Scotch whisky. God, we've got bigger fish to fry than rubbish like that. Thank you very much indeed. And Joe Exotic has claimed he was too innocent and too gay to be granted a presidential pardon. Well, does Trump not like gay people? I can't remember. I mean, he seems to have everything else going against him. I'm assuming homophobia must creep in there somewhere. David Caffilli, sad about Katie Price's son, but I think you're right, unfortunately. It just has to be about her. I'm not interested in her. I'm really not. I couldn't care less. Also, wait a minute. Well, I think I'm up to date, actually, on these ones. Oh, yeah, Daniel Craig's final outing as James Bond in No Time to Die, delayed for a third time. I've gradually lost the will to live on this. I couldn't care less anymore. I'm not remotely interested in Daniel Craig as his last appearance in a film that'll probably be far too long. We'll all fall asleep there. A convict was freed early from prison after passing, wait for this, a victim empathy course. Then he stole a family's unopened Christmas gifts. Jimmy Pegler was released after taking part in a restorative justice project, one of those do-gooding kind of things. A court heard he was disappointing in himself after burgling the home of a pensioner couple. He's a career criminal, that's all he knows. He just knows nicking, going back to prison again. Anyway, we've jailed him for 4.5 years. He can ponder on that for the next 4. But what they should do is say, 4.5 years is 4.5 years. You're not coming out. I was watching a YouTube film earlier on of somebody in prison, and they then sort of decided that this person was so awful that they were going to send them to prison. He said, for life. He said, you will die in prison. Die in prison. So there you go. My friend Lynn, it's her Welsh cousin Helen birthday today. Helen's birthday. She lives in Eilat. We've talked about Eilat before, and Helen. So last year we celebrated, went on holes in Phuket in Thailand. But this year she's on lockdown. She listens to you, so please could... Oh, here we go. This is where my Welsh goes way out the window. If I get this wrong, I'm going to be in so much trouble. So please bear with me. Pen Blwyd Tabus. Rubbish. That was the worst Welsh I've ever done. But they're 2 hours ahead. So many, many happy... Listen, Helen, it's your birthday. Many, many happy returns of the day, and I hope you have a lovely day. Sad to think that last year you celebrated, went on holiday in Thailand, but this year, lockdown. How a year has changed our lives, but many happy returns, and I'm not even going to attempt the Welsh ever. I mean, Lynn could stand there till, we're blue in the face and go through, but they're 2 hours ahead. 2 hours ahead, so many happy returns of the day, and I hope you have a lovely, lovely time. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Steve, can we have another virtual live show? We can all do with some cheering up. Oh, dear. I'm looking forward to some more live shows. I'm looking forward to, all these things I'm looking forward to, and I keep hoping that we're all going to fall into line and try and help each other out. So, I see no reason why we shouldn't be having some live... Christmas time would be nice, wouldn't it? If we did a live show at Christmas for Make Some Noise. That'd be lovely. And if we did a show at the Magic Circle... That'd be nice. I'm sure that Neil would love that. and everybody else. That'd be great, wouldn't it? I've not seen people for ages and ages. What do you need aftershave for? Says Connie. What do you need after? Well, it's like, why do women need perfume? To smell nice. I mean, if ever I put my aftershave on, everybody comments. They always go, you smell nice. And so occasionally I let them have a little sniff of my neck or something like that, not too close. Socially distancing, so from about 6 feet away. But no, people like the smell of a nice aftershave. I love things like that. I don't know what the boys wear. I think one of them wears Brute, and the other one wears probably High Karate or something, probably something ghastly, or Old Spice, the mark of a man. I could see Corey wearing denim. That'd suit him. Morning, nice to have your company. Somebody says, what's wrong with denim? Okay, rest my case. A little bit dated. Apparently it's pronounced Phuket. Your Thai is as bad as your Welsh. Well, that's all right. Luckily, I'm a radio presenter. We can get away with just about anything. And a hero policeman delivered a baby girl in a hospital car park after hearing her mum's cries of distress. Good Lord. Proud mum Kelly says thank you again to Dan for his quick thinking. It's a bit of a shock. I don't think you joined the police force to give birth. Well, not obviously to give birth. Plans to turn a corner shop into a pizza joint in one of Britain's fattest towns have been rejected. Council chief in Middlesbrough, where 70% of adults are overweight, unanimously rejected the application. There are 200 takeaway businesses in the town, roughly 1.47 per 1,000 residents. That's a bit bad, isn't it? I mean, that really is. And so they you watch. I'm sure if they actually challenge it, they'll actually probably get away with it. Steve, you mentioned Gene Autry and brought back memories when as a child I stayed with my aunt in Kingston and Gene Autry appeared at a local large store. I loved cowboys. It was amazing, says Marcia. Oh, I mean, lots of people used to come over and do these appearances. Roy Rogers and Trigger was still around till a few years ago, and Trigger had been stuffed, without putting too fine a point on it. And they used to go out and do appearances. Batman and Robin, people whose whole career sort of featured one thing. I think the Munchkins, some of the Munchkins all lived together in this little town in America, and they were all little people. And people would go there and they would dress up as their characters. That was their life. I thought that was quite sweet, actually. I quite like things like that. I like a little bit of traditionalism, which is good. What's this one here? Do you know, trying to find something in the paper which isn't... I mean, they seem to have moved away from Trump. Already we're only on day 3 or whatever it is, and Trump was long since forgotten. Here's Celebs Go Best Home Cook. It's another bunch of drearies, I'm afraid. And they've got... famous... I wish I could find the list of all the people who are appearing. Have you got a list of the... this is Celebrity Best Home Cook. I'd like to know because I've got a picture of them here. Some of them you'll know, and some of them you really couldn't care less about. Some of them it's just you go, oh, not them again. They're obviously running out of people. Because reality shows are cheap to put on. You bung them £1,000 for doing a programme and they'll happily sort of turn cartwheels for you. And I'm looking at all these... I see that Fern McCann's in there. That's got to be a dreary programme. Here we go. So this is Celebrity Home Cook. Who are they? So Mary Berry, okay. Angela Hartnett, yes, we know all about her. Chris Bavin, not a clue, but he's got somebody else's teeth in his mouth. Fern McCann, yawn, very boring, very dull. Ed Byrne, I like him, he's nice, he's okay. Rachel Johnson, she's okay, we like Rachel, very good there. Zarim Zeruel, not a clue, I'm afraid, dear, you could be anybody. Ruth Madeley, not a clue. Tom Reed Wilson. Oh, Tom Reed Wilson's the one who talks like that. It's just just boring. Desiree Birch, not a clue, I'm afraid. Gareth Thomas, we know Gareth Thomas. Shobna Gulati, of course. Ed Balls, yawn, very dull, very dreary. And that's it. In other words, there are a bunch of boring people, isn't it? Terrible, honestly. Why can't they find people? Kerry Katona droning on about her existence again. I wish she'd actually get a proper job. They've got Sean Williamson and somebody from Drag Race UK called Cheryl Hole. I mean, I don't know who these people are. It's all a little bit embarrassing. And Corrie legend Bill Roache, the man who I think has had an affair with just about everybody in the street, doesn't want to slow down despite being on the TV soap since back in 1960. He's 88. 88. But, you know, people don't age on television, do they? It's until you see them in real life and you go, wow, you've aged a little bit. Sometimes they don't, but mostly they do, I'm afraid. If you like Judi Dench, then you'll love the interview in The Guardian where she's talking about her COVID jab and also why I'm no national treasure. Listen, if anybody ever says I'm no national treasure, they are. OK, it's as simple as that. There's no two ways about it. Judi Dench, with her tremendously successful TV and film career, is a national treasure. But if you want to watch her absolutely cracking up, put her in on Michael Parkinson, and Barry Humphries was the guest. And Judi Dench just doubles up in laughter because she's obviously promoting Ladies in Lavender. And Michael Parkinson says to Dame Edna, of course, I mean, you could have been associated. She says, I could, Michael. And Judi Dench just collapses. And she said, because I went round to Judy's house. And of course, all this is made up. But it's such a believable act. And Judi Dench absolutely does. She thinks it's the funniest thing going. It's absolutely brilliant. Really very, very good indeed. So if you want to know why she's no national treasure, read the Guardian interview today. Russell T Davies on his 80s AIDS drama and why he thinks only gay people can play gay characters on television and straight people can play straight characters. And there's another one here who says, I was so much in debt I took money from my son's account. This is after some girl from Gogglebox, Scarlett What's-Her-Face, her mum took £50,000 because she had gambling debts. So easy to get nowadays, but it's an addiction. It's an addiction. You know, whichever way you look at it, it's your parents thieving from you. That's never supposed to be what happens, is it? Never supposed to be. More on the story about this £500 payment. If you test positive, it would cost about £2 billion a month. How ridiculous. Why would you want to give somebody 500 quid? That is seriously going to encourage people to go and collect the virus so they can pick up £500. They will obviously think that it's worth risking, whereas as far as I'm concerned, it blooming well isn't. Blooming well isn't. Bankrupt Geordie Shore wildman Scotty T has landed in more trouble, a complete and utter plank, I'm afraid. And our fish stocks are at risk of collapse due to overfishing. Donald Trump told more than 30,000 lies as the US president. In fact, there was never a day went by where he didn't tell lies. And the flood's still rising, I'm afraid, in certain parts of the country. It's going to come down here. They've said tomorrow, we think snow. We think snow down here tomorrow. Whether it lasts or not remains to be seen. I have a sneaking feeling that it won't. Actually, I don't think so. The vets who've criticised Joe Wicks for praising sickly bulldog breeds. The trouble is, all these sort of half-hearted celebrities, they really don't understand what goes on. Schools may stay closed until Easter, which is interesting. And the person who hasn't claimed the £500,000, Mick Norcross, dead. The man who owned Sugar Hut. And Felicity Kendall making her musical theatre debut at the age of 74 in Anything Goes, which was very good for young Elaine Page. She's 74, Felicity, and she freely admits she can't sing. And it's a musical. How that one's going to work, I've got no idea. The Megasaurus, the largest dinosaur ever that they found, and 1 million over 75s are resisting to pay their TV licence. So now you know,